can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it needs to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Our love was what they talk about. Our love was what they talk about. Our love was wild and free. You know everything about me. From your love, never let me go. Never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go.
Hello mọi người, mình là Matt với vai trò vị trí đi rừng của CERBERUS.
Xin chào, mình là BMM, người chơi vị trí đường mid của CERBERUS.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Fly, mình là support của CERBERUS.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên thật là Trần Ngọc Phúc, mình là xạ thủ của CERBERUS Esports.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Hiếu Bon, hiện tại đang thi đấu cho CERBERUS đường vị trí Baron.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình là Taco và hiện tại mình đang đi đường giữa cho CERBERUS.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Eli Đỗ Thành Đạt, mình là người đi ADC cho team Flash.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là Jisoo đến từ team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Coyote, người chơi đường giữa đến từ team Flash Tốc Chiến, đại diện cho khu vực Việt Nam.
3 từ mình miêu tả về team Sơ rất là đẹp trai, đẹp trai, đẹp trai.
Thì nếu mà để suy nghĩ về team của em thì nếu mà 3 từ đó thì chắc là vui vẻ, hòa đồng và nhiệt huyết.
Kể từ tròn 1 năm Summer Cup cho nên là giải WCS FENNEL lần này em rất phấn khích.
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui mừng bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mình tham gia giải đấu quốc tế.
Tại giải đấu lần này mình chờ mong là team mình sẽ đạt được top 4 và giữ cái vé đi chung kết thế giới.
Điều là mình trông chờ nhất là cái cúp của giải đấu lần này.
Theo mình, đội tuyển mạnh nhất ở phiên bản này là Flatwood.
Vì Blackwood có lối đánh khá nhanh và dứt khoát.
Với sức mạnh hiện tại và nếu như bọn em có thể giữ vững phong độ thì ứng cử viên cho chức vô địch sắp tới chắc chắn là team Flat.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi tụi mình. Hãy cổ vũ cho tụi mình giải đấu sắp tới nhé.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình sẽ cố gắng cùng đồng đội mang chiếc cúp vô địch về cho Việt Nam.
สวัสดีครับเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ครับผมอาร์เชนี่ครับผมโนเอลครับผมโคเดนฟิกครับผมแบงค์ครับ
สวัสดีครับ พวกเราทีม EVOS Esports ผม G4 ครับ
ผมวรัตครับ
ผมลอยครับ
ผมแฟร์พิเยอร์ครับ
ผมลีเนียครับ
ผมแคสตานครับว่าทีมสั้นๆเหรอครับก็คงเป็นโหดมากๆครับเพราะว่าทีมเราโหดมากๆครับ
นิยามสั้นๆของ EVOS นะครับก็คือกดดันมากครับ เพราะว่าทีมเราเนี่ยก็เป็นตัวเต็งมาโดยตลอดแล้วก็เป็นตัวผมเองด้วยที่ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้สูงตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าผู้เล่นทุกคนในทีมเนี่ยมี potential ในการทำสิ่งนี้ครับผม
รู้สึกยังไงที่ได้ไป WCS ครับก็คงรู้สึกดีแหละครับเพราะว่าเราก็ได้เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับในการไปแข่งในรายการระดับนานาชาติครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุด
รู้สึกดีใจครับ แล้วก็รู้สึกเสียใจที่ไม่ได้แชมป์ครับ แต่ว่าโดยรวมก็รู้สึกดีครับที่ว่ายังได้ไปอยู่ครับ
เป้าหมายของ WCS คืออยากติดท็อป 4 ใน C ครับผมอยากเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในการแข่งเวทีระดับโลกครับผม
ตั้งเป้าหมายว่าเป็นแชมป์ครับของทัวร์นี้ครับแล้วก็ไม่อยากพลาดเหมือนเดิมนะครับ
ทีมไหนที่เป็นตัวเต็งครับก็คงเป็นทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ครับเพราะว่าเขาสร้างประวัติศาสตร์หลายภาคในประเทศมา
น่าจะเป็นทีมแฟร์บูธนะครับเพราะว่าฟอร์มในการแข่งเขานี่ค่อนข้างจะดีมากครับแบบแพ้น้อยมาก
อยากฝากให้แฟนคลับก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราติดตามพวกเราไปจนถึงรอบสุดท้ายนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆเหรอครับก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราใน WCS นี้ด้วยครับ
大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉挺座康，然后我来自大师赛区。
大家好，我是来自 One Team 的辅助位选手宁甲七，我来自 WCS 大师赛区。
我想我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在真物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在 争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来受。
用3个形容词形容我的团队的话，我相信第一个一定是团结，因为我们认为激斗峡谷这个游戏，如果你不团结，就没有办法就是走向胜利。那第二个的话就是互相信任嘛，因为团结中如果你没有互相信任队友的话，其实你并没有办法做好团结这件事情。那第3个其实就是友善，其实我们整体队伍的气氛其实非常非常好。我们认为就是互相良性的沟通是可以很好的建立团队优势的这块。
进入 WCS 总决赛的感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经沉寂1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。
对于进入 WCA 总决赛的感想，就是其实心情并没有到非常开心吧，因为我认为我们在大师赛区总决赛这一块打的地方并不是很好，那希望可以在后面可以做出一些改变。
我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿一次5连杀吧，因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。
那对于 WCA 总决赛的期许的话，我们队友的目标一定是以总冠军为主。那我自己个人会希望我把这个团战给开好，就是帮队友建立一个好的开团优势，然后让队友可以安心的输出。那目标的话，还是以总冠军为主。
最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。
我认为 WCA 总决赛最有竞争力的队伍应该是大师赛区的闪亮，因为我自己认为，其实，在 WCA 整个全部11支队伍里面的话，闪亮的就是他们的秩序是做得非常非常好的。他们在所有的规划上都做得有条有序，在所有的比赛上打起来，我觉得闪亮是最有竞争力的一支队伍。
谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
那还是要跟所有支持我们One Team的粉丝说，谢谢你们一路以来的支持。那也请你们在 WCS 总决赛中继续支持我们One Team，我们一定会好好的打进世界大赛。
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RQ. We're from the Philippines.
Hi, my name is Miguel Vincent Quezon, and my IGN is Araisan from Team FENNEL Adversity, and we represent Philippines in the upcoming WCS Finals tournament.
I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents.
Una po sa lahat ay makulit kasi marami lang po silang ginagawang mga unnecessary na bagay. Tapos yung pangalawa po ay gutumin kasi lagi po silang nagugutom kahit mga madaling araw na po sa umaga. Tapos yung pangatlo, maingay po kasi minsan po masyado na nakakarindi sa tenga yung mga ingay na ginagawa nila.
It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets.
Napakasaya po na nakarating kami sa WCS Finals kasi sa lahat ng hard work at practice na pinagdaanan namin sa mga puyat, naging worth it lahat kasi umabot kami dito.
Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team strengths against the top teams of the other regions.
Ang inaasahan ko po na mas tougher yung competition sa WCS Finals compared sa Philippines. Kasi yung mga kasali po ay mga top contender from other regions na mga champions and runner-ups.
me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean while there.
Isa po sa top contender na feeling ko sa WCS Finals ay yung Team Flash po kasi po parang masyado po silang flexible sa mga draft nila lagi sa nakikita ko sa tournament sa pag nanonood po ako sa Vietnam. Kaya po tingin ko sila din po yung isa sa pinaka best contender para sa WCS Finals.
To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS Finals this upcoming May.
Hi po sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa FENNEL Adversity since day one. Sana po pagpatuloy niyo po kaming suportahan this upcoming WCS Finals. Gagalingan pa po namin at gagawin namin ang lahat para makapag-qualify kami sa upcoming Icons Tournament na magaganap sa Europe.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if We should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down.
and I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, world, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other.
I can hear whispers from far away. can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Don't need the will with the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Don't need the will with the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we
Không vào, có tim một quá nhiều năng lượng nữa. Nhưng tuy nhiên là sức khỏe của mình. Kill that type of bullet that's just too far, and they're going to get killed. Stop, you know, caramba, no te hagas por kill. Tienes rápido, amigo, no te hagas cuatro.
biết rồi. Nhưng mục tiêu lực lượng toàn đội em lại là Harry.
After weeks, up to months of grinding, and down to the gruesome battle after so long, we are now finally one more step closer to our playoff of the finals as well. And welcome everyone to the WCS, the Wild Rift Champion South Asia. It's going to be the play-ins day one, and I'm Gigi, I'll be your host today. And also the best team of South Asia will actually carve their pathway here. Starting today, what kind of route they're taking? Is it going to be towards the greatness, become the legendaries? Or will they be kind of being halted for a bit? Because we'll never know until we'll see the end of it. And also from this moment, every choice they take will actually carve a new pathway for them. Will it be better? Will it be greater? Will they be the legendaries? And also, welcome everyone again for this is our first day ever of the playoff of the Wild Rift Champions South Asia Finals. And don't forget to join in our Twitter official hashtag. Don't forget to join. Definitely, we want to hear your voice out with our hashtag, which is going to be WCS, WCS SEA, or WCS Finals. And also, this is brought to you by Riot Games. Also, thank you for our sponsors, not only Coca-Cola, drink it and cool it down, and also Ghostly Gamers and One Esports. As we kicking our first day here on WCS Finals, joining me, we have our amazing, very wise, insightful panelists, none other than Odo Luz. Hopefully he always wins. And also we have Omo on this side. How are you guys feeling today?
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this, brother.
How are you feeling today, Odo Luz?
Big brain for me. And how about you, brother?
Well, casters, right? We're supposed to have words to articulate how we're feeling. A picture speaks 1,000 words. I'm ready to cause some havoc here.
So you're brain freeze right now.
No, he's a big brain.
Big brain.
It feels like brain freeze. So he's like, maybe it's the first day he gone brain freeze for a bit since we were playing. But hey, your side just now, can we see that emote again? Is it going to be fiery one?
I might have lost it, but yeah, very fiery. Looking to cause some trouble here on stream. Hoping I don't get fired too quick. That's my main goal.
But hey, that foro is really on fire.
Well, you have to have your predictions on point.
But hey, for me, I'm feeling this today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm clapping everybody to the WCS.
Yeah, just
clap
give her a
it.
fab.
And also this will be one of the most banned champions as well, possibly. But hey, since we're kicking off our day number one, we do know that each one of us have seen all throughout the region. We saw how they've been playing, and also there's so many patches in between, how they adapt. So what are your thoughts regarding this?
We just had a new patch, 4.2, 4.1b, and again, in that patch alone, there could be some diversity, some more changes heading into the WCS Finals meta. Remember, marksmen were not as used during the regionals, but at least in this finals, we have yet to see, or we will see, if marksmen will be back in the meta.
I mean, that's all everyone has been complaining about, right? I want to see marksmen. I want to see AD carries played. It's very likely, like you said, because of the new patch, we will see that a little bit more. But I still feel very strongly that mages, Varus, Senna, champions like that will still dominate the meta, just with a little bit more breathing room for the marksmen to come into play as well.
Yeah, we're going to put on hold for that champion draft and all the patches talk again later on, since not everybody are familiar regarding to the tournament format and how this plays off later on when it comes to the roadmap towards the greatness. So let's just check it out for the video format.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
What will they choose indeed? Since every single person, it's the start of the day. Whatever they want to do, it can change their future definitely straight on. But hey, that's going to be the tournament format we saw just now, so everybody knows who will sit into the Icon Global later on. But speaking of play-ins, we definitely have only 5 teams performing right now. So out of 5, there's only going to be 2 gonna actually proceeding towards the grand finals or maybe the playoffs.
Stage, yeah.
I mean, like, this is the start, but hey, I'm gonna throw the pressure on you guys. Who do you think will actually advance for the first 2 teams?
No pressure for me. I'm pretty confident. How about you, Omo?
I think the answer is clear. I'm going to just throw mine out there right away. I think the answer is clear. Which 2 teams are going to make it to the main stage? CERBERUS is the best team here. They are going to compete for top 4 in the main stage as well. They're definitely making it out. Next up, believe it or not, I think you're going to like this one. I think it's FLA.
Really?
I think FLA
I did
are
not
making it
expect
out.
that, brother.
Yeah.
Well, okay, for me, no bias. FENNEL University will come in first. And one team, again, as a region, rich history, and when it comes to discipline, that's how I love my games, right? Autolus is more into macro rather than the micro, and yeah, I know, it sounds boring, but to me, that's a skill that has been unlocked by these teams, and I believe that will carry them onto the next stage.
Now, funny that both of you guys have pretty much almost one similar team, while mine, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving FLA out of the equation. For me,
well,
it's
Omo is now my good friend here.
Hey,
right. We're on the same page
hey! At least I'm having one of each of your team, which is going to be CERBERUS and also one, because we do know. Well, I do agree, CERBERUS might be looking as one of the strongest here, but I have to say one is one of the teams that take it slow, steady, and safe. It might be looking like, hey, come on, fight something, but you know, whatever it takes to win, right? Whatever it takes to win, because right now it's too much at stake. Definitely, if they lose, they are losing themselves in the play-ins. They can't advance to the playoff later. If they can't advance, there's no chance of getting the champions. We do know the champions got seeded straight away towards the group of the Icons. And also, the other 3 will actually get into the Icon play-ins again. So, I mean, like,
There's a lot of pressure on the line here, right? I mean, like you said, pressure can amount to a lot of things that will come into play as we consider the play-in stage as a whole. But the main thing is, if you play too safe, it really allows some of these teams to take advantage of you. That's my concern with one team, and that's also, to some extent, my concern about FLA as well, right?
I agree. It's about playing on the wild side, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's what our teams need right now. You know, choosing greatness over everything. Believe it or not, this 5 teams that we have has a chance to beat each other, right? This is a dog-eats-dog.
Not all 5.
Oh, okay. So you're slugging there,
but not all 5.
Okay, Omo. All right.
Keep it cool up a bit. Now, don't roast too much here, Omo. We still have a lot going on. But by the way, speaking of which, who do you think have the least? Now, that's going to be hard. Now, before that, we're going to talk about the schedule first. Now, that's going to be really tough. But speaking of the schedule here, we do have CERBERUS Esports versus EVOS Thailand first. And then we have FLA. Definitely, you guys are rooting them out. And also versus one Team Esports. Now, this one going to be really tough. The first 2 are really tough. And also EVOS versus FLA later. And CES versus one Team Esports later. So, of all these 4 series, today, which one do you think is the hardest one?
So I'm gonna let you in on a little secret here, Choo Choo.
Oh,
I think
definitely.
all of these games are gonna be very tightly contested, and you know why that is? Because SLG isn't playing today, so all
no.
4 of these teams have the chance to take
we're
games
trying to
off
avoid
each
it.
other.
Just
No, I'm just gonna double down.
That's a bit bold and straight up front. I'm hopefully, you know what? They are smash logic, right? So if they smash your logics later, you know.
Look, I spent a couple years in Australia myself. I coached some Australian teams. I'm an Aussie at heart. I'm an Aussie at heart.
Okay.
But
yeah.
nah, it's just not gonna happen, man.
But also, that doesn't give you the license to, you know.
I had to put that out there so people don't think I'm bullying.
Maybe that's the reason why SLG is having a tough time, because he was there.
I will cost this
Possibly,
curse then.
possibly.
Maybe I'm cost
Or I'm actually eager to find out what your face would be like if they get a win, right?
Now we feel like we want to vote for them.
You see, that's the
Just
thing. You guys are
because.
saying get a win, not even make it out of groups, right? That's the expectations for this team. If you get a win, that's big already. Not even getting out of groups, right? But I
Wow.
think let's not fixate too much on this team. Let's take a look at the other great teams we have here as well.
Also, we're not even looking this team, we're looking over the other great teams. Definitely, it's going to be Cerberus versus EVOS Esports first. So, when we talk about Cerberus and EVOS, what's the storyline? I do know there's some spicy stories behind it, especially EVOS. So, what are your thoughts about this order, Luis?
I know that we will talk more about Cerberus and EVOS and their rich history later. Again, these are 2 teams that are no strangers into the international scene. But looking at Cerberus Esports and their journey to get here, they're basically the 3rd seeded team in the regular season. They lost to Team Flash in the upper bracket final, but won against Saigon Phantoms, which is actually a pretty impressive win as well. Now, the question remains, is it just Team Flash that they are, struggling against? Because again, we now have a new floor here with 4 new teams trying to battle it out with them, and I feel that Cerberus will feel confident.
Exactly, and I think that's a great point as well, right? When assessing teams like Cerberus, when assessing a team like one team, it really begs the question, how good are these teams? Because they got destroyed in finals. Team Flash, amazing. Flash Wolves, fantastic. Is it because their opponents are just too strong? Or are these teams, Cerberus, one team, are they also suffering from issues within their core identity? We'll need to find out here today.
Yeah, definitely, especially Cerberus. We do know, and we do always mention it, Masters region and Vietnam region is always going to be the strongest one usually. But I do want to see a new region.
PH.
Right? So
PH. Horizon Cup 3rd place.
Suddenly. Suddenly. But hey, speaking of, now we do want to mention about EVOS next, right? So,
but before that, a little bit more about Cerberus, a fun fact.
That's so fast, but okay.
There we go, we're back up.
There we go.
Working out the kinks here.
Just a couple of things, just to put more emphasis on how they got here. Again, Cerberus Esports placed 2nd during the regular season with 11-3 score. Again, was able to beat Saigon Phantoms to get their spot in the grand finals. And again, for every regionals, at least here in the WCS, get to top 2, you get invited.
Simple as that.
So, okay, they are pretty much coming through a lot of grinding, definitely. And Cerberus, we do know when it comes to... This is my biggest question, actually. If you compare Cerberus, yes, I have to agree that Team Flash is one of the strongest, but are they really? What if there's another team that actually stronger than them? Then we can see. We'll have to see. But speaking of EVOS Esports, now this team... there's so many spicy storyline behind them, especially with the lineup that changed from the previous one. We do know they had a very high ranking back then with Lloyd, Valdos, G4, Kitsin, and Fairplay. And before this, it was a different total lineup. Do you think it impacted quite a lot when it comes to that?
Oh, definitely, especially in the current meta and where you have to rely on your side laners. I believe that Thipper is a lot more formidable as an opponent on the side lanes compared to Lloyd. But do not discount Lloyd, especially looking at his experience. G4 and Lloyd are like the greatest of all time for the Thailand region, for the League of Legends PC. And for Fair Player, I know that Miracle and Rich was, a bit more aggressive, but we will see. Because as we have heard here, Omo, there there might be a substitution happening in where G4 will be placed in the support. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to bring it up right away, right? The roster on the screen is not going to be the roster that we see playing here today. We're going to see G4 move down to the support position. And I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of a joke, okay? I saw a meme on Twitter today. You either die a carry or you live long enough to see yourself become a support. That's exactly what happened to G4. It's very natural career progression for veterans to move down to that support position where their experience will shine, where they can show their shot calling, the map movements. Not to say that G4 is washed up. I don't think that's the case at all. I think his mechanics are still fantastic. But I think this will allow him to better enable Veldus throughout the game. And I'm excited to see what their new mid player, Linia, I believe he's debuting here today as well for the main stage. We'll see what he can do against CERBERUS.
What a rookie. Right?
Wow.
Debuting on an international stage.
Yeah. Anything, what it is, whatever happens just now, it's going to be Omu to blame. But also, just now we saw the stats looking about the achievement previously. So some teams, especially when we mentioned about all the teams, right? Some teams have a lot of experience. Some have none. Some we haven't seen even before. We have so many fresh looks looking these days. And also, maybe some of them are quite an old lineup, but having a couple of roster swap and maybe even during the game they might swap over for roster. Speaking of EVOS, they finished third during the regular season. So, and also they lost the upper bracket semi-final final against Invade Esports. So
yeah, but the best part about EVOS is that they were able to redeem themselves against the same team. Against Invade Esports, they were able to win the lower bracket finals, advancing themselves to the grand finals, and eventually here in the play-ins.
And that's the point we will always be making about a team like EVOS, right? You can never really count them out because, like you said, the veteran experience, especially of their mid and top laner, just too good, right? Well, I say mid laner, but he's the support now, I guess. G4 and Lloyd, right? Throughout the season, they lost twice to Invade Esports in the regular season and then in the upper bracket yet again. But when it counts, when everything's on the line, they prove true. They make it to the grand finals against BRU. Wasn't even close, right? They stomped them in the lower bracket finals. And here they are today. We can never really count out a team like EVOS Esports because of the experience that they have, because of the caliber of the players that they have, frankly. We'll see if it matters against CERBERUS, though. I think CERBERUS is just far too good.
Really? You're going to have to wait and see because they were fighting against, their grand final fighting against a team that in a very different region. So maybe there's a difference of region playstyle. They kind of have to adapt to it. That's one thing we have to put in mind. But hey, we have also FENNEL Adversity. Peanut Pride all the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
Adversity.
But hey, I feel like FENNEL Adversity, right? It feels like a Cinderella story, but the stepsisters version.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but because they were always up there first.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try to ride on your analogy and going on the fairy tale route because basically FENNEL Adversity, again, going back to last year, their story is all about progression, right?
Yeah.
They have been improving over and over again, and come play-ins time, they fell short, right? They were not able to perform well to their expectations, and what they did is to add 3 new players. They have 2 Baron laners and 1 mid laner. And similar to EVOS, we've been hearing some changes along the way here, Omo. And it does appear that Horizon, the ones that you're seeing in the Baron lane, is going to try his hand in the support. Insider info tells me it's all about Danny. Basically, FENNEL Adversity is Danny's team, and I'm waiting for him to pop off.
I love that point. I love that point. So, Autolus, who's coming in to play Baron lane then?
It will become.
You were telling me earlier on, this change-up enables a couple of things, right? Lets them be aggressive, lets them set up Danny for success. And I think that's going to be very big here because we were talking about this a lot. Marksman meta might be coming back. And if that's the case, then, well, Danny might be one of the players who could be the keys to success, who could hold the keys to success here for FENNEL Adversity.
I tell you, he's the best Dragon laner there is in the Philippines. He has proven time and time again in almost every international competition that you cannot scoff at his skills. And that's the thing about Danny, right? It's about him delivering us to the promised land.
That's fantastic, because guess who else is playing here in the play-in stage? We have Genza, who is the best Dragon laner in Vietnam. We have Yuma on one team, who might be one of the new up-and-coming talents in the Dragon lane position in the Masters region as well. A lot of things for us to look out for, and it seems like bottom lane, Dragon lane, that might be one of the keys here.
So, basically the side lanes are really important these days when in regards of the current meta. But hey, also fun facts about FENNEL Adversity from the Philippines region. They finished the regular season on second. Definitely, this is really devastating for me. Upset. The last minute for which gonna be the grand final, the last one, they lost to RRQ. It was just really unfortunate for me.
Yeah, well, again, the thing here, if you look at it, second place at 9 and 5, and the third and fourth or fifth place was at 8 and 7 or 8 and 6, and that's how close the Philippines region as a whole was. Eventually, it was the number 5 team RRQ that was able to beat them in the grand finals, but I still remain confident. Again, regarding the changes that they did on their roster, it allowed them multiple compositions to play. And now that they're going back to the marksman, now that we're going back to the marksman meta, Danny is so ready.
And to run with that analogy a little bit, if you think back to the story of Cinderella, you would remember there's more than one stepsister, I believe. UDG as well. They were a dominant powerhouse in Philippines one day. And at the end of the day, RRQ, they blazed through both of these teams to make it as the #1 seed here. Still, though, I think the FENNEL Adversity have a lot to offer on the international stage, and I would think it would be remiss to count them out. That's why I think that they are one of the teams that will make it to the main stage.
That's why they are in the play-ins right now, to redeem back the loss and making sure they might actually take the champions away. But hey, speaking of just now, we do know one more team. You mentioned about the side lanes, the dragon lanes, the strong ones these days. One team having one of them. So, speaking of one team, this is the slow and steady team. For me, this is a team that whatever it takes to actually win it, they just have the perseverance, the patience. But when it comes to mid-game power spike, they are there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one esports for you. It's not just one team, but also FENNEL Adversity. Many times, you know, people, especially the viewers, would question people that are not going into fights, but it actually takes a lot of skills to choose.
Okay.
It takes a lot of skills to choose your fights wisely, right? Knowing your power spikes, and that's one team for you. They know, even that they draft, you know, something aggressive, even if they draft Olaf, you would still see them choose their fights wisely. Is there any objective to fight for? The answer is no, we're not going to fight. That's one team for you, and I believe Cianio is still the leader of this pack.
Yeah, I think he's definitely one of the best players we need to be looking out for in his position here. But I think when you look at one team and you look at their passiveness, you look at their, like you said, right, patience to wait for objectives to fight for. I would say there's two sides to that coin, right? One side is, of course, you're patient, you pick your fights very well. The other is you don't get to choose your fights. Your opponent forces you to fight them anytime they want to, right? There's a dragon, we know you have to come fight us. We set up first, you're forced to walk into us. And that was the exact story of their grand finals against Flash Wolves. That's exactly why I think one team are going to struggle against some of the faster paced teams, because if you take a step back, teams like CERBERUS, they can just run all over you.
But I just want to compare for a bit, right? If you compare like how Ninja 7 used to play as ADC, and right now he's being pushed down to support because Yumao adding in, is that sort of a better dynamic if you compare with the last one?
I have an issue with that personally. I think Ninja 7, I loved him in the Dragon Lane. I always sang his praises. But I think him moving down to support, it's one of the causes of their main issues right now. Indecisiveness, lack of someone to pull the trigger, lack of a clear engager. That's his role. It's him and Cianio. Cianio's always playing a carry. He's new to the support position. He's a little bit lost, out of sorts sometimes. I think that's exactly the root of the problem for one team.
Yeah, and for me, it's about, you know, the growing pains of having to transition from one lane to another. But if there's one champion that I really would love to see the supports on, it's the Rakan. Rakan has been, you know, a very big playmaker, not just for one team, but for every single team that we have here in the play-ins. And again, for one team, we have to look out for Yumao. Yumao has been so good on Ziggs. Will he still stick to the Ziggs, or will he now play the...
Just don't play cocky. Just don't play cocky. That's all I ask.
That's the thing. Mostly they be playing Corki and
exactly.
just... you know.
Corki is the only region that first picks cocky, which is why I'm also so down on them.
But that's true. Just to give you guys a brief history as to how one team was able to get here. They finished second during the regular season. They won against QWQ in the lower bracket finals, and that was the thing that happened in order for them to set up another date with Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves has always been defeating one team. The same question prevails, right? Is it just against Flash Wolves that they're struggling, or is it, going to be the thing here in the play-ins?
And it's even more extreme for the Masters region than it is for the Vietnam region, because Masters, I'll be frank here, it's a 2-team region. You look past Flash Wolves, you look past
Top
one team.
heavy.
Who's next, really? It's really a 2-horse race. The rest of the teams just don't stack up, whereas in Vietnam, at least the other teams are competitive. You see Cerberus take down Saigon Phantoms, you can say, yeah, that's a decent opponent. That's a win, which means something. One team, who did they take down to get here? They took down QWQ. What does that mean to you? Absolutely nothing, I'm going to be frank. So I feel like we really need to see what kind of performance one team can deliver on an international stage before we judge them.
But, do you want to change your my advanced 2 teams later in playoffs?
No.
It's like, oh, my prediction might be right later on. But hey, when we talk about prediction, this is where I want to ask you another. You know what? Sometimes some of us don't like the prediction. We might jinx the team.
Nope.
We're
All
okay
in,
with
let's go.
But hey, speaking of first series of today, which is going to be CERBERUS Esports versus EVOS Esports Thailand. So who do you think will take away, and how much score and why?
Well, I believe the prediction score will be revealed later. I just know that, all throughout this game, we have to focus on their star players. For EVOS, we know that they have veterans, but it is still the Valda show. Almost every single time, their jungler will be like... I know, it's, he will have like 5k gold lead ahead of his opponent, or even Lloyd. Lloyd sacrifices a lot of his resources for Valdez.
Yeah, I think going into the finals, especially against BRU, we saw Lloyd take on a more carry-oriented role against a player like Noel. It's no easy task at all. A lot of expectations are on the line here for Lloyd, but I think at the end of the day, like you guys said, it's the Valda show. What I'm interested to see is how G4 will function in the support position.
Whoa, yeah.
Will he set up Valdas for success? That's the big question on my mind. Because when we were discussing EVOS earlier, we said, what's their win condition? It has to be mid-jungle pop-off. Maybe that's still possible. Maybe if Lina comes in, he's a goddamn star. Maybe that happens as well. If not, it really comes to, can Valdas be enabled by G4? Can the two of them, jungle support, lead the charge here?
So basically, you are comparing both team jungles and support when it comes to controlling the entirety of the tempo of the game itself, how they set actually the tone. So we don't have too much into mid lane this time. Well, based on the current meta as well, mostly it will be depends on the Herald. It will depends on the side lane, especially the dual lanes. We do know support these days plays so much role when it comes to controlling the game and also making sure the early push is not possible by the enemy team, right? But the thing is, you guys are still not saying your prediction because you're waiting for it to just pop it because you don't want to jinx your team. I get it, but just say it out loud.
No jinx possible here. It's going to be very clear. It's going to be a Cerberus 2-0, and there's no jinx possible. I don't think it's going to be close.
Same.
So there we go. We're on the same page here, aren't we?
Yeah. It's because
he's leaving me hanging, so we're not anymore, I guess.
It's more of, after hearing the swaps that is happening again, if you swap at the wrong time of the tournament, it turns, it will turn out bad most of the time. It takes a lot of veteran presence, which EVOS has, to really fast track the adjustments. But for me, Cerberus, at least their composition is very well balanced when it comes to drafting, and Mess is also very aggressive. So it's not going to be a free jungle for Valdez to roam.
I have to disagree about certain, especially Mavs. It depends on his mood, if it's messy or not, that's it. But hey, speaking of the head-to-head, just now we saw how the supports. If you actually have to choose between the two supports, which one do you actually prefer between these two teams?
We have a new support.
Yeah, we have a new support. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a bit of a graphic going on behind me right now. We picked the head-to-head between supports. One of the big reasons for that was we said, let's not talk about G4, okay? We have the whole tournament to talk about G4. We'll wait till we get there.
Okay.
Guess what? We have to talk about G4 anyway. We can't escape it. Well, I think it's going to be a very big part of the bottom lane matchup, right? We talk about Cerberus' support. We talk about how he's insane. You raised a great point. He was perma-banned, target banned throughout the entire finals.
Definitely. It was, I believe, the most banned champions against Cerberus was Thresh, Lulu, and Karma. All supports.
Rakan as well.
Rakan.
Yeah.
Leprechaun.
So Fly is definitely flying above the radar and will make plays.
Can I just make a real quick joke here before we go to predictions?
ahead.
Yeah, go
Do you guys
ahead.
remember that old song, Fly Like a G6, like a
Yeah,
G6?
yeah.
Well,
We have a
now
G4.
we've got Fly Like a
Like a
G4. Let's
G4.
see who's going to
Fly
make it.
against the G4, okay.
But the thing is, I do want to know, since G4 is not playing mid, so
Yes.
the one actually going to play mid is...
Linear.
Okay, it's the debut for Linear then. Can they actually execute there? But hey, you guys want to change your prediction
No,
again?
2-0.
I have Cerberus
Especially
2-0.
after EVOS changed the
Yeah,
sort of
well-
rule? Maybe.
It will bring more harm than good, to be honest.
That's a bit blunt. Now,
2-0. I mean,
not too subtle, innit?
changing ahead of, a very big competition like such as this, it will not go unpunished. I tell you that.
Okay, we're gonna have to see who will go unpunished or not, since also there's a bit of a blunder last minute changes when it comes to the role swap in the last minute. But here comes our predictions. Any last thoughts, guys, when it comes to the first match today?
Clear 2-0.
Let's
get to it.
It's just, are they doing the right thing, changing at the last minute? We have no clue. But hey, also, let's just also predict a bit when it comes to the second series here. We do know Pinoy Pride all the way for FLA, One Team Esports. I'm one person all the way with One Team Esports. But hey, who do you think take the, maybe it's a 1-1, maybe it's a 2-0, but who and why?
It will be FENNEL University, clean 2-0. I know that they did
Clean?
changes.
Oh, wow.
I know that they did changes, but for me, no bias.
Not biased at all. Definitely clean one. Yeah.
If I vote against them, I mean my countrymen will, will
fly
not let
home,
me
stay
home.
here.
Let me go home.
Well, it's a bit of a tough one for me. We were talking about this a bit yesterday. I was conflicted as to whether it would be a 2-0 for FLA or if it would be a tied matchup 1-1. I think after we see the changes, we'll need a bit more time to determine the true caliber of this new FLA roster. I think it's going to be a 1-1. I think we're going to see a tie between these two teams to start things off.
Okay.
Why do you think it's a tie?
I think one team just have solid fundamentals, and if FLA, they're still feeling out the waters, they're still testing out their new roster, especially barreling to support. That's not an easy swap to make. I think that gives one team the potential to snatch a game, maybe the first game.
So your final prediction is going to be 1-1 for Omu. FENNEL University versus One Team Esports.
That's right.
And yours will be
A clean 2-0.
very clean.
For one team, right?
No! Do you
I
want
don't want
me-
to get you in
do
trouble.
you want
I'm
me to
sorry.
swim over to Philippines? Right, this is going to be a clean 2-0, and then afterwards, I'm going to welcome you to the hype train of FENNEL University. Why not?
But hey, this time, I'm going for FENNEL University.
Okay.
Let's go.
Mabuhay, Mangadampo, all the way.
There you go.
I'm
You
gonna
said
go.
one team are going to make it out.
But I want to see FENNEL University winning first. So, hey, we're going to go for this one, FENNEL University for both of us. We're going to be a Pinot Pride all the way.
All right, then. We'll have a bit of a gap going on.
He's not our friend anymore. He's not our friend anymore.
I know Twitch chat is over there as well, so it's like a 3-on-1 right now.
But hey, speaking of our matchup between CERBERUS and also EVOS Esports at first, but we have to wait for a bit because we have a little bit of sneak peek for you guys to see what's coming up. And right now, we're gonna talk about our predictions of the draft between EVOS Thailand, EVOS Esports Thailand versus CERBERUS Esports. Between these two, I think definitely Gragas, Galio, and also Olaf is gonna be one of the famous every region there is.
Yeah.
But hey,
there's a
you
lot for us to consider going to the draft here. I think one of the big things as well is regional differences in their read on the meta. But one thing I want to talk to you about a little bit, Autolus, is how these two teams got here, right? They've both had an amazing international debut in summer. Things started to slip up a bit for them. And now they're back. This is a bit of a redemption arc.
Again, EVOS has been the crowned champion, the strongest team during the Summer Super Cup. Meanwhile, CERBERUS Esports not too far behind at third. But Comfall split, EVOS was at 5th, 6th. Meanwhile, CERBERUS was not even able to play a thing. Now, heading over to the draft, we are seeing that EVOS did their homework and went to ban Lulu and Thresh.
Yeah, so the support ban sparked a bit of an interest. And then I look at the roster. I'm not sure if we're getting bamboozled or if the roster is actually not changed and EVOS is sticking with what works.
You're still letting G4 for playing mid. I think they hurt you guys just now since Cerberus is quite strong, so definitely they don't want to try something experimental.
This is an interesting first pick, though. For me, a Senna?
Okay, so I'm getting what's on your screen right now is wrong. So it's going to be indeed G4 playing support still, and Linia is playing mid lane. And that is exactly why I wanted to raise the support bans as well. I play autofill support sometimes, and when I'm playing autofill support, I'll always say, ban trash, because I don't want to deal with it. This champion can dominate the lane, dominate the game. So G4, he's a new support player. I mean, he's played League of Legends for like, what, 30 years at this point. So it's understandable for him to want to get rid of a champion which can just take over the game. Senna pickup for Quetzalcoatl, I like that. It's something that's been a staple for EVOS, always works for them.
It's a very balanced champion for me because it allows them to scale well into the late game while still be able to, you know, to crowd control their opponents to the ground. But looking at the picks here by Cerberus Esports, we have our first taste of a Riku special. The Karma.
Yeah, we have a Karma Fennel on the Katsa side as well. And we do want to mention about Gragas being separated from Senna. Definitely, is it a force sort of draft they're taking, or they really want to use Gragas?
I think it's just very clear that Cerberus, they have a very easy time just snatching up power picks. We normally say it's true for blue side to just snatch up power picks. It's very easy.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a Senna Nessus bot lane. Nothing really special here. I expected something like a Galio that's been a staple pick for G4. He's played that pick for years, even on PC. But Nasus is going to give him a bit more potential to really just take over the game if he gets the farm. And it's going to be, what is this? This is going to be a cocky mid here on Linia's debut.
Yeah, it seems like you guys mentioned you don't want Corki, but they're giving it straight in your face. Hey, let's go Corki all the way.
Right, Renekton being picked up here by Cerberus. Still a very stable power pick in the Baron lane. I'm trying to look for other Baron laners that still hasn't picked here. We see that there are bad. Well, it was bad firsthand, right? Jace, Camille, and Seth has been bad. And now Garen is being targeted because then again, EVOS, Lloyd has been known to play the Garen sometime in the playoffs.
What's curious to me, though, is this Jace ban and this Camille ban. I understand that Camille is a flex pick. They don't want Veldus to get it. Jace, it's a flex pick. Maybe Linia has cracked at it. I don't know. But the fact is, if you're banning these champions away, especially the set as well, you're targeting a lot of Lloyd's champion pool. That raises question marks for me because he should be one of the weaker spots on the EVOS roster. Are you just trying to shut him out? Are you trying to give him a hard time here? Because the Garen ban certainly indicates that.
Well, we do know definitely Darius being nerfed these days, so I don't think that's going to be used quite a lot. But on the side of, you know, a lot of players kind of use a lot of Lucian these days if they're finding it. So
that's good.
Zincho
I
is
think
actually
this is
pretty
one
good.
of the best picks in the current meta.
I have to
think
agree.
He's extremely underrated. I think the Zin just gives you so much power in skirmishing. And what this does so well here for the side of CES, it negates the power of Veldus. No matter how cracked you are mechanically, you run into the Zin, he's going to point and click you. He's going to do the same things.
Yeah, and also, not to mention, you know, once you pop that ultimate, you basically have a free wind wall, right? So those folks that are coming in from the double marksman composition that EVOS right now basically was negated by this Xin Zhao pick. But I got scared for a bit because I thought it was an opening for Cerberus Esports to already bring out the Jax, but they turned out, you know, it turns out they were the ones who banned it.
Well, I did mention about Lucian. He always be picked these days. Either you put in a dual lane or even in Baron lane, it's kind of okay for them.
Real quick, I need to break down this draft. I need to tell you guys what you need to look out for. Okay, the Senna Nasus, it's going to be a big scaling bottom lane matchup, right? But what's super interesting to me is this jungle matchup. A lot of potential to pop off on either side. I like the mobility that Lee has over the Xin. Can escape the fights he doesn't want to take. But Xin, is this going to be a Xin Karma? What's the flex is going to look like? Yeah, I do think it should be a Lucian mid because that's devastating against a Cocky. You get the mid prio, and then I think you might have some trouble for Lloyd because that top lane matchup, it gets extremely difficult. A stack and dive extremely possible here on the side of CES.
I agree, and this is going to be very interesting because Lloyd is on a highly mechanical champion in that Riven. Again, you have to know that combo just to make sure that you maximize your damage output. Valdez being put on Reason, I expected him to be on the Riven, to be honest with you. Some something, you know, something that EVOS identity is about. And Cerberus is now mixing it up. Lucian in the mid lane, and now we have a double AP in the bot lane that's all about pokes.
Really, really good. I love that because you know what your opponent bot lane wants to do, and there's two answers to Senna lanes, right? You either stack them, dive them, or you outpoke them. This bot lane allows you to do that. You don't get the AFK farming mid matchup between Karma and Cocky. You get the Lucian, which can dominate the lane. You dominate the lane. If your top laner wins trades, you know what they're gonna do. Xin, Renekton, Lucian, all three of them, they're gonna run up there, they're gonna kill Lloyd over and over. He has to play this game out so well.
Let's throw it to the Riv itself for a fanatic of Karma, which definitely in the game. Riku and also Brandon the Scientist. Take it away, guys.
Welcome into Game 1 of the WCS Finals play-ins. Like I mentioned, I'm Grant. I got Tiny Riku here with me. We're taking a look at the first match. What better way to start it off than with EVOS, Esports, and Cerberus?
I know, and I'm seeing a Karma at the moment, like what the panelists mentioned. I love this Cerberus draft. You know why? You know why? Hello?
It is Tiny Riku.
When I sit down, I'm just a tad tinier. Just a tad. When we sit down.
Do your feet touch the floor?
Yes! Thank you very much for asking. Hello, this is a very nice seat. Thank you.
All right, works for me. Well, we've had a lot talked about in the panel. You know, they've discussed a couple of ideas, and now we go into game. We actually do see GeForce coming in with the Nasus again, and this is something that we've seen a lot of at the start of Wild Rift Esports, the Senna Nasus bot lane. Haven't seen so much of it recently, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The most common bot lanes that we've seen paired with the Senna is the Galio, is the Zed, is the Gragas, because it enables you to be aggressive in the 2v2 early game. But because of this is more scaling, just as Omo has mentioned. And usually, Senna lanes just win every single time. But because this is a different configuration with a double AP, Karma, and Gragas, actually, when we look the entirety of the draft, it's so big level 3 spikes. Everything just works so well with skirmish, with team fights. So I'm excited to see them fight.
And they love to.
Yeah.
And they love to fight. I mean, they'll never say no to it. We'll have to see how they actually get into the first couple of fights that they want to go for. I think what we're seeing right now is they're training on opposite sides, pretty much aligned with how it's gone so far. I think we will see a bit of a difference made because of the changes with the river and especially with the Skull Crab, so the amount of EXP it gives. I think it does reduce a little bit of the priority there, but probably still not that much either way.
Yeah, I don't think it might affect them too much, especially both of these teams that the compositions they would love to fight. If there's an opportunity to fight, they're going to jump right in. And I think the biggest difference from what we usually see, especially EVOS' composition, is that I don't see a very clear engage for their side. Like, okay, Valdis with a kick. Okay, you've got Cat Satan here with a root. Sure, but it's not the traditional Rakan set, Galio team fight sort of composition where you get that heavy AoE engage. So I'm looking forward how EVOS can do and execute that. For Cerberus, in the meantime, yeah, you got the body slam. Yeah, you can dash in. You have a lot of movement speed with the Karma, just enabling a lot of things. But with the Transcendent Embrace, I think that covers a lot of the AoE that CS will require, especially in Dragon fights.
I mean, that's what they're hoping for with Lloyd, right? They want that Riven to come in as that team fighting carry. They want to have that AoE CC there, but then that kind of restricts what Lloyd gets to do. He doesn't get to go off in the side lane. He's going to have to consistently watch where his team's moving. You could make the argument that maybe the package helps him a little bit here, but then you just get a case where if Lina jumps in, dies, then you get this whole like, oh, why did they sub him in? You know, why have him play mid at all? So it's such a high risk kind of situation, not just in game, but also, you know, for a lot of the narrative moving forward for EVOS Esports.
Yeah, that's why I think, you know, Lloyd should definitely be careful here because there's a lot of answer. There's a lot of, what do you call this? There's the explosive cask that would send you into danger. So I will assume EVOS would want to bait those out first before actually confidently going in.
I think it's something to make a move down to the bot side. Maybe want to go for a dive here. G4 does have his ult. Cat's in too, so I think it's a little risky. I think CS is going to back off.
It's so difficult, right? That's the reason why Senna plus a tank was so popular, was because it was so safe. You have to invest so many resources to actually dive. And that's the reason why we didn't get to see Cerberus actually commit to that.
And I have to say, you know, it kind of feels like a situation where because they weren't willing to take that fight against Fly, they wanted to give G4 an easier time. And Culling's used in the mid lane, going to find first blood against Lina. Solo kill against the new player from EVOS on his debut.
That was a 1v1.
That was a 1v1.
That was a 1v1. Level 5, actually level 7 actually with that kill. I bet Linia didn't expect that because when you look at it on paper, both of these 1v1s rather in the mid lane, but hold that thought.
I think they're still trying to find something here, but it's going to be difficult. I mean, Karma has the root. It's going to be difficult to chase. Riku, Lina used both summoner spells.
Yeah.
Exhaust and Flash, and still BMM took him down.
Yeah. BMM was so confident. He carried Ignite. He brought the fire. That was Omo predicting the fire coming in, eliminated Linia, and that was her first blood. That was very, very spicy. And I feel like Linia can never be safe. He didn't even need Mess to get that kill.
EVOS do recover quite well though. They're going to go over to the Rift Tower first. They have the package, so it's quite difficult for CS to try and contest this. Dragon is available, it's the Ocean, if they want to try and pick that one up, trade something on the other end of the map.
It's really nicely done by EVOS. They tried to avoid a fight, so now that they've gotten that Rift Herald, that means they can try to rotate, but looking at the movements, never mind. Valdez is instead going to get those turret plates, going to get that First Blood Tower, more gold infusion in their pockets, and that's totally fine, because when we look at both of these, of EVOS' compositions rather, yes, they've got the scaling. They've got better scaling than CERBERUS Esports, so they're fine not taking fights for now.
This is interesting. They did get the charge on the top side turret, but it isn't down yet. So I think Lloyd and Valdez are looking for a dive here. It's about how well they can get Valdez the additional gold. So he was there alone in the top side. Now look at his gold count. Looking pretty well placed. A bit more damage out there. Karma not going to be able to finish them off.
Yeah, there's a little bit of delay trying to get that First Blood Tower down. I don't think CERBERUS can try a trade whatsoever. I felt like they wanted to attempt some sort of kill in the 2v2 in the mid lane, but we talked about this before. Sen and Nass is incredibly safe. It's so hard to kill them and shut them down.
I think with Genza Fly, they are going to find a lot of damage coming through in like the mid game. But as it is right now, still lacking a little bit of that. They were close to the kill, but not really there as well.
Yeah, Genza will definitely need the Nasus. Not the Nasus, rather, but the Rabadon's Death Cap. And Karma, you don't pick Karma to kill. You pick Karma to enable every single pick in your composition. But look at that. Hullbreaker Corki. I've never seen that before. I've seen Hullbreaker Akshan. I've seen Hullbreaker Jace, but never the Corki. So this Corki is going to be split pushing in the side lanes, which is something that I've never seen before. Yes, you've got a lot of wave clear. You have a lot of safety with the Valkyrie. You've got, you know, that safety. So I feel like it is doable, but because CERBERUS doesn't have that big hold that we keep talking about. So I don't think Linia can be punished.
I think if BMM wants to try and go for it too, if BMM is going to be the one that have to stick against the Corki, I think it is a decaying buff, so you could technically pull in with the package and join into the fight a little later and still have a lot of the extra stats. I guess there is some value there either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally going to be off in the side lane. I guess they don't feel like Taco has enough kill potential against the Corki alone.
Yeah, I suppose so. My biggest worry is that this is a first item Hullbreaker. That means they're not going to be joining fights. That means they want to maximize this item as much as they can, open up these towers.
Very nice.
So, but I've seen it before where it goes to waste because what EVOS wanted to do was skirmish and fight as 5v5. I don't think Cat Satan can supplement the damage if it's going to be a 4v4. I don't think Lloyd is in a position to fight 4v4 either. None of them are.
For a matchup that you guys were telling me there's going to be bloodthirst, is going to be heavy on kills, I'm looking at 1 kill in 7 minutes.
It's the picks, Grandin. It's because of the picks. No Rakan, no Gallium.
All right, while they're looking for a dive up top side, finishes off Mess, and now the engage continues. G4 flashes in, chases after BMM. The shield out from Genza, but it's a 1 kill trade back, the first in the board for EVOS.
That's how you summon a fight, Grandin. You say, where's the fight? They give it to you.
They get Lloyd to do it.
Yeah, they got the dive. Mess was like the sacrificial lamb, but that's 1-1 so far on the board. And this is what we keep looking for, right? But that is the worry. Like, is the damage enough? Skirmish is going to be the key. Definitely not 4v4 because EVOS is going to be lacking damage, but it's the complete opposite for CERBERUS. They have a lot of damage on their side, a lot of early to mid-game damage. So if CERBERUS sees that EVOS wants to fight, they have to commit. They know that they should win, especially if they go first.
Okay, second objective is about to spawn again. It's a Rift Tower coming up pretty soon. Another 40 seconds on the Dragon. Last time around was a bit of a wash. EVOS picked it up for free. They managed to use that up in the top side, got themselves first turret. Now a fight starting to break out as he tried to establish control around the objectives. Very nice knockback, flash over the wall into Taku, and thank you very much for the kill.
Yeah, that's a beautiful cask there by Fly. Really nicely done just to hold Valdez down. And this is what CERBERUS expected. I mean, it was supposed to be a 4v5 situation because Linia was busy split pushing at the top portion of the map. So CERBERUS, they're going to welcome that sort of move. And look at the itemization. No one is taking Linia on that 1v1 in the side lanes. Look, it's going to be the Black Cleaver pickup coming from BMM. They know they're going to hold on out. This is fine.
I love this. Fly's hovering nearby and trying to prevent them from grabbing the Dragon for free. So gives his team some time to make their way over to the Dragon. They're going to use the Rift Tower on mid, trying to open up some space so they can move over as well.
left to see if the Rift Herald will allow to give them that space. Not enough though. I mean, a lot of the Cerberus composition are very short range, so they can't reach down towards the tower. They're going to be in danger in range of any sort of engage.
I don't think that matters. Now if EVOS go face first into the opposition,
5v5.
doesn't matter how short range they are. They can just go for that 5 Veldas, a little bit too trigger happy. Looks for the kick first. They're going to back off. They have to use the package now, try and draw a bit of distance between themselves as well as Cerberus. Now looking for a culling. The entry into the fight, pushing G4 into the back of the pit. He doesn't have anywhere to go. Doesn't even have to flash. He can finish off this kill. Taku pops the ultimate, gets exhausted. Lloyd looking for the engage, jumps in, gets the knock up. A big pull out from the Karma, but still tons of damage back in from EVOS. They managed to find the Dragon. Cerberus collects that for themselves, but corral EVOS into the pit. The return from Veldas as he tries to dash in with a resonating strike, but still locked into place, and Cerberus with the 4K.
Beautiful fight from Cerberus. I felt bad for G4 being stuck in the Dragon's pit, getting autoed by the Infernal Drake, getting autoed by the rest of Cerberus, and he had nowhere to go. You mentioned that. And that's the thing. That is the issue when we talked about the Hullbreaker first item. You have no stats in the 5v5 team fights. Your first item was meant to split push, and that is what was lacking, right? That was the issue that we kept talking about, and Cerberus was very confident, like, fight, yeah, we can do this, we have enough damage, this is our composition. The Corki doesn't have, you know, the usual item pickups, like the Muramana perhaps trying to scale in. So this first item pickup, or the Black Cleaver rather. So now, look at this from Linya, picking up the Black Cleaver as a response from, okay, you know what, I'm gonna join the fights anyway.
Just tons of... We're trying to get to that point, right?
Yeah.
Linya's trying to catch up, but BMM has such a big lead over Linya. Like, that's a 4,000 gold lead.
It's a lot.
Right, it's a full item completed. He wants the Black Cleaver. BMM already has it. Plus, getting close to his next item too. It just feels like a situation now where even if Linya wants to join in, the Hullbreaker is just sent so far behind that there's not going to be that space. There's not going to be that opportunity to try and close up the distance anyway. And you constantly have to worry about this. I mean, they're short range, but they knock you back into their team.
Yeah, if the rest of EVOS is pretty spread out, like what Cat Satan and G4 was trying to do, they wanted to create space along the map because they can't do anything about this siege coming from Cerberus.
Isolated again, they're actually going to pull some of them to the top side. The rest of EVOS now making their way over. It will make things a little bit closer. Taku leads initial engage. They find the first turret. Huge pull out from Shinza. And now they dive in, charge through the front lines of EVOS. Esports shred them down. They manage to respond with Veldas, but it's still Linya and Cat sitting down.
Yeah, EVOS wanted to run for the hills. They don't have disengage. So Cerberus, I love that body slam coming from Fly. I think it was a triple body slam, prevented the retreat. And then EVOS, more death timers on their side.
Oh, that's nice. A double kill for Taku. He gets his recognition.
That's
Top Baron laners don't get enough recognition. They always play stuff like Renekton and stuff. All the big playmakers like BMM.
That's true.
Taku gets his recognition.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, usually you get to see Baron laners getting shut down, being tower dove time and time again. Get to see him shine this time around.
Which was actually something interesting, because something they mentioned earlier was they want to see Lloyd come into play. I'll let you take this one first, though.
This is just Cerberus knowing that they'll win a fight whenever that they engage on that. They know that the Corki is lacking that one item pickup for that big 5v5. We're fine. Either way, BMM is in the lead. And steamroll over that fight.
So we saw EVOS have Lloyd step up against Noel in their finals game, whereas previously he's been playing a bunch of tanks. Now into this series against Cerberus Esports, he's gone for the Riven again. He's done quite well for himself, 2-0-1. But even then, it just seems like mid lane has opened up too big of a gap. They can't plug it, and it's now looking like Cerberus are very content with every fight they can find.
It's so hard to reach everyone from Cerberus. Then again, I mean, Cerberus just wants to go at you, to go all in. But if you're going in first, the movements coming from Genza is just so difficult to try and catch up. So by the time you dash in, do all your combos, you're probably going to get punished anyways.
No answer out from EVOS Esports yet. They just keep scoring waves in Cerberus Esports. Try and chip away at the inhibitors if they can. Good wave clear still from EVOS.
Yeah, they have a way to slow things down at least. But looking at BMM now having the Solari charge play, that's a lot of crit, that's a lot of damage being poured in. And with Genza being there to enable him, to put the shields, to put the movement speed, to give as much utility as he can for him to survive, Cerberus, they're all set. But, you know, Cat Satan and G4, we're looking at the scaling that we keep talking about. It's difficult with this kind of lead, this snowball lead that we're seeing right now. Oh my god.
Still sit away. Just takes the blue buff. That's feels bad. A little feels bad for EVOS.
Yeah.
And I initially thought that Fly was going to play for AP, especially because they were playing for the Karma bot side, but instead he's still gone for a tankier Gragas build, which just offers them so much more survivability. Whenever he engages the fights, leads the way for his team. Cerberus just have no way to die in these fights.
Yeah, exactly right. We talked about how there's no traditional, like, the Galio or the Rakan. But, you know, the Gragas works, even though there's a little bit of that disengage. The Gragas works with the body slam, and if you use the explosive cast aggressively, and he's that big setter, and the rest catches for the rest of Cerberus.
Looking good for the panel. They've decided that Cerberus mechanically are just a tier above everybody else. It's looking that way.
It looks bad for me, though, Grandin.
It looks bad for you? What'd you vote?
I voted 2-0 EVOS.
It's okay. I voted 1-1 draw.
It's still not over. You could be wrong, but I know, right? At least for the current game state, I know I'm already wrong.
No, it's fine because I can be wrong on this match
That's
as
true.
well as the next match. You know, they catch up a little bit. Well, we see now the Baron is up, but the Elder Drake isn't, so it's going to be a little difficult for EVOS to try and step forward. At any point, if they overextend on the other side of the map, Baron could go down to Cerberus Esports, so we just see them go in a bit of a stalemate.
Oh, wow.
G4 will get caught, though, and this could open things up for Cerberus.
That was tough. That was a beautiful cast coming from Fly once more. And this gives space for them to get Baron to accelerate the end of the base of EVOS right now.
30 seconds left on the death timer for G4. I'm not sure if this means anything for EVOS. If they want to still fight for this, if they want to try and contest this. Instead, Cerberus Esports being a little bit cheeky, waiting by the brush.
Yeah, waiting for somebody to face check there. And I mean, looking so far, G4
Never
not
go, they
buying
got
any
the sweeper.
teleport.
Off by the side, very nice Valkyrie. Lina dodges away from the flash body slam from Fly.
Yeah, beautiful reflexes there. Just trying to make sure that no death timers again. But 10 seconds on the clock. We'll see if there's going to be a teleport buy coming from G4, but looks like that's going to be a no.
I mean, he kind of has to at this point, right? He has to make that buy. Lloyd is going to catch out, Fly by the side, try and buy a little bit of time. Veldus gets a kick back on the Grags, but still very tanky, difficult to finish off. Lloyd tries to jump in, execute off Fly. They finally manage to take down the Gragas off in the back. They go for the Baron. It goes over the EVOS Esports, and Cerberus now in a difficult spot. They still have to execute onto Lina, chasing after the Corki, but he picks up the heal in time.
Oh my gosh.
Lloyd doing so much work, jumping around. G4, he's come back in, and that's an ace on Cerberus Esports.
Oh boy, what a turnaround from EVOS. I cursed him. I cursed Cerberus. I called it too soon. But I mean, this is really looking good coming from EVOS' side. I mean, Cerberus just wanted to finish the Baron. But in the end, EVOS used that Baron distraction and was able to clean slate, focus down targets. I mean, I said they might have lacked damage, but at the same time, if you focus on more targets, so their target prioritization was stellar in that fight.
Lloyd's going to make his way up to the top side. They're going to find
15 seconds.
2 lanes worth of turrets. I think that's, what, 3 turrets, 4 turrets total?
Uh-huh.
Maybe. That might be 3 turrets. If they manage to finish this one off, that's an inhibitor. It opens up some space for them, and this is going to be quite critical because on the other side, it's the Elder Dragon coming up.
Yeah, that's going to be that natural lane pressure just to give space for EVOS on that Elder Drake, just as you mentioned. And this is going to be incredibly critical. I mean, even though Cerberus has 3 stacks of dragons, as EVOS managed to get that, this could be their ticket to turning the tides, turning this game around. And what I did not expect this, Grandin. This looks really good.
Riku, you said you thought the game was over.
I know. I mean, I should be happy because my prediction was 2-0 EVOS.
Well, we're saving your prediction. EVOS is saving your prediction.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, Cerberus are going to try and regroup back down to the bottom side. Maybe look for a fight here. They're not out of the running just yet. EVOS have barely managed to claw their way back up. It's a 2,000 gold difference. A lot of it's still going to be in the mid side. BMM is that big priority target. If they can finish off the Lucian, they have an avenue to play from.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about the early to mid game, composition coming from Cerberus. Well, will you look at that? It's not early to mid game anymore. We're climbing towards the 20-minute mark. The Elder Drake is spawning in 8 seconds. This is absolutely critical. Where Cat Satan and G4, getting that stacking mechanic over on their side. So this is very critical. We'll see how CES will able to take this back after that Baron.
Okay, they still want to try and play for this. Thought we were going to see something we've seen before. Waiting by the brush. G4 gets the Wither off initially, and now they start to walk back position towards the Dragon. But at the same time, Haku's off by the side, has a teleport, but he will be a little bit late to join in.
left to see.
Fly looking for the initiation, misses the chance to do so.
Whoop.
Package gonna be used to try and jump over
Wow.
the BMM, but so much damage onto Linia makes it
Oh my
not very
gosh.
worthwhile. And just into the mid lane, brute forcing their way through EVOS Esports. Off by the back, Linia goes down. Genza picks up the kill credit for that. Taku is joined into the fight. Valdez tries to jump in, finishes off BMM. That's the damage source gone. Now starting to run away. They have to worry about this. Katsin flashes forward for the kill, the double onto Fly. They're chasing after Flash in. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, still running for his life. Genza picks up the shield, picks up a little bit more movement speed and a little bit more support out from Mez. And they finish off the support. Katsin dies. Valdez still alive. Needs to start running away from Taku. And what an exchange from both teams.
Yeah, he needs to live. It is absolutely critical that Valdez survives because, again, Elder Drake is that big win condition for both of these teams. And what a fight that we just saw. Cat Satan was absolutely untouched. We saw Linia dying from the first round, and it was the damage coming from Genza, actually, and as well as BMM. But again, mission accomplished. EVOS destroys BMM from the get-go. They can win the fight.
Elder Drake is up. Resetting now. Cat Satan's death timer a little bit longer than the rest. Not going to be too consequential though. It's going to be difficult. Waves trying to be set up on both sides. Unfortunately, that mid lane inhibitor not down, so I'm going to take a look back in this fight. I mean, Linia just goes down so quickly here.
Yeah, it just absolutely exploded. And it was a 4v5 situation, but they invested so many resources just to try and get a catch. I mean, we're talking about key ults already gone just to engage, so that was EVOS' leeway to get into the fight and win that one. Well, on paper, Cerberus won that definitely, but it just painted a picture that Cat Satan is a threat now.
Riku, there's still no Guardian Angel on BMM. BMM did not go for that at the end.
Oh my, so aggressive. Just the bloodthirster here. And even the Proto Belt, not even a Zonus Hourglass.
Look,
They're so confident.
If he goes down again, they just have no damage left for these fights to get this pick off. Looking for the catch onto Lord and take down the Riven. That's the engage gone. That's their playmaking potential gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 4v5 situation, 48 seconds on the clock. Now the biggest question is, will Cerberus be able to burn this down, or will EVO slow this for Cerberus?
I mean, they still have the jungler. Valdez has been such a critical piece for EVOS Esports by Cerberus. Unleash the full coming through. The Valkyrie away from Linia. Flash over the wall out from Cat Satan. G4 trying to survive through all this. Back onto the Dragon goes Cerberus Esports.
Remember, top lane pressure is slowly pushing, so if Cerberus loses this, they will lose the game.
4,000 left on the Dragon. Valdez looking for his way in. The Sonic Wave isn't going to find much value there. He jumps into the pit, but it's too early. He doesn't have the Hourglass. He doesn't manage to steal away. Cerberus Esports collect the Dragon for themselves. The Elder goes over to the red team, and so do EVOS Esports. 5 dead. That's Cerberus Esports with the team ace.
What a close game. What a way to finish with the Elder Drake 50-50. Cerberus still managed to get that early lead, and even EVOS trying to take back the game at the Baron, but at the end of the day, Cerberus still closes it out.
And all that happens was Lloyd gets taken out, dies before the fight starts, and 4 versus 5 situation, EVOS had no chance of winning it.
Exactly. It was a very difficult situation. It was a 4v5. I love how Cerberus is able to use that into their advantage.
Cerberus Esports with a Game 1 win.
Whew, what a game one. That was back and forth, Brandon. That was so back and forth. No, at first it was like, okay, you know, I lose my prediction. Cerberus, you're so good. And then the Baron steal, the Baron fight, just throwing things around, and it turned into this big 50-50 at the Elder Drake.
I just feel like this is where we're going to see a lot from the
I
analyst
know.
desk. I feel like the panel is going to have a lot to say about this one. Especially in the way they got to that point. For a team that was in such firm control for a good chunk of it, and to lose that Baron coin flip because they waited a little longer, they were looking for a pick before that. Just seems so greedy.
I know. I mean, they wanted to end that game. I mean, that was what they wanted to do. Get more picks, trigger a fight, get Baron, end the game. But it prolonged the game instead. But at the end of the day, it was Cerberus winning.
Yeah, at the end of it all, Cerberus still managed to pick up the win. So at least a step closer to that 2-0 victory, right? And there is some leeway when we think about like what happens between the games, as long as you get to the end result that is desired, I suppose. On my part, at least, I feel pretty alright about it. I'm not sure how they feel about it though.
I mean, I can see Omo shaking his head, but a little bit spoilery for the panel later on.
There's a lot to be seen as well. I love the way that they were able to execute on their composition. You know, we saw something interesting out from EVOS, and they almost made it work. G4 looked relatively comfortable in this role, but still I think they had to cater a little bit to this change with the support player and change the mid lane. And this might be an issue for EVOS moving forward, but if they can get these out of the way, these like issues out of the way early in the play-ins, I think they'll be a big contender in playoffs.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely important, right? Because we only have 2 days of play-in, so they got to like adjust fast, and that's a lot of pressure on EVOS' side.
All right, well, let's see what the panel has to say about this one. I think they have a lot of choice words, but we won't say too much for them. Let's hand it back over to the panel.
Thank you so much, our casters here, Riku and also Grandin. Definitely, there was a breathtaking matchup, and we have for the day, the first day ever, we're having already our roller coaster of emotions playing into the game. But hey, I'm Chichi, your host, and also we're back on the penalty desk. We have none other than Omon and also Odolus. And speaking of which, just now the game, I have to say, BMM, he was the MIP. The most important player in the game. And for the side of also the side of EVOS, this is going to be Valdez. We definitely know how he tried to overturn the game. But hey, at first he was really calm for the pace of the game. But suddenly when it comes to almost the mid, not really the mid yet, it's 4th minute onwards, things get really chaotic on this. What are your thoughts for that game just now, Omo?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts about this game. Like the panel said, we have a lot of choice words as well. First off, let me start off with one thing.
Yeah.
Our casters were completely wrong about that prediction. I mean, that's why we're on the panelist desk, that we're here for a reason. I think EVOS played the game closer than it should have been. There were a couple of factors for that. The big one, of course, was the Baron, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Valdez just bought them a lot of time. Again, we reviewed their draft. When we saw the Senna plus Nasus, it's infinite scaling, right? Even if you go for a Nasus, it will still be a scaling champion because of the first skill. Similar thing goes for Senna. Now, for EVOS though, again, the mid laner is the highlight here. The rookie, his debut, he got solo killed. And that's a problem that they need to solve quick and fast if they want to proceed in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it was a really great draft coming in from CERBERUS to start it off. Put Linear in a very uncomfortable position from the get-go.
Exactly.
You see the Karma Gragas, you kind of assume, all right, Karma Gragas, one of them has to go mid here, right? No, not the case. They just throw both in the Dragon lane. You pick up a Lucian. I said it was going to be a very tough matchup. They demonstrated exactly why. I think it could have gone even worse for EVOS, and they did a relatively good job stabilizing. A lot of that comes to Valdez as well. Typically, you see the first Scuttle Crab spawn. You will see junglers come to the mid lane, shove out the wave, make sure everything's good. What did Valdez do? He ran top lane, helped Lloyd catch the wave, saved him from a matchup where he was half health getting chunked out in. And I think it's good job recognizing and adapting the situation.
Again, this is Valdez that we are talking about. He's still the player to watch for EVOS. We now saw that G4 is now being relegated on a Nasus.
Relegated.
I would love to see changes. For me, keys to victory, at least in this, for game number 2, we have to face the fact. I don't think Linia is ready, especially against the high caliber players that we have in the mid lane. BMM just baptized Linia out of the rift at the first 5 minutes of the game.
Welcome to the big stages, right? But something we
Yeah.
got to keep in mind as well, we got word from production, sides are going to be swapped. Now, on red side, maybe EVOS can drop his pick, maybe they can get him a counter pick, maybe he can still show what he's capable of. I thought the first game, the matchup was really hard. It definitely did him no favors in his debut. Maybe on a more even playing field, we can see something from him. I won't write him off just yet. Next game, maybe, though.
But hey, you're talking about swapping over to the side red or blue, but really, it doesn't matter when it comes
What
to
matters
this.
in draft?
No, the lineup for EVOS, because we do know right now it doesn't feel like that comfortable with this lineup yet, and we do know it takes a bit more time for Lina to get used to it, to actually ease into this kind of lineup. But we saw just now, maybe because of the cheaters and nerves as well, since it's day number 1. So there's potential in there, definitely, yes.
But
yeah, go ahead.
To me, I mean, we prepared for this tournament. They prepared for this tournament for months. This is months in the making, and only now that you decided to bring out a rookie, that to me is already, I would say, a questionable call.
It's red flags, right? It
Yeah,
signals something's wrong.
Exactly. Then again, if that's what the team thought would bring them closer to the next stage, then yeah, I would trust their coaching process or their thoughts process. But at least for game number 1, it didn't work. And game number 2, if it will still be the same, in where Cerberus can still play around their draft so well, which they did. They really did so well. I believe that EVOS will really have a hard time, especially Linia in the mid lane.
I want to touch a bit more on Cerberus, but my final point to wrap this off was I would say don't take too much away from game one because a couple things, right? The draft didn't do them any favors. It was too hard to work with. And G4 wasn't playing support. He was basically playing Dragon Laner because he's funneled farm, right? He's not roaming. He's not moving on the map. His goal is very similar to a Dragon Laner. I think this is not going to be a good representation of what EVOS will look like in other games. I say let's just chalk it off as a bad draft. Go next.
Yeah, I agree. And I hope they kind of stick with what they have when it comes to their roles. Because if you keep swapping role, it get confused when you're the player. But this is going to be their previous ban and also pick. But we did mention about Gragas and also Karma. It's such a huge potential, but it's not being executed there just now.
For me, the whole draft of Cerberus here has been so genius. Starting off with the Karma, we all expected it to go to BMM because then again, they love playing around Mess, right? Mess, as you have mentioned off cam, he did say that Mess carries the mid game into the late game. Now, what allows that to happen is BMM on Disenchanters. We also know that Genza has been a very good Lucian player, but when they saw the Senna Nasus, there's no reason for them to have an AD in the bot lane. Right?
Yeah.
You can put double mages, and that is a very easy counter in the early game. Now gives you a winning matchup in the mid lane. Just a genius draft overall from Cerberus.
It's twofold, right? It does two things. You get a double poke matchup to really just keep Senna Nasus under their turret, keep them chunked out, which is exactly what we saw in that game. And you saw how the mid lane matchup played out. I said this 6 times already. Lucian cocky, it's extremely one-sided. It shows the flexibility of Cerberus. I think it's a good sign of things to come for them.
I guess, Omo, my question for you is, are you confident with Lloyd playing the Riven?
I mean, honestly, he didn't have too bad a game. His lane phase
was pretty
a little bit iffy. Yeah, his lane phase was a bit iffy. He got chunked out a bit. He could have maybe traded a bit better. Fine, these are minor things. I think his team fighting was decent, honestly. I don't think it's the best pick for him, but I don't think it's the worst. I was pleasantly surprised. My expectations are low.
Well, he was the one who got caught at the end of it.
That's very important to raise, actually. Yeah. The mid lane catches around the dragon fights, that was how CES won the game, how they set up for the dragon fight. You would always see they would allocate 2-3 members to shoving out the mid wave. The moment someone showed to try to contest that wave, EVOS were clearly not on the same page. And the way they pulled the trigger on the last 2 dragon fights, immaculate there from CES.
Well, the thing is, will they actually do the same draft? Well, where you did mention about a bit outdraft when it comes to the side of EVOS just now. And Cerberus just knows how to counter that and take the advantage of it. But the thing is, firstly, we have to really keep our eyes out when it comes to EVOS. Are they swapping players? Secondly, are they really playing the comfortable champs for them? And does it really push up the potential? Because right now, they really need every single point they can get.
Doesn't really show that we will have any substitution, at least for EVOS side. We will see Linya once again being the mid laner for EVOS, and their response for CES is to still mess around with Mess and banning the Olaf, and of course, Thresh for Fly. I think that will be permanent banned against this guy.
It really has to be, right? And he has still a lot of supports left available. He played the Gragas, amazing at playmaking. Rakan's still available. A lot of options. Alistair, Leona. I don't think you can truly ban him out, and that's going to cause issues.
You ban whatever, like Gragas, Leona, whatever, but he still can play Rakan pretty well for Fly as well.
Amazing.
He is a very good engager for support.
But now, okay, so they're going to stick with their guns, the big guns from the Sentinels of Light, and that's going to be
Wait, they didn't swap sides?
Yeah, they did not. This is more of like a choice.
They love the blue, man.
Okay. Cerberus Esports now will most likely go for the same Karma prioritization.
Yeah, I see no reason to deviate from this Karma Gragas. It worked fantastically. You have the flex potential. That's amazing on red side. And you also got to consider they're playing the whole season. I think they make it to main stage for sure. I think they're a contender to make it to Icons. So you got to consider the entire tournament run rather than just winning every single game.
Not
so show us little cards. Yeah, show us little cards as you can.
But hey, we've seen also Senna with Galio before as a combo. It's not really that wrong. So it can actually be played here. And definitely when there's somebody takes Senna, Gragas is definitely
really good.
But Xin Chao, this is a very good jungler. We do know his potential.
A skirmish champion that really elevated Cerberus.
Fantastic here from EVOS. What I think they lacked in the last game were tools to pull the trigger. They had a poke comp, but it was a bit out of sorts because the Riven doesn't really fit within the context of that. Now you have the Xin Galio. This is really good. It gives Veldas the power. Sure, he doesn't play make with like he could with the Lee Sin, but raw power here. Zin, Galio, EVOS is gonna have that.
And G4 is more comfortable on the Galio.
But hey, I'm not surprised if Maz actually tagged Lee Sin here because he's not being banned and he's really loving Lee Sin so much. It might be a bit late.
I will probably, focus my bans if I'm EVOS on the Lucian or on the mid laner that could bully out my mid laner. Just my thought process, at least in this particular
Yeah, what EVOS really needs to decide right now is what are we taking for mid on fall 5? And then ban for that. Galio could still go mid, and then if they ban Lucian, if they ban Akshan, that's a sign that
That's
they want
still
Galio
a thing
mid.
though? Galio in the mid lane?
I think it's pretty bad, but you never really know, right? I would say the best thing, you just think about what you want to pick for your mid laner, and then you ban for that, keep him safe. Banning away a good strong pick like Jax, which is pretty decent in this, that's fine as well. I would say next you ban a mid, and fall 5 your mid.
I'm not surprised because Maz is the type of person who really love to farm for a bit in the first few minutes.
Exactly.
If he can actually skill to make game, like even Kha'Zix here, we do know he can actually play that well as well. But
Kha'Zix is a really good pick.
If they go for Kha'Zix here, they will have tons of damage from the early, the mid, and the late game. So that won't be surprising. That's Illusion targeted against BMM or Genza.
You 100% pick Kha'Zix here. I think you were right on that front. You take Kha'Zix here, you save mid pick for 5.
I mean, like you mentioned about Lucian, they definitely put it on Taku as well before. Taku or Hubon are actually playing. So it's kind of... This is not a surprise. They definitely love the poking when it comes to early match, when it comes to Cerberus, and especially they do want to have that range. Since they're fighting against Senna, which have high range when scaling to even late game, so they have to be extra careful. Now we're left down for EVOS though.
This tells me that on the side of CES, it's likely going to be a Greg. Okay, I'm going to place my bets right now. Okay,
Right.
Gragas, Kha'Zix, mid Juck, Varus, Karma, double poke bot to try to chunk
Possibly,
them out.
yeah.
Corki.
Against the Senna Galio, that will just be so
again?
Okay, Corki.
I know, you're hating on Koki. It's just so much right
Terrible
now.
champion. Haven't seen a single good game from Corki in my life.
At least in this particular draft, there is no Lucian to really take away your laning game.
That's
right?
Varus though. The Poke coming up from Piercing Arrow.
I think this is going to be a Corki in the mid lane, and the Varus will be playing in the Dragon lane.
Riven.
It does seem that they are very content with the draft
salty
that they
run
have.
back.
Yeah, run
Salty
back,
run
brother.
back.
The only difference is that, Lee Sin has been changed over to Xin Zhao, and the Galio is now going into the Rift in exchange for Nasus.
I think they're pretty happy with this on the side of EVOS. It's basically last game's draft, but a little bit better because the Zin gives you things that you were lacking, the Zin Galio in particular. You can really just jump into the Varus, jump into the Khan.
Don't say I didn't tell you so. There you go.
You did your
We're
homework.
definitely going to be a mess with the Lee Sin. And also, speaking of which, I do agree. When it comes to Corki, it's best to play as a early push and also as a team play. Corki can't really scale up to late game solo-handedly, honestly speaking, for me. It's sort of a hybrid. So if you scale out to Varus, which is okay this time, but the poking wise coming out from CES, it's going to be a bit hard from EVOS to sustain their lane for a bit.
Go ahead.
And there's also another element to the Corki that we have to consider. That's the package usage. At least in game number 1, Linia's package deliveries were not as impactful as they hoped for. At least in the Dragon fights, at least in the 4 minutes, 8 minutes fights, you could easily win that with the help of the package. But because of the early lead that BMM was able to get to him, he had to use the package defensively.
Yeah, I think CES, their draft choices here say one thing. You guys picked up power, we're going to match you, we want power. We're going to fight you in the early mid-game, we're going to just do what we're good at. And I don't think EVOS have an answer. I think the cocky Riven makes life too hard for them to try to match power.
A bit more greedy there.
Too much, yeah.
A bit more greedy. But hey, they got the power. So can they actually make it? Because just now we saw the first match. Definitely there's a bit of tiny bit of hope in the end of a tunnel for EVOS. It might be possibly now the second game they sort of getting themselves that momentum. Maybe when it comes to this one, they have a bit more confidence when it comes to fighting against Cerberus Esports right now, since they already know what kind of gameplay they are going for. But will it be the same history repeated as we speak? And we're gonna jump into the wild action of the Rift. Take it away, the fanatics of Karma, and also our bio-marine person, which is gonna be Brandon and also Riku.
Game 2, run it back for EVOS Esports in the play-ins, back up against CERBERUS Esports. I'm here with Riku, I'm Brandon. We're taking a look at this one, and Riku, you started this one off. We saw Veldis pop up on Lee Sin last game, but now they've switched the junglers around. Now it's Xin Zhao for Veldis, and it's Mess on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, they wanted to prevent the possible counter in case they want to do double poke, double with the projectile. So I like this pickup. But you know, I wanted to ride with what Almo said. 100%. I agree that this is better for enabling EVOS's, you know, aggression, because you have the delivery system for the Galio, you have the lock-in for the taunt. You've got 2 delivery systems.
That's
actually.
true.
Lloyd jumping in, dashing in, and as well as the Sinzao and Valdez being able to dash in as well going forward. So I like this better than game number 1.
I mean, last game, G4 was on the Nasus. He couldn't do very much, right?
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
around, he hit the wither, and he said, all right, well, bye-bye BMM. You don't get to play the game. You lose all your stats. Fine. But nobody's helping Valdez get in. And Valdez was doing a lot of work, isolating these priority targets. He was finishing off BMM. This time around, BMM, Karma in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, I like this better. I actually love Karma mids because it enables your side lanes, because if ever you wanna enable either Taku, you can visit top lane if possible, and as well as visit down bot. You can impact the side lanes much better. That's why I like BMM in the mid lane.
And a huge part about CES's composition is the fact they have these big ultimates, right? You have Mess, you have, well, not really Mess, I mean, he has like that one person cake, but you have BMM, you have Genza, you have Fly. A lot of these things pair well together, so a lot of power from this mid to bot side trio.
Exactly, right? That's why I'm excited to see the fights later on. But looking at the bottom lane, we talked about this game 1 earlier, actually, how Senna plus Galio Graga Set have been winning a lot of the 2v2s. And this is a very big primary example. This is not a... Right?
Running into the jungle, they picked up...
So brave!
They managed to stop the aggro on the blue buff, so that's actually going to hurt Valdez a little bit. But not too much. They managed to clear out that ward, though. It looks like they're just going to head back over to their own side of the camp. It does mean that they get a little bit of information on this.
Yeah, they get to prevent and see where they can rotate a lot better. But looking at the rotation coming from Cat Satan, no, it was just a back. He was just trying.
Flash away from Lloyd. Mass isn't here anymore. He's gone. That would have been first blood. Guaranteed.
Does Lloyd want to bait this out, though? Does Taku want to go in? Because
Taku wants to go in, but Lloyd doesn't want to fight that.
Oh, well, yeah. Try another day. I mean, no summoner spells for both top laners, so if ever Taku was aggressive, I think that's a window for him.
So, but here's the thing that the panel raised, right? The fact is, Lloyd got caught out at the end of that fight. He was the reason why they ended up losing at the right outside the Dragon Pit. Once he got caught out, it became a 4 versus 5. I mean, how do you feel about him jumping back on this Riven again?
I mean, it's better now, because G4 can join him when he dives in. Before, he was
so the two of them can die together.
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, you're up against a lot of these short-range champions, except for Genza. I feel like the taunt would be be able to be utilized much better, more easier, so more lock-ins. Therefore, Cat Satan and Linya will have a better time. So for me now, speaking of Linya, I'm curious to see if the Hull Breaker is going to be making a comeback for game number 2. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think it didn't work too well for them the last time around. But then again, I feel like the bigger impact was just the packages, right?
Yeah.
I think the delivery of them were a little bit off point, so we didn't see that much value out of them. First one coming up about 30 seconds. We do see the movement from BMM and Mess again, trying to set something up here.
The tag team of the mid lane. I mean, the Corkies at the moment, as a Corki, you're basically not going to be doing anything. You're going to be clearing waves. You're going to be waiting for the objectives. So, BMM can stroll towards the river.
Down to the bot side, Genza looking for the kill with the pickup with the Chains of Corruption. Managed to find that ultimate used onto both members of EVOS Esports, but they're chasing after. Not able to finish off the kills. G4 lacking the damage to take them down. But such a close trade in the bot side.
And look at the discipline from Genza and Fly. Look at them. They didn't even need the flash. And meanwhile, for Cat Satan and G4, those summoner spells will not be available on the next fight because they are very aware that they will need these later on. Because look, they have a Galio, they have Lloyd, they have Valdez, the Sinzao, and the Riven, knowing that they're going to be diving forward, looking for them. So I like this decision, mini decision coming from the bot lane of Cerberus.
But tell you what, Riku, I feel a vote of confidence when I see my scaling Senna, scaling Galio, able to look for a fight this early on and narrowly lose it. So they had to spend a couple more summoner spells to disengage, but I would say it was a narrow loss compared to something that could have turned out way worse for them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. We talked about the big 2v2 that a Senna and a Galio can enable. They basically crush every single 2v2 unless it's a Ziggs and or something else that can wave clear a lot. Basically, you just ignore the Senna and whoever she's paired with. So I like this start coming from Cat Satan and G4.
Looking for the initiation overall to Genza. Can they finish off the kill on the Varus? They do! It's first blood over to EVOS Esports.
beautifully done. I like that engage. I like that aggression. And, you know, G4 back at it in the Galio. When we look back at the, you know, the Summer Super Cup, it was his best champion in the mid lane as well.
Watch out for what happens here. It looks like they managed to find the catch onto the Cork. He has to flash away, still gets taken out before the fight can really happen. Just send an embrace, pulls them back in, demands you stand and fight, but it's CES. Then look to kite back, give space over the EVOS Esports, but now EVOS feeling the pressure, feeling the burn, lost a lot of health in these exchanges.
I love it, I love it, I love it. G4 wanted to engage with the taunt, but the Transcendent Embrace pulled him back, so the re-engage from EVOS was not allowed to be done, and that's Cerberus' Infernal Drake.
Man, Valdez lost a lot of HP off of the Inner Fire. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, inner fire, inner flame.
Something like that.
Flame, fire, potato, potato.
But that's what happens here. We see the damage out from Karma. You're talking about how you want to see a more supportive role, facilitate the boost coming through for Mess, for Genza, if he needs to. But BFM has chosen for his students first. Gives him a little bit more damage, but a little bit less utility here.
Yeah, it provides more wave clear.
Which is the critical part, but we have to see what happens here as EVOS Esports gets caught out. G4 in a bad spot will give the second kill over to CES.
Yeah, nicely done pick there coming from Fly with the body slam. Again, he has been performing phenomenally on this champion, so EVOS definitely has to watch out. And looking back at what you mentioned earlier about the Karma, yes, it's usually the same item path, which is the, what do you call this, the Luden's Echo into Rabadon's, and after that is very situational. Do you want to go for that Grievous Wounds? Do you want to go for more of that Ability Haste for the rest of your squad? Ability Haste would work so well in Cerberus' composition, so I am expecting Staff of Flowing Water in the third item.
All right, very interesting. We'll see if we get to that point, though. At the rate
It's 6 minutes, yeah.
It's 6 minutes, it's 7 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Not as accelerated as we've seen from these teams before. Right around this point, you know, they like to keep things a little bit slower towards the mid-game when things start to get a little more critical towards the second Dragon spawn. For a pick up onto Valdez, though. He's been isolated alone. And yet again, it seems like Cerberus Esports playing so well as these small units.
There wasn't a ward there, but that's the thing with Hullbreaker, right? It's one of those where it goes both ways. If you see the buff on the minion, then you know that no one's there. If you don't see it, then somebody's nearby. So for Cerberus, you know, that's something to watch out for if there is a Hullbreaker on the opposite team.
It just looks like Cerberus is so well inclined to play as these small groups. They play as 2-3, have the crowd control to finish off a single target. And EVOS Esports, well, they spread out. They're spread thin. An individual member going anywhere at a single given point of time. G4, I don't think has used his ultimate a single time in this game. Well, maybe once. I think
maybe
just that one time at the Dragon.
Yeah.
But then again, that's still not very much.
Yeah, it's been hard to find these fights, and G4 is required to basically run all over the place, find Lloyd, find where Valdez is at, just to make sure that they can enable these, you know, player advantage, numbers advantage rather, and being able to engage for the squad. But unfortunately, whenever Valdez is somewhere, G4 is nearby, unable to get the hero's entrance.
Baiting in G4 to dash in.
Oh my gosh.
That was interesting. That was a very nice mechanical move. They try to find a pickup, potentially onto Fly, but it's going to be difficult. They banned away a number of champions to prevent Fly from having a too dominant laning phase. Instead, he's still found a lot of success on his Gragas.
Yeah, he's being able to get engaged.
Well, looks for a top side fight.
Oh my
Senna
gosh.
Embrace just pops a little bit more damage. Valdez commits to the fight up at the top end. Mess is going to walk over. A fight between junglers, but it's going to be the Xin Zhao that wins out instead. Get the kill over Katsian. That's G4's ultimate coming in. They're looking to try and execute on this fight. Flashes in. The taunt only connects onto one, but one is going to be in now. Valdez jumps back in now. Cooldowns have come off of their timers. And finishing off a double kill onto Genza. It looks so inspiring here for EVOS Esports.
There was a lot going on. The fight trickled down towards the mid lane, started at the top portion of the map. And Cerberus tried to get that dive cleaner, but they weren't able to escape. And then EVOS just got them one by one. And that's the thing with having a Varus, right? Like, even though you have a Karma to mitigate or make up for the lack of mobility that you have, you know, you got the shield. So take a look at that again. Like, it was a 3v3. The other people died already. It was a 3v3 at this point. But having a Varus on your side without the explosive cast.
I like that so much. Ricky, look at what happened there. Valdez held his third prong strike to have to knock up land onto Genza instead of Fly. He could have easily knocked up Fly, went for the Varus instead.
Exactly, because he's the most Low mobile champion there.
Look, cerebral players making cerebral plays. Now EVOS Esports looking for a fight right outside the Dragon Pit. Managed to find the initial engage, the delivery of the package. Finds great success this time around. And CERBERUS Esports drop 2 right as Dragon's up. Lina jumps in, dives in too aggressively, but still opens up the path for Lloyd to come in as well. Taku trades back beautifully as G4 and Fly now gain control of the Dragon, but don't manage to do it themselves.
That was a noble sacrifice. Of course you want to go for Linia. You want to go for the Valkyrie, Corki flashing, or not flashing forward, going forward. And therefore, of course, CES wants to take that. But it bought time. It baited CERBERUS to keep staying. And EVOS just clean slate. I like what I'm seeing from CERBERUS at the moment. Even though it's even, maybe it's a 1k gold deficit, even on the kill scoreboard. But this is looking like a better game for EVOS.
Absolutely. It feels like they're more in control. Even as they're losing out some of these fights, it seems like the pickoff's not going their way, but these major fights are.
Yeah, they have more punch
flash on the
potential.
wall.
Look at Linia, see? He held CERBERUS to auto-attack him, to taunt them, basically. And then boom, the rest of EVOS just
I
clean
love
slate.
that, Riku. When I die, I'm actually tanking and drawing aggro.
Exactly, right? A Corki drawing aggro. There
My
you
DPS is drawing aggro. I'm so happy about it. My mid laner is tanking. Wow.
Don't you love to see that?
Oh, of course. I'd love to see it. As long as I get the cleanup after.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly right.
Which
And that's what happened.
EVOS did.
Uh-huh, all according to plan.
Dragon started up by CERBERUS Esports again, but they're going to be forced off by EVOS. A bit of a deadlock between this objective. Interesting, though, because now Rift Out has spawned. It's been up for a while. Neither team has really looked to pick that one up.
They want to fight. Look at their pickups. Proto Belt. They want to fight. They going forward. They moving forward.
And interestingly enough, BMM has also gone for the lockout. I mean, it just seems like full team fighting composition at this point. They want to bump up as many stats as possible, enable themselves for the best potential fight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Who is able to pull the trigger first? Because there's a lot of opportunities for EVOS, actually. Because CERBERUS, we've seen Fly use the explosive cask, not for disengage, but for engage and get a pick.
Okay, they're hovering by the eye brush, trying to prevent EVOS Esports from getting in, but they won't be able to do so. Katzen is still going to escort them into the Dragon. The big one is going to start this one off, flashing forward. G4 misses the chance for the taunt. Taco pops the ultimate. The dominance is going to prove too much for EVOS Esports to deal with. A bit of a shield comes through from the center. The Dawning Embrace as they try and jump back in with Lloyd leading the fray. G4 jumps forward too aggressively. Center Embrace going to pull them back in. 4 members of EVOS Esports start to get routed away, and CERBERUS find themselves to win around the Dragon Pit.
Everybody's so low, and a lot of flashes still available. This is going to be absolutely critical.
Watch out for what CERBERUS Esports want to get done here, because EVOS Esports right around the back. They missed a chance to the Elder Dragon Steel last game. They say that one doesn't matter, that one doesn't count. We're going to try and play for this one instead. Whew. Never mind, I talk too much. EVOS Esports, give that one up. CERBERUS get it instead.
It was difficult for Valdez, right? We talked about there's a lot of flashes already being used, and I don't think Valdez was available at the time, so when he goes in, he might die, and it was going to be a bit risky for him to lose his life at this point of the game. So there was so many low health targets. A lot of, let's take a look at that again, because I feel like CERBERUS's target prioritization was good. They saw that Linia was trying to move to the other opposite portion of the map, so that's why the Transcendent Embrace here was just so beautiful. It covered a lot of ground, it pulled EVOS back in, and because of the slow and the CC that it provides, that means Genza can just keep landing all of his shots.
I have to say that I feel like Taku's smurfing this game. Like, I'm not sure if you caught that, but G4 had dashed in and was primed for like a 3-4 man taunt, while Taku managed to use his stun before G4 could use his taunt, like before he could even tap the button. And so G4 was just stuck there. If he got that taunt off, Transcendent Embrace wouldn't have come out. They would have been held in place. I think EVOS could have won that. Taku is smurfing.
Yeah, I feel like overall for CERBERUS, they've been watching out for G4 time and time again. They're okay to use flashes, they're okay to use proto belts actually to get out of range from G4's taunt. So this is the time, a very short window where they can retaliate, and we've seen that so many times. I mean, from the rest of CERBERUS and as well as you mentioned with Taku.
We're opening up a bit of the map now. That first turret has, well, not the first turret, but the first turret for EVOS Esports has finally fallen down to the bottom side. But CERBERUS Esports trade back pretty quickly as well, find themselves yet another, that's their third of the game. Opening up all the outer tier turrets means they get good access into the enemy jungle. EVOS Esports no longer have a way of preventing CERBERUS from getting into their jungle.
And there's so much engaged from the side of CERBERUS. There's a lot of CC to work with as well, and the layering of CC. When we look at it, even the Chain of Corruptions is enough to get a pick, and at this point of the game, we're walking into the 15-minute mark where Baron is spawned already pretty much, so these deaths cannot happen. Like what we saw game number 1 where Lloyd, it was a 4v5, and then boom, Elder Drake has been acquired by CERBERUS.
Well, Cerberus love to play this death squad. They love to move together with the main members that have crowd control, have very quick, effective crowd control, and just trying to find something of value.
That's the thing, right? Because at this point, it's a lot of aggressive, like, proto belts. You've got the Hourglass and...
Oh, this isn't looking too good. G4 jumps in, but actually finds an opportunistic taunt onto two members. A lot of damage back onto Genza, but he still has both summoners, so it's difficult to finish him off. Just send him Embrace over by the back, pulls away the primary damage dealers of EVOS Esports. Well, Lloyd's off by the side now. G4 joins in with the heroic entrance. Unfortunately, has to start moving away. CES managed to find the reset, get their cooldowns off timers, and are ready to play for this fight again.
No one's dead. Oh my gosh, that was a very back and forth one. And EVOS decided to back away because...
Oh my goodness. Don't call it too soon, Riku. They might just go for something.
We'll see.
I'm worried.
Lloyd is so low. I mean, he does have flash, so I can see the opportunity to get that outplay on the board, but BMM did so much damage on that Transcendent Embrace, and we talked about, you know, it's usually the same path with Luden Sekko and the Rabadons and whatever.
The package is up. What's Leon trying to go for? He's diving in. He's aggressively initiating for the rest of his team. G4 managed to charge up the taunt even before the taunt from Taku. Managed to finish off their first target in Mess, perhaps, with a little bit more damage, but the Lee Sin just walks away. He just walks away, Riku.
He just walks away. He's still alive. You know, EVOS really wanted that kill because 30 seconds on the clock, and it was supposed to be Elder Drake spawn. They wanted that 4v5. They wanted that comfy Elder Drake.
It's okay. They still have 5 members playing for the 3 versus 5 up on the top side, looking for this dive. They managed to take down the Renekton and Taku. This big issue for them. The Renekton now gone, but Genza's back in the fight.
This is very tricky. 44 seconds without your top laner. And yeah, they badly needed Taku to be able to join that front line to make sure that Genza is going to have a comfortable spot in the back line. But EVOS knows what's up. They have a lot of utility. They have a lot of tools to dive into the back line and just bother the Varus' life. And I think that has been a huge issue. We've seen how G4 has been landing all of these critical taunts and therefore no free hit. Even though the karma is there, it's still not enough if you're already locked down.
But they have such big team fighting potential, and as we start to move towards these big objectives, it's looking good for Cerberus Esports. Wow. That being said, though, Valdez will lead his team for the pickup onto Mess. This opens up the opportunity for the other Drake. Taku has to pick up the teleport if he wants to join into this fight in time. Actually gonna hold out on that. G4 gets the taunt back again onto Genza, takes the flash away from the Varus. Teleport will start to be channeled. Fine, just needs a little bit more space. A little bit more distance away from the enemy team. G4 tries to reposition back towards the team as CES and EVOS playing for such a tight deadlock fight.
That's mission accomplished from Cerberus. They wanted to buy some time before Mess.
Not if G4 gets the flank here.
Oh, Kask.
Gets a knockback onto Lloyd, a lot of damage onto the Riven quickly. G4 gets a taunt off, but still goes down. The knockup out from Lloyd isn't going to be enough. And once again, they've caught out EVOS Esports. But it's EVOS Esports that delivered themselves over the Cerberus. They take down Katsin without any opposition at all. Cerberus Esports chasing after, looking like a done game.
Yeah, EVOS wanted to take advantage of that 33 seconds of Mess not in the rift, basically, not alive, but they turned things around. Cerberus really great with the punish.
I think you meant to say 30 seconds of cleanliness because there's no mess. Hey!
I love that. I give it a...
Do you genuinely... I
feel like 7 out of 10. Because a part of me saw it coming, but at the same time, not really.
I'll take it. Thankfully, EVOS Esports are not out of the game. They don't lose just yet. Dragon will go over to CS, and that's their third Drake. The Elder Cloud compounds everything they've collected so far.
Yeah, CES once again gets all the dragons, has collected every single thing. But this is so worrying, right? Like, let's take a look at the replay again. I mean, it was G4 wanting to initiate. It was Lloyd wanting to initiate as well. But there's a lot of the teams just so far back, and the way that that Cerberus is able to prioritize targets is just so good, and that's why they were able to get punished.
I mean, I really feel like Taku is smurfing. He's just taking out the damage dealers at the back. And it feels good because Kanston is now starting to scale up to a pretty reasonable point. The Senna has 10,000 gold, has a decent amount of range, 19 minutes in, scaling up with the miss. Looking for a pickup here on the Lloyd, takes the flash away. But we'll survive this initial encounter.
Yeah, that's a really nice flash burn coming from Cerberus, because if Lloyd goes in, he has no way out.
Flashing in, gets the taunt off, that's a package delivered, and they just go full frontal, 5-men engaged to finish on BMM, even with the flash from the Karma. They still continue forward. Velda's trying to lead his way in when it becomes lightning, but not able to find the audacious charge to finish off the kill. That's still one pickoff.
Oh my gosh, that happened in an instant. That was a split decision making by G4 to be able to get that flash into that taunt. And CS wasn't ready for that because, you know, BMM, 30 seconds on the clock, already gone. I like this Guardian Angel pickup coming from Taku as well. Enables him to be more aggressive, dive into the backline and see how he can wreak havoc over there.
And this is with everything that EVOS Esports had to offer, thrown at Cerberus Esports, and even then they were able to disengage. They were able to reset. Now look at Taku. He's picked up the Guardian Angel. He's going to be able to survive the initial encounter with EVOS and join back in round 2. He is the raid boss. He's the phase 2. Do you hear the music play, Riku?
I hear the boss music. I hear the phase 2 boss music.
You hear the phase 2 boss music playing.
At least they got through the door boss. That's what counts.
That is also true. I don't even get through the door boss.
That's okay, Grandin. I think a lot of them don't get through it, so it's okay.
Do you feel like games should have an easy mode?
I think so. I think so. For those of the people that need
For the
an easy mode.
casuals?
For the casuals out there, the hardcores need the...
I feel like one game mode is enough. Just like enjoy
Normal?
it. Just enjoy it as it is. No, the difficult game mode that they want. Just like have it as it is.
Have it as it is.
Have it as it is.
Okay.
Okay,
I can see it. I can see it, kind of.
Okay, I've had my fun. I've had my fill. We go back into a bit of a deadlock here. Baron is up, but it's really just for Cerberus Esports to pressure around, to potentially pull them into it. Because EVOS Esports, if they try and make their way over, we see a very potential repeat of the Dragon fight. And so just gaining control around the jungle, EVOS Esports trying their best to prevent this push, but even then losing some targets in the process.
I like how careful Cerberus is now in game number 2, even though with the lead that they have and the Elder Drake that they have, because it can all boil down to a scary mist into, what, a flash taunt again coming from G4, because we've seen Barons getting stolen from away from Cerberus, so they don't want to let their guard down even though they have this lead.
Did you see Katsing get chunked out for like 2 spells and had to base? G4 wanted to go for the fight.
That's why EVOS with their toolkit, they have to get in. They can't dilly-dally or else they're going to get poked by Genza and as well as BMM here on this Karma.
And they're trying. G4 is trying to get in, but they just haven't been able to do so, and now it's getting worse. Mess has picked up his Guardian Angel as well. That's 2 on the side of Cerberus, making an even taller task to finding a good target to finish off. Now you have BMM, you have Genza, that's all you have.
Exactly right. It's so scary because they're now going for this 1-3-1. So and double teleports already picked up by the jungle and as well as their top lane Taku.
Okay, well, G4's looking for the taunt onto Fly. I'm not sure how much value they get out of that. That's the first teleport they managed to pull away. Flash away from G4, takes away initiation tool, but the ultimate out from Fly as well.
Okay, that's not a lot of ult to use. There's no ult to use on the side of Evo, so they keep that and they reserve that for the next fight.
It's a trade, but that's flash gone from G4.
That's true.
They won't find as easy of an engage as they were hoping for. And this is a little bit worrying for me because Veldus has not been acting as an engage at all. It's always been G4. Look at what's happened here. He's caught out position, going to be locked into place by the Karma. He doesn't have that flash. Evos have to come over and bail out that support.
That's true, that's true. He has Guardian Angel, he has Sterax, he has Death Dance, so he can survive if he actually dives in. Because again, a Galio will really direly need that delivery system, either coming from Lloyd or coming from Valdez.
They really want that damage from Veldus, and so they've had G4 take the weight of the carry.
Oh.
Instead now, Cerberus Esports start up the Baron, and I don't think Evils know this is happening.
Valdez, look, carry, bought new boots, Shadows Enchant. No, he sold it. He's changing his boots. He's changing his shoes.
Boots. Oh no, he changed his shoes, but Baron's going over to see he has a G4. I don't know what he's doing at this point. He just wants to go for a fight. He's too far gone. My man wants to take this no matter what. You cannot tell him otherwise.
Oh my
Lloyd
gosh.
looking for the execute to finish off Fly, but he's so tanky. Katsune taken out by Genza, who's slowly laying waste, arrow by arrow, pulling back, reaching for his quiver, finishing off all of EVOS Esports. A double for Genza, going on the rampage, and it's game number 2 over the Cerberus Esports, a 2-0 to open up the play-in stage.
Yeah, what a dominating game. Having all the dragons on their side from game 1 to game 2. And a lot of these death brushes, I like what I see from Cerberus.
And Cerberus doing a very good job of executing against a previous rival, a team that had given them issues in previous international competitions. Now in the play-in stage, they just proved to show they have such incredibly talented mechanical players, as well as a pretty good grasp of the macro.
Exactly. They were able to read what EVOS was trying to do, and every single time deny that being engaged that EVOS wanted to do. And after these aggressive cycle of skills, then boom, that's the time that Cerberus can retaliate and fight back.
Offering a bit of an olive branch over to our panelists who have all committed to the 2-0 Cerberus win, giving the viewers what they want, giving our panelists what they want. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for us.
Yeah.
I think I was close.
You're fine. You're like
kinda
50-50 out there. I'm totally 0% at the moment.
But then again, I had expected more from EVOS. Maybe it might be the player role swap. It might be the fact that Lina is coming in now that's kind of affected this. But they were very insistent on this Corki.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these safe picks that you can pick without worrying about the matchup. I mean, the only thing that I can be very worried for, if you ever have to go up against an Akali or a Zed, that would be very scary. But, you know, it's a safe pick. They even picked up Hullbreaker multiple times, which is actually very familiar. We've seen it before. When it's a new mid laner coming into a big tournament, you know, I'm going to mention...
It's a default item.
Yeah, it's a default item to be safe. So, there you go.
Go after the sign lane, say, okay, if we're not team fighting, we can't lose, right?
Yeah,
If we're not team fighting for a new player, we can't lose. But then they run the risk of playing with their team fights. Unfortunately, that is going to be EVOS' loss, and so we're going to toss it over to the people that did manage to make the right prediction. Back over to the panel, guys.
Oh wow, what an accelerating match, but for the side of our casters, this is my gift for you guys. Now we got our predictions right, guys. We're back on the panelist house with also Omo and none other than Otolus. What's with the question mark? I thought you guys were going for CES just now. It was supposed to be this amount.
This is more of a taunting one. I think there's a lot of nuance behind this Penguin. For me, I read it as, I told you so. Easy. I mean,
tell that to our casters.
I will. Don't worry. They'll never hear the end of it.
Why with a facepalm, though?
It just feels to me that EVOS needs to really find their identity very fast. Again, this is a champion squad, right? In G4, oftentimes you have pointed it out earlier that he got caught out in multiple positions that he doesn't want to be in. And again, as a support, you're not being given resources that you usually have in the mid lane. So, yeah, maybe that mid lane mindset is still kicking in that, hey, you know what, at this minute I would survive this. But in fact, it's not true. And for me, Cerberus Esports, the composition was so pure, but it was karma. For me, the karma needs to be respected.
Yeah, there was a couple things I raised in draft. There was a couple other picks I would have liked to see more than what we saw from the side of Cerberus. And why is that? Because at the end of the day, their team composition is hard to execute. It requires a lot of finesse. If you look at it, there's no clear carry. There's no clear who's going to really just DPS here. It requires a lot of team fight finesse. You need to be able to use your poke spells. You need to be able to kite in and out with the Karma speed boost, with the Gragas repositioning. And to their credit, CS, they put it off.
They're so good.
So good.
Oh my.
About what I have to say for EVOS right now, their identity is G4, G-baited. So hopefully they can actually work things out and not being taking a bait way too long. And we do know, from my perspective, Cerberus Esports just love playing baiting all along. But the only team that can defeat them for now, we know it's going to be the side of Vietnam, the Flash region. So they never lost to anybody else. But hey, just to recap things a bit, if you guys actually missed that moment just now when it comes to 2-0 win, clear one, clearly a clear one, like Omo mentioned before. Cerberus won that fight, and we do know when it comes to first and second match, just to compare, based on you guys, both panelists, what do you think about if you compare the both game pace it comes to the draft itself?
For the draft itself, I believe it will be a better draft. It was a better draft overall for the second game for EVOS, right? The identity is already there. You had the Xin Zhao to start it all, and you have G4 on a more comfortable champion in the Galio. As we look into game number 1, G4 was relegated on a Nasus, and I love me some G4, right? Right, G4 is like my go-to guy when it comes to mechanics. He plays the Zed, he plays the Akali, and now he is a dog on game number 1. And a wither bot, you know, a crowd control bot, and I do understand that there is some planning that goes through this, but for game number 1, EVOS overall, that draft was heavily countered by CES.
Yeah, it truly was. And I think if you look at game 2, I think EVOS did a good job at adapting. I think they made the game a little bit closer. They played the lanes a little bit closer. But at the same time, I think it's twofold. They improved their draft a little bit, but CES, their draft was far harder to play in game 2. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They're just a better team. It's what we kind of expected.
Exactly. That's where your swag was coming from, right? Vietnam, the best region? Well,
100%.
we'll see. Again, don't look down on the region of Toulouse. But on game number 2.
But I can't say enough. I have to voice this out. BMM actually zoned out so many of the core players behind. That was just incredible. And I have to say, the bait coming up from the side of CES against the trying to bait out, especially the Heroes entrant coming up from Gallia. Every single time we saw
G-baited, right?
G-baited, there you go.
Exactly. And we also would like to put an emphasis on the solo player highlights that we did say, right? I know that we did highlight the support. It was supposed to be fair player, but Fly was flying with callers, right? Flying callers.
He did an amazing job. I think if you look at all the team fights closely, it's very easy to see. He made a big flash play, he got a big engage, he got a big off. But I think if you look at the team fights a little bit closer, especially the ones that look a bit iffy for CES, you actually notice Fly is throwing his body on the line to try to zone for his team, to make space. He does a very good job. He identifies the team fights very well. And I think Fly overall performed amazingly, as we kind of expected.
Definitely the player to watch out for Cerberus Esports. Again, it's not just him. It's a whole 5-man squad. That's just Taku.
Really
we haven't, Yubon.
Yubon, haven't seen him yet.
It's still, you know, in the bench
I don't
waiting.
think they need him yet.
Not yet.
When it's really critical, that's where he get called. But hey, Cerberus, I have to say, just now there's a lot of crowd control on the side as well. Whoever jumps in definitely will get wiped out quite early. But that was what an exciting match opening for us in day number 1 of our play-ins in WCS finals. And congratulations, none other than Cerberus Esports. Definitely got a 2-0 just now in the overall rankings. They are the number 1.
3 points. 3 points. Again,
3 points for a clean win.
Every single game really counts. And for me, Cerberus just put them, you know, put themselves in a very, very good spot.
Can I ask a quick question? So every team plays 4 games, correct? And if you 2-0 a series, you get 3 points, correct? So you're telling me at the end of the play, and Cerberus will have 12 points, correct?
No.
Why is that? They're gonna 2-0 everybody.
Did you vote for them to come in?
I said they're my first seed, 100%.
Well,
I think they will have 12
FENNEL
points.
University will get a win.
Okay, there we go. Let's take a look. They have to beat one team first.
But hey, it's going to be all talk on our lineup here. Our panelists is just going to be all the talk because the walk will be done by the player side. So we do have a short break for our second series. Definitely it's going to be more exciting. And we're going to have a bit of a Coca-Cola break, a drinking hour, just to quench our thirst for a bit. But you guys have to stay tuned because Wildlings don't go anywhere. After this break, we're going to have more action to go. See you guys in a bit.
looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you.
Welcome back, Wildlings. Hope you actually have a very cool Coca-Cola break. And also, welcome back. And you just tuned in with us with the Wild Rift Champions Southeast Asia Finals play-in day one. There you go. I'm going to giving all the intros away for you guys. But we do join in by our panelists, the marvelous panelists. We have none other than, we have Omo, the most oppa guy out here. We do have Odolus, the macho man. Yeah, you did.
Why are you laughing? I'm not
I'm giving you compliments. Yeah.
Now I have to live, you know.
Yeah, you gotta sit like that. So he's the authority on the desk here. So he's the big boss.
And now being the boss, I
Yes.
just want to double down. This is going to be a FENNEL Adversity 2-0.
Oh, we're starting.
wow.
You see, everyone always says, "Oh, Omo, you're provoking stuff. Why are you saying stuff like that?" You started it this time.
Because I have to be the matchmaker.
Fair shot, fair shot.
I'm
But
like,
yes.
we're both 2-0. You're the only person
Exactly.
you're not in
How
our
dare you.
circle anymore. You're not our friends. But really, do you think they can actually go for 2-0 on the side of one?
Well, I don't think it's possible for 1-2-0. I think there's just too many flaws in their gameplay. I think it's at most one game. Honestly, there's a part of me that says FLA 2-0 as well. But I just like to be a contrarian, you know? So 1-1.
Okay, all right. Well, first off, my question will be for FLA. This changes. If you guys haven't heard earlier, I did discuss this. And to our Filipino fans, do not be surprised. Our fan favorite support, Rafe, is not going to play at least on game number 1. They are putting a veteran in Arisen, a very staple name in the local scene. I believe he's the most searched player, number 3 in the Philippines. Yeah, he really has fan base. And now they're mixing it up, putting Arisen on the bot lane to partner with Danny with a promise that they will be more aggressive.
I love that because when we talked about FLA, when we talked about one team, we kind of predicted this would be a bit of a snooze fest of a matchup. Right?
Yeah.
If aggression is the name of the game here for FLA, I hope we see something a bit more exciting.
What's more exciting right now, we get to see a little bit regarding both our teams, FLA and also one team Esports. Just take a pick what's really behind there somewhere. We'll take the crown away when it comes to second series. Yeah, 2-0, all three of us here. But who would get the O? Who would get the 2? Oh, he said a draw.
Yeah, I
too.
said 1-1.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He's playing it safe.
The coward's 2-0.
There you go. Yeah, coward. Just gonna play it neutral and safe. But hey, what are we expecting when it comes to both team compositions here?
I just love me some Danny's progression into the promised land. He promised me that he would carry Philippines to the promised land, and what better way to do it than picking a marksman? But for now, my question for at least from the series number 1, will Xin Zhao be a contested pick? Because that's actually there was a heavy priority on that champion.
My hope right now, my fingers are crossed that one team they first pick Corky. Because that means that my predictions are right and they are not going to make it out again.
Danny is a very big Corky player. Just wanted to let you know that.
He just mentioned today he's not liking Corky that much when it comes to the scene. But
Danny will make you like Corky if you play.
Okay, I have my fingers crossed with that one because every single Corky I've seen so far. You know what? We'll let that point rest unless it's picked up again.
Right, now we are starting the bans against one team from the Masters region. The Masters region as a whole, again, has a rich history in League of Legends. And to me, I still give them a huge amount of respect. Again, one team, Flash Wolves, those are 2 Goliaths in the region, and one team is a problem for Philippines region as a whole. There are games that really went the distance, and this is going to be a new game overall. But looking at the drafts already, we have Jace, Jax, and Seth being banned away by one team.
Yeah, really good bans, targeting things which FLA do play and are good at playing as well. But FLA, their bans are a little bit curious to me, especially this Garen. I know that the Masters region does favor that pick a lot, but when you look at a player like Kit, I think the team is so reliant on him to really have a good performance. Garen is something you're happy to have him on. Oh, it's banned.
No, it's banned. The first ban.
Karma was
straight ban out.
That's great.
It's not cocky.
Good
we'll
one,
take that.
FOA.
Yeah, we take those. It's not cocky.
But hey, one thing I worry about if FLA actually did a ban out for Ziggs, because we do know that's going to be one of the most major pick coming out from one.
Will Danny play it then? Will Danny play the Ziggs?
Danny plays the Ziggs, but then again, with the promise of being the aggressor, I love this pickup. This is an Olaf. Olaf was perma banned on series number 1, and Doming plays this champion so well.
Yeah, I genuinely think Olaf is one of the strongest champions in the game right now, but the problem with that pick is he puts you on a sort of a timer, right? He gives you a timing window where he's so strong, he's the Viking, and then once he reaches mid-game, late game, he runs in, he gets popped, he dies. He can't really do too much.
But I think it depends on the... I have to say it depends on the composition. If they actually have sort of, example here, 6 to actually kite out so they have room for a bit for Olaf to go in, I mean, that's possible for Olaf to do so.
For me, an Olaf that goes behind stays behind, right? There's no catching up. So if you're drafting Olaf, you have to press the pedal to the metal and just go full speed. And this Ziggs pick, I'm curious to see if this is going to the hands of Danny. Now that's a Kha'Zix pick, which is also a very good jungler. Now going into the hands of their quote-unquote captain or star player, Tian Yao.
I have a question though. I do like Kha'Zix actually being combo with Twisted Fate just to find a pick-off quite early on. But do you think this Gala going to go for mid? Or is going to go towards the support side?
It's likely still going to the support position. I don't think you really need the Galio mid, but he still functions, he still performs the same function, right? Kha'Zix opens with Voidus out, he moves in, Heroic Entrance comes in, and it's really good for getting on top of a champion like Ziggs. I also really like this Kha'Zix because it's a typical traditional counter pick to the Olaf. What does Olaf like to do? He comes into the river, he runs at you, he fights you. What does Kha'Zix do? He isolates you, he chops you down.
He kills you.
This matchup is great, right?
Finally, there you go.
Finally,
I want to mention we are that one region that really loves the cat. There you go. FENNEL University brings out the cat in the bag.
I really love this for FLA. I think it's perfect with the Olaf in tandem. And I also like it because with the Ziggs, you can kind of leave him to his own devices. And that gives you an earlier timing window that you can start following your jungler around.
I have to say, this is a scary prospect coming out with Yuumi Olaf combo. Now, the Olaf, we do know how crazy he can get when he opens up his Ragnarok and just being helped by Yuumi all the way. He's kind of not dying at all.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
That's scary.
I mean, the tandem of Garen and Yuumi is not on the picture. So how about, put out a Viking with a Yuumi? Then again, this can still be countered. Again, when looking at the one team, they still have crowd control in the Galio. So they can interrupt, the second skill of Yuumi and just pin down the Yuumi. Then again, what this does is it allows FENNEL Adversity to play around their jungler more. They can leave Danny on the Ziggs by his lonesome, and Yuumi can start joining Olaf level, post 2 minutes and 30.
First recall, really. First recall, you could probably start doing it already. Only issue with that is you would then start to lose some experience, and then that gets to be a bit tricky to balance out if the Olaf doesn't find kills. But at the end of the day, you said aggression was the name of the game, and I said, my favorite form of FLA is one where Doming is an absolute madman. And this draft allows for that.
He has a skill. It's called Doming Phobia.
Doming Phobia? Well, one team hasn't experienced it yet, I believe. I'm not sure if they played a C champs.
We'll see.
He needs to start putting the fear
But their counterpart, Flash Wolves, I believe,
yeah,
really did experience it firsthand. Front seat. The Doming Phobia was so clean on that one when we remember back in the C Championships. But looking at the last man here, Harry has been banned away. There is still an Akshan that FENNEL Adversity can go to.
Yes.
One of a pick that Arise is really comfortable with.
That's bad.
Oh, just for you guys, a bit of information. The fourth ban on the side of one team is actually Akshan. I do know Akshan is really troublesome, especially he can actually revive the one that actually getting quadra kills. So.
Right. Wow. Okay. What is this a mid lane Kai'Sa?
I think it's. Oh, it's gonna be a Kai'Sa. I love this. I love this. It's Kai'Sa Senna double bot. It's going to be Galio mid, right? So your game plan here is we need to enable our jungler. So Galio mid allows for that. But what's the rationale behind this Kai'Sa Senna? You know you're playing a 2v1 lane. No, this is really good here from one team. They're putting everything really into the pockets of Cienyo. He's going to void us out in with Shen on top of him, and Galio's going to come in. And your 2v1 bot lane, they're going to try to perma scale up. They're going to let Yumao try to pop off, and then their game plan, dive into the backline. What does Olaf do? He dives your backline. What do? We dive your backline. We trade sides.
And now...
Oh, wait, it's Ziggs mid.
Yeah, it's a Ziggs mid because they have remembered that this is Danny's time to shine on the marksman. And what better way to do it than on the Jhin? Remember, there has been nerfs, quote-unquote nerfs, on 4.1b, but that's just his damage onto neutral objectives. When it comes to combat stats, it's still pure and very fearsome.
And I do really like that fifth pick Jhin here for FLA. Two purposes it serves. First one, it gives you a much better lane face against Kai'Sa. It's actually going to be Senna mid? Is this going to be finalized? Is it actually a Senna mid here for one team? No way. Okay,
no,
this is probably just not
that's not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I think it's impossible.
Unless they're crazy.
We'll see. We don't want to talk too much about that. But the Jhin fulfills a dual purpose. His other goal here is to set up team fights. Open the Kadim's Call, slow them down, let Domain pop off. That's the name of the game.
I mean, like, this is very unconventional.
It is. It's in the mid.
Oh
okay,
my
wait,
God,
this might not be accurate.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, don't keep your hopes too high here. Maybe there'll be a bit of a change, possibly. But when it comes to the picks, I have to say this is kind of unconventional. Coming up from both teams, actually.
A little, yeah.
Especially the Jhin. Do you think it's kind of a forced pick here?
No, I think it's really good.
For me, Jhin has been a champion that Danny was able to win with already, so that's not a surprise for me.
Oh, well, I don't know what we're going to talk and what we're going to say anymore because Ryan is out down to the actions. Wild Rift, here we give our casters taking the wild action in the Rift. Take it away.
Thanks a bunch. Let's take a look at our second game in the play-ins. It's one team in FLA opening up the stage for us. And Riku, I know you have something to talk about these guys. Two teams so similar, love to play for the late game. But the difference is how they approach each phase of the map.
Yeah, exactly right. So FLA likes to fight at the third dragon. One team would rely heavily on these Elder Drake fights. And for me, what I wanna say here, what I wanna look at is Senna. Senna in the mid lane, Ziggs in the mid lane. This is something that we've never seen in a while. Ziggs, we haven't seen in a while in the mid lane. And
so it would have been nice, but they sent Stu down to the bot side anyway. Ninja 7 is down here with him. They sent the Kai'Sa mid.
That is true.
So Omo was wrong. Omo, for the record, was wrong on record.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the beauty of the flexibility of double marksman, right? You see the last pick, oh, it's going to be a Jhin. Okay, we'll put the Senna on the bot portion of the map. And I think that works. And one thing that I want to talk about, though, is what the point that Omo mentioned, right? So he was expecting it to be a Ziggs bot. And that would give room for Arisen to actually roam the map if it was a Ziggs bot. Jhin doesn't have the same wave clear power as a Ziggs has. So when we look at FLA as a team, even during the local qualifiers, local regional tournament, they would always rotate Arisen or Danny topside to help Calm either get first blood or relieve pressure for Calm. But I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
And I think it's difficult too, right? I mean, once you see what Kid's locked in, it just seems like a tall task to try and isolate something like that. With the Shen, you know, you're just able to take away so much of the kit that Renekton kind of has.
Yeah.
You want to stick with him, but realistically, once the Twilight Shroud comes through, it just seems difficult to finish him off.
Yeah, that's true. He has a lot of kit versus AD
It's a shroud.
here. Yeah, it's a shroud.
Twilight Shroud is a Kali, right?
Right, Twilight Shroud is a Kali.
It's some kind of shroud.
A floor shroud, because it's on the floor.
It's
a sword shroud? You were making up names now, Brandon.
Yeah, I would not be a very good namer for Wild Rift champions.
Me neither. Me neither. Huh.
Domain has moved a lot into the mid side, trying to help clear out the wave for Arise, which is interesting because you don't generally need that to happen for your Ziggs, but they've offered to do that either way. I think they're trying to funnel a little bit of gold into Domain, trying to accelerate the Olaf's gold and item pickups a little bit faster. The levels, I think, would be nice to have, but either way, they're going to have level 5, level 6 by the time the Dragons spawn up. I think the difference with the Scuttle change is that they have to pick up one additional camp, which kind of changes things, but also not really, because you never really had to full clear anyway to pick up the 5 before Dragon fights.
Yeah, that's true, right? I think that's the reason why they want to accelerate, because that's the reason why they picked up the Yuumi, because they want to accelerate, enable this Olaf, enable even Calm on this Renekton, and just give them kills with the lockdown that a Yuumi has.
And it's so nice, because you have two choices. You have the Olaf or you have the Renekton. Either way, one of them skills up and does well, the Yuumi gets empowered the other.
Yeah, who gets a kill first? That's where Arisen is going to latch on to forever and ever.
Watch out for that first blood then. FLA, whatever first blood target they find, that's going to be the one that starts to accelerate. And that's going to be Arisen's ride for the rest of the game, I guess.
It's so difficult because when we look at topside, we already talked about how Shen has the necessary kit to deter, mitigate damage against AD champions. And when we look at mid lane, I think it's the most vulnerable lane, which is the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa also has a decent amount of wave clear with the Icadian Rain, so, and you don't have hard CC. Olaf needs hard CC to hold people down and hack and slash, basically, and that's not there. You only have the Satchel, but that's a hard CC.
I love the fact that you said that, because now Yuma has gone down to the bot side, right? Yuma has gone away from this. They want to have their strongest duel in the mid lane, so they can play towards these objectives coming up, the first spawn of the game, and be able to react to things quickly. In fact, one team dictating the pace of the game a little bit, moving their way over to the Dragon before FLA can set up for themselves. They're going to get a little bit of information. Know that FLA have gone to the top side for the Rift Tower play.
Oh, this is one team and FLA. They're going to keep trading objectives until third Dragon. There's going to be first blood at, what, the 50-minute mark. I'm
well,
telling you,
I don't know if
guys.
that's going to be the case. Did he flash in looking for the knock-up? Final chapter slows them
Oh my
down.
gosh.
Domain over by the back, loses a lot of HP quickly. A little bit more damage out for one team. Finds them first blood, but they're not done just yet. Yumal dashes in, Killer Instinct. A double kill happens off screen somewhere. We don't have to see it. It was too gruesome to deal with.
I should stop talking, Brandon.
They're saving Otto lose a little bit of saving him some feelings, you know, not showing the kill happen on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a number 2, Otto. That's a number 2.
But FLA will find some reconciliation, but the bot side turret, first turret, even without the Rift Tunnel pickup, and they did get that one for themselves too.
Brandon, look at that. Double Executioner start for both Siu and Yumao. They are really respecting the fact that there's so much healing coming from Calm, Doming, and especially Arisen this early. Usually we see Grievous Wounds item later, but now they just really want to hammer down the kills, hammer down their HP bars, and I like this from one.
I'm really liking what Kid's doing, right? Coming in from the river, looking to try and find a pickup, potentially here if they're able to try and jump in. Without the flash though, the distance is going to be pretty substantial. Really good positioning from FOA to get the charge in the mid lane, and all they need now is to have Arise find some time in the mid side, finish off that turret, and that's 2 turrets over to FLA potentially.
Yeah, I really like this from FLA still. Coming from Arise as well with the Ziggs pick, that means if you get Rift Herald, then most likely you'll be able to shut towers down, but that's a really nice response coming from one to prevent that from happening.
Trying to clear on some of the jungle, one team doing a really good job here, moving away from the laning phase where they were a little bit weak, and now finding themselves in a really good spot, rotating around the map. You know, this is one of the things that needed to happen from one team. A lot of question marks from the Masters region on how they would perform, especially for a region so far away for a lot of the Southeast Asian teams. We know they play against each other. We know they have some scrim bugs, but how well they do on an actual competition, well, that's a bit of a question to be answered.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this series, this will definitely be answered. And especially when we look back at the VODs. And I remember when we were discussing about the teams, and I was asked, who's the slower team? Who's the slower team? I answered one. But looks like one is sort of dictating the pace of the game now, and FLA is adjusting, especially the composition that they have. They want to be aggressive. We're looking at Renekton, early to mid-game champion. Olaf needs to be aggressive now, needs to get kills early, or else in the late game, you're just going to get melted by Yumao. So this is why FLA has to adjust with their draft, even though we always see them as the type of team that fights at third dragon.
I mean, you say that. Domain got his first kill. That's the kill on board for FLA, right? So Domain gets to stop playing a little bit more aggressively, has the Yuumi attached onto him. Was a big reason why they were able to get that kill. Now with the Black Cleaver completed, just offers them so much additional damage, and they got one of their late game-ish scaling carries. So it is quite good value over to FLA. That being said, though, you still have to watch out for Senyo because he just walks into the jungle of Domain, pumps the Ragnarok, forces that one away.
That's the scary part, right? Because it's not only going to be Shanyo in your jungle. It's going to be Kid joining in with the Stand United. It's going to be Ninja 7 with the Hero's entrance. So
it's never a fair fight.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fair fight. Even the Cat, even though you're going to latch onto Domain forever and ever, that's still a 3v2.
Sure. You can play a 2v2. I have a 3v2. this is power scale. This is like what's it called, power creep. You know, you always get teammate creep.
Oh.
Teammate creep. Now every time you think you're alone in a 2v2 or 1v1, there's always someone coming in from one team.
Exactly. And FLA doesn't have that luxury, and that's the reason why I can see a world where FLA is just going to keep trading objectives. They're going for Rift Herald, and then one's going to speed up the process of getting this dragon, and then force another fight against them.
But it's going to hurt to give away the Infernal Drake, right?
That's
so
true.
FLA are assigned position around it, don't want to give this one away for free.
We'll have to see. Stand United available still for Kid, of course. So
Of
he can
course.
immediately join the fight if ever one team just joins in.
Okay, Arisen is going to tag over on the Domain. Dragon going down so quickly. I don't think there's any chance to contest this
Whoa.
at all. No flashing in. They will try and look for the fight either way. Senyo flashes out the pit. Won't be able to fight for this one. Instead, Current Call sets up the stage for Domain Phobia. The charge back in. Re-engage out from one team as they dive into the back line. A little bit more damage necessary out from Senyo and Irmao. Instead, they're just taken out. They're not able to finish off the targets of FLA. And it seems like FLA have found their footing in this game. 3-3.
Look at Calm. He was able to slice and dice out of that area, finds Yumao, and immediately kills him off, removing the big damage threats from one team. I mean, there's still Shanyo, but that's going to be later. So you are doing a good job with finding that right target.
I love that. FLA would clump together. Senyo's main damage in the early game with the isolation was removed. There was no opportunity for FLA, for one team to make a play there at all. Very nice timing on the stopwatch on the Hourglass to be able to bait away the stun. This gives the chance to Senyo to finish off the Rift Child once he's back out of stasis. FLA ready to collapse in again, but the jump away from the Kazakhs, too effective.
Yeah, I think that's a nice attempt coming from Calm to buy some time for the rest of FLA to join in, but that's still a Rift Herald secured at the same time. So one, getting these objectives here and there, but FLA at the end of the day still able to get that Infernal Drake for themselves. But let's take a look at that replay once more. This fight moved from Dragon Pit to the Tri-Brush by that area of FLA, and I think it's really nice. Look at Calm's positioning.
Wow.
He's able to flash, not slice and dice, rather. Able to flash, stun Yumao, and just eliminate one.
I mean, just so much healing. This is despite the double executions the Grievous Wounds applied from one team. I mean, it just doesn't seem like any amount is going to be enough to stop the healing coming through. Painful for one team to deal with. That being said, very good moves from Senyo to try to equalize a little bit. The Rift Herald trade for the Infernal Drake, not the most worthwhile, especially since he had just lost that fight, but it is something found back. Regardless, I think they managed to get that mid lane turret, so this is going to be their second turret in the bot side.
I think it's really good still if you're able to funnel in some turret plates on towards Yumao. Again, this is a composition very dedicated to boosting Yumao, especially in the later stages of the game. Shanyo will also supplement the necessary damage, but there's just so many choices, right? So on the other side of the spectrum, there's only basically Yuumi towards Calm and Domain, and these champions will eventually fall off. For one, they go up. It's the opposite direction, and they have so much protection from the Shen and as well as the Galio.
And even as we look back at these compositions, it just feels like a very strong one-team kind of composition, a very strong FLA type of composition.
Yeah.
FENNEL Adversity have done this time in and time out when Yuumi was not available in play. I wouldn't say it hurt them per se, but it definitely kind of restricted some of their options because it made things a little easier to ban against. There were fewer enchanter options available to them. Now there's Yuumi back up, it just seems like FLA is so comfortable playing into it. It's like she was never gone.
Yeah, it's like for the entirety of the playoffs, she was never gone. And now that it's open, we get to see that. But it's not enabling a hyper-carry Danny. It's enabling early game champions instead.
I love this so much. The current call just makes Lethal Wave gets to come and hit turret for sure.
gosh.
They start moving in, a lot of damage back over onto Ninja 7, but engage once again, diving in. Yumao gonna lead the way into the heroic entrance. This means Ninja 7 gets to join back into the fight, flashing in over the wall, over the Raptor Pit to take down Arise, and chasing after Domain. It's a double kill out from Yumao, a triple kill now, and it just seems like one team have found their way in.
Holy balls of fire. What an engage coming from one. FLA just wanted the tower. Instead, one
Is
team
this Rift
has...
Herald N?
This could be 13 seconds
Surely
on the
not,
clock.
right? Kid has gone away.
No.
Kid has left away. He's not with the rest of his team.
Arise is going to be alive, so there's that wave clear at least to prevent the end game. To be able to get that
One
wave
team
clear.
decide this is not it yet. They still have to,
Nope.
there's still the extra resistance on the Nexus, so it's going to be extra difficult. But my goodness, what a fight.
This was a really nice re-engage. The thing is, if you bait out the Yumi ult, what's left? There's nothing. The curtain call just makes the Jhin very vulnerable. So without the curtain call, it's something for you to engage. It's not something you want to run away. This is a team comp that is very vulnerable when one team just steamrolls all over you, and that's exactly what we saw.
Dragons up now, FLA trying to make a play around it, prevent one team from being able to pick it up for free. They managed to push out the bot side wave, so one team has to try and address this issue. But the benefit for one team, mid lane auto pushing towards FLA side.
That's something to buy some time to be able to get this dragon. And for FLA, they don't have access. They need someone to face check. And who could that be? Calm? Doming?
Arisen?
Arisen? No, definitely no. So this is very, very tricky.
Exactly. You have these people that could potentially walk in, but then your damage dealer dies, and suddenly the fight's unwinnable.
Yep.
They get this taunt off, and it's looking a little dangerous for FLA. But split up. One team not willing to pull the trigger yet. They know how tenuous these fights could be. They're still playing on a knife's edge.
Wait!
Find this initial catch off. That's the Ragnarok proc. Final chapter being used. A lot of damage out from the Ziggs. Watch out for the center here. S2 goes down first. It does open up the fight for the rest of them. Yumao dives in, but wants to follow up. Ninja 7's already being used, but doesn't quite matter. Now does it as one team will chase after FLA, send them back into base. Danny and Arisen not up to the task to stop one team here.
My God, the trust of Yumao for the rest of the squad to follow through. I love what I see. That was, what, a dive into 5 people? That is insane.
Current call used again, but Ninja 7 is going to act bodyguard and trade shots with Kid. Kid doesn't even take damage anymore. Danny's off by the back of the pit. The taunt misses out, but it doesn't quite matter now, does it, Riku?
It doesn't matter. We talked about FLA falling off on the Renekton and as well as the Olaf, and Yumao is able to scale faster. Look at this. Look at this aggressive, you know, killer instinct towards the backline. I mean,
right,
yes.
Ninja 7 used his ultimate first.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had it again when Yumao did this.
Exactly. This is why FLA, one team has been waiting for that, you know, that final chapter, and then boom, I'm gonna just aggressively go in because no one's there to punish me. You don't have any CC, maybe Calm for sure, but at the same time, it's not reliable.
I love this. Hourglass out from Yumao means he gets to make these aggressive moves, has confidence that he can always hit stasis while Kid and Ninja 7 are able to jump back onto the Kaisa, protect him again, and they get to play for that fight.
Exactly. This is a really, really nice pickup. Meanwhile, for Danny, it's the complete opposite. You know, Proto Belt, either to bridge the gap or bridge out of range of certain things against one. But, you know, a Jhin is very vulnerable. It's a Jhin. It's a Jhin.
It's a Jhin.
You're sitting duck when you say when you're in current call.
You're a turret, for sure. You do some damage to the easy targets, but you need the rest of your team to finish up the kills. And Yumao getting caught out here, baits away a couple of spells, has to start repositioning away. The final chapter will lock him into place. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean that they get to have a free fight. Arisen's been pulled too far forward. They weren't expecting this. The current call used now. They need to keep Sue alive. Has to Guardian Angel, so he gets a reset for free here. Senyo dives into the back line, looking for the resets to finish off the kills onto FLA, sent them back into base. All 4 hovering by the fountain. They just don't have much counterplay to be made. Arise looking for the wave clear, but with the Baron buff empowered onto one, it's difficult.
It's so difficult. I mean, the fact that Kid has been split pushing all this time, not even needing to stand united into anyone, despite the numbers disadvantage coming from one. Yumao is enough.
Such a one-team thing to do. Clear out all 3 inhibitors. They pick up one more kill. That 2 dead left down FLA. All the minion waves crashing in at the same time, meaning they have full access onto the Nexus, and they still walk away.
Yeah, they wanted to get the Elder Drake. They wanted to make sure that they win the game. But honestly, FLA at this point has no fighting power. We talked about how Calm, Doming gonna fall off. Danny, as a Jin, I am not a Jin believer. I am sorry. So the only consistent damage that they can rely on, which it has scaling, is a Rise, and I don't think it is enough. It's the debate of auto attackers versus casters, and I feel like, you know, Yumao, especially in this lead, he has it. He has it in the bag, unless I curse him again.
Yeah, you could definitely curse him again at this point. It's never too late, Riku.
It's never too late.
But I love this from one team. The Masters region just never fails to play for the safest option possible. If it means a 20-minute game, so be it.
Yeah.
We'll go for the Elder Drake. The whole Nexus is exposed. We have mini waves crashing in. We don't care. We're going to go for the Elder Drake to make sure we have 100% certainty that we win this game.
Yeah, they want a clean game. I like this discipline, though. Like, even though you have this big amount of a lead already, like, it's good to put your feet on the ground and be grounded in case we have to, you know, push forward with the rest of the matches as well. I like this discipline that one team has.
I like that. I like that.
It's important. It's very important. Look at them, though.
Positioning out from one team, hovering around the corners. I like this a decent amount. One team not playing in the brushes where you most expect them, playing around the Fog of War instead. Now it's starting to collapse in on FLA. They know they have to be nearby. Doming's going to have to pop the Ragnarok early as Sanyo is looking to finish off the Olaf, who has Guardian Angel, but his Sencom running as well. The flash away for the Renekton won't save him. FLA will want just one team take down the top side of the map. Arise falls next. Danny goes down, and Arisen gives over the triple kill. It's a big team ace over the one team. Now moving in to pick up game one in this series.
That's a dominating finish for one team. From the beginning, they were able to get Yumao a lot of these kills and just snowballed out of control, and FLA has no answer.
I love this so much, Riku, because I was in... When we came into this, we had discussions about which team were looking strong. I said the Masters we just looked pretty strong. I did not get much confidence for the rest of you guys to say that they were a strong team. Instead, well, they've rewarded me. I may have been wrong for the first one, but I'm on par to get to go right for the second.
Yeah, I know. I think we were both at polar opposite when it comes to this series. I feel like, you know, FLA at the beginning, very strong. I think it was a 1-1. I decided 1-1. But I feel like one team did a phenomenal job in playing around Yumao. I mean, when we look at the match, it was Xianyo either on the Lee Sin, setting up for the rest of the squad. But it's different. He was on the Kha'Zix, and the rest, like a Shen and a Galio, just setting up for both Yumao and as well as Xianyo. So I like this, you know, different face coming from one team, and I feel like FLA is really going to struggle against this different face of one team.
Yeah, as we see one team evolve more, I feel like Flash Wolves as a team is just so dominant that one team never got a chance to shine.
Yeah.
You look at one team's record, realistically, I mean, they were decently ahead of the rest of the competition, not so insanely ahead, but Flash Wolves was just far and clearly above everyone else. It just seemed like they were living in their shadow. Now one team finally gets their chance to shine. Let's see if they can close out the series, though.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question. And don't forget, FLA also, just like EVOS, is managing around this big roster changes. Like, no, it's not Raph in the support role at the moment, but it is Arisen. So we'll see. Maybe we get to see more changes.
All right, let's see what our panel has to say about that last match and how they intend to break this one down. Let's hand it over to the panel to get their thoughts.
Jeez, I have to say that's the emote that I have in my mind right now. But before that, welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the panel. I'm your host, Choo Choo, and also we have a lot to talk about. I definitely know why ninjas have to step back and maybe step to the side, as we saw how Yumao was a monster. But hey, I need to ask our panelists. Yeah,
how you doing, man?
Autolus still okay? Baby
Well,
rage.
it's okay.
Baby rage. Yeah.
This is definitely not what I expected. Again, they are trying to at least surprise everyone, and they surprised themselves the most.
Did they surprise you?
Yeah, kind of. Again, looking back as to how I really watched their journey, like FENNEL University is like the counter puncher. They're going to study their opponent and will plan against their opponent. But this time, they kind of want to be the aggressor. And I think what really threw off their plan is the Shen. It always throws off almost every aggressive composition that you have, because one, the Shen can play the silent and can still be influential in team fights. And the second, the switch over from on that Kai'Sa from the bot lane to the mid lane allows him to free farm and not be bullied by the Jin.
So much space for the side of one. Actually, it's okay. Don't cry.
It's
I
okay.
can see you tearing up right now. But Omo, you saw just now the composition coming up from one.
Yeah.
Whatever they play is just they excel in it.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. There's a couple of things I wanna bring up here. First of all, I wanna continue on your point, right? FLA, they were put on the timer. They had to pressure the map. All the while, they were pressured by the scaling coming in from the side of one team. You had the side lane pressure coming in from the Shen. So many factors at play here. I love that draft in particular, the lane swaps. Really just a chess match between these two teams. You flex the Ziggs, okay, I flex the Karma. I flex the Kai'Sa, I flex the Senna. But at the end of the day, what I wanna touch on is I don't think this is the end of the world for FLA.
Oh, definitely.
I feel like they were forced into a very tough situation with the draft, much like the EVOS game 1 that we saw. I think the draft left you with very few options to play it out. I think you were pressured from the get-go. Take it back a notch. I understand you want to put your pedal to foot on the pedal. What's the saying? I lost it. Doesn't matter. You want the Olaf to run the game. Yes, I get that, but it also makes it so hard to play, and I especially don't like the Ziggs flex to mid. I get that it gives you a better bot lane matchup, but the problem there is who then is going to enable your Olaf? There were many issues in the draft for FLA.
And again, there's also a trademark playstyle for FLA, especially if they have the Ziggs.
Yes.
Again, at 10 minutes. At 10 minutes. This has always been the FENNEL adversity identity that we're talking about, right? FLA loves their first tower in the mid lane. Oftentimes, if they're winning, it will be standing strong at 14 minutes, 16 minutes. But it was broken down at 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and that was actually a consequence of the botched Rift Herald fight. Not to mention the biggest swing of them all, the forced takedown of the tower in the mid lane, in where one team at the backs of their new player Yumao just went Super Saiyan and went on rampage.
Yeah, Yumao played extremely well. I think if you look at the KDA of everyone on the side of one team, I do believe Kid, Yumao, as well as their bottom lane, 4 players, had 100% kill participation throughout the entire game. And it just shows, this is kind of what we expected of one team, right? They play as a whole unit. And I feel like the way the draft played out really allowed that to shine. It was really just you're trying to punch a hole in a brick wall on the side of FLA. You're trying to play into what one team does best. Change that for the next game.
I have to say, before the game even started, there's going to be one usually win first when it comes to the draft-wise. They know how to counterpick, they know what they're doing, they know every potential of each of the champions they actually choose. And we saw, it's not flawless. We have to say, it's not flawless. We saw a bit of a misplay here and there, but hey, they redeemed it back by taking the game quite early. And also, still mentioning of about, you talk about it seemed like EVOS, they kind of have a bit of jittery and nervousness when it comes to the first match. So when it comes to
not so much
second
jitters, but more of just a bad drafting game.
He's just gonna slam it down in the face.
Corky. You're not really a fan of Corky in the
It's just
mid lane,
Corky
right?
all the way. Just blame it on Corky.
Yeah. Looking at the draft here, I feel, you know what? I actually love the Corky, at least for the side of FENNEL adversity, if it was used here. I mean, I understand that Jin has a certain niche of being able to set up picks. But if you're going full committed on the 5v5s and forcing forcing the other team to respond, then having that Corky and having that package will allow you to force team fights in your favor and force Shen to make it a very big decision. Use the ultimate or continue to split push.
Yeah, the Corky pick is definitely something I could see. I understand why they didn't go for it, because they wanted a stronger bot lane laning matchup. But I feel like the biggest issue of them all here is, where is your scaling? Your team comp, all 5 members, are basically all in on getting that mid-game power spike, on hitting that timing window. You could argue, you know, maybe Jin is scaling. Sure, Jin can scale. Jin can do a lot of damage in the late game, but look at who you're playing against. You're playing against multiple champions that dive you, and a full tank Galio, a full tank Shen. You saw the Baron fight. He was tickling that Shen. The other argument is Yuumi can scale. Sure, Yuumi can scale, but who's the Yuumi gonna ride on? Who's the Yuumi gonna scale with? Olaf falls off, Jin does no damage, you're gonna ride the Ziggs? Like, that makes no sense. Renekton, he just had no one to ride.
I agree. There's nobody actually that can pair up with Yuumi that can actually do
in the late game.
In the late game,
can pair up.
The
at
plan
least.
was to really
1v9
have
Olaf,
Olaf
right?
be on a rampage. Like a 3-0 start was the target, was the goal. If not for a 3-0 start, you know, in terms of kills, at least a tower, a momentum, you know, territory advantage for FENNEL adversity. But it did not happen. because one team just played it so well.
I agree, especially we saw how forced they were when they're trying to get the fight, to be on their side, to get the territory, the map control at least. But it's just so hard because one, they know where to stand, they know how to bait, they know how to actually force things out and when to dissipate when things are not in their favor. That's the advantage they have on side of Masters region. I have to say they're really good at this kind of plays. Even though it looks a bit, you know, a bit mundane, a bit safe,
Resident
too safe.
sleeper.
I'm not saying that. That's gonna be you. But hey, they have results. So, are you gonna cry for the next one?
We'll see. I will never lose faith unless you know my countrymen ask me to not predict for our teams, right?
You become the jinx.
I know.
It feels like you're the jinx right now.
Because right now I don't want to swim home.
So Auto lose, you need to change your name to Auto win.
Yes.
Whichever team you predict after this will be automatically win.
We'll see.
I mean,
It feels like
I
that's the
think
reason.
It's very winnable still for FENNEL and Varsity. That was a
Exactly.
game where one team got to show off their chops. FENNEL, you drafted into that. Change up the draft for game 2. I think they have a fighting chance.
I'm curious, will we see a player change at least for game number 2? We're heading into the draft here, Chu.
Yeah, because right now I do want to see they change up and already try to step up their match or not when it comes to this game and this match only when it comes to the draft. Will they ban certain champions based on the last match as well? Because we did see and we saw the fact that some champions, they have so much. They got Olaf, but it's just not to full potential yet. So can they actually ban out Olaf instead of giving it over to one because it's not working on their side?
The problem of banning Olaf red side, you open up a lot of champions for first pick for one team. You still have to prioritize in banning Karma. You also have to prioritize banning the Camille kid. Cianio even is actually very good on the Camille champion. So yeah, I still think that Olaf will still be left open here.
Well, Jax is nowhere to be seen. We're looking over Yuumi again, which not working quite well as well. We do know Yuumi kind of buffed up here entirely.
Honestly, I would be very happy to see FOA just run the draft back, but with a couple little changes. I think I want to see them pull out the aggressive comp again. I want to see them try it again. One team might not be the best team to do it against, sure, but I think it's now or never, right? Like, you don't have that many games to play. Pull it out now. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, ditch it. Go back to scaling. Go back to slow play for the rest of your games. Pull out the Olaf Yuumi again. Tweak the picks around it. Maybe Renekton. Maybe keep Ziggs in the bot lane. You need something to enable the Olaf pick. Like Riku said, right? You need something to hold them in place. They didn't have that. So change up the draft a little bit. Maybe you can still try that again.
Oh, J4 can hold everybody up in that
Yeah,
place,
but then Olaf is stuck outside.
Yeah, I know, right? But hey, Galio and also Camille will be banned now here in set as well. So we do know we have Gragas still. It's one of the best in every region. We do know Gragas is very good. But Ziggs again. So this time, one is really showing who's the better Ziggs player here.
Yeah, I mean, this pick just fits one team perfectly, right? What do they like to do? Sit under the towers, wait for the objective fights, push out waves. Ziggs?
And also, Yumao is so good at this champion. I remember watching him dealing like 40,000 damage.
Every Ziggs does that. It's inflated.
almost 2,000 damage per minute for one game on that Ziggs. I know that it's known to be a poke champion, and the damage is relatively achieved.
Oh boy, that's what you were talking about.
Garen Yuumi, let's go.
Garen Yuumi. So this is going to be an interesting one. Definitely when it comes to map control and lane control, they can actually have it on the side of FLA. But the thing is, aggressive-wise, damage output.
Yeah, let me ask you a question here, Autolose. Have we ever seen a Garen Yuumi bot lane combo?
No.
No.
At least not in our region.
I don't believe that's been played in Wild Rift.
Not any region yet. From South Asia.
Well, it's never going to be played because there we go. Just instantly answered.
Ooh,
Lulu in the Vayne is a very good counter against the Garen.
It's so
now
good.
It also opens up the option for one team to switch over this Vayne onto the Baron lane and have a Lulu and Ziggs bot lane.
True. But I do believe, given Yumal, what he likes to play, this is very likely going to be in the bottom lane. Do you like the Zed? I don't like the Zed here. I feel the Zed is going to have a very hard time trying to kill the Vayne Lulu.
I think they're picking the Garen one of the reasons because they want the Zed, so it won't be mid Garen versus a Zed because that's kind of a trend right now. And so Renekton might be fighting against Zed if they want to, if it's in the mid. So that's kind of a pretty normal kind of
yeah, like if you look at the laning matchup, sure, right? But if you look outside the lane, like just what does this Zed do? I don't think I can find you an answer.
The problem with a Zed pickup is that they are now forced to pick up a mage in the bot lane.
I mean,
or
like-
possibly go
Hey,
for a
Yumi
core.
is the mage, okay? Luden's Echo, Death Cat, let's get it.
I don't count Yumi
I mean,
as a mage. I'm sorry.
What I'm looking over for the FLA draft right now, you kind of not getting idea. Maybe they want to go over split pushing. Maybe 1-4.
Yeah, exactly.
The 1-4 actually
Or
can
banning
work
Shen.
if they have set or even get around that side. It depends on how can they sustain to against the fight here.
He wants Flash FLA, they have to ban you Olaf right now. FLA have to ban the Olaf right now. The Kha'Zix is banned away. If they don't pick this Olaf on 4 and one pick the Olaf for 5, I think it's game over. Just like immediately game over.
Just
the
because
Kha'Zix
of
is
the
banned away.
Lulu, Olaf, and Vayne.
Yeah, I don't think
composition.
you have a chance. Like, I don't know what FLA can pick into that. I think you're out of options.
We're looking over Kha'Zix a bit better now. Lee Sin and also Shan.
And you can't pick the Olaf on 4 here for FLA because if you pick Olaf, you're playing Olaf into Vayne Lulu. It's just draft checkmate, I think. I don't think FLA have options.
Oh, they're not banning out all.
I should have voted 2-0 on one team. Darn it.
The thing here is, I'm okay with Olaf actually, because it
For
will-
FLA?
Yeah, no, for
If one team take it.
If one team takes it, again, one thing that you cannot really counter with your with your Ragnarok is death or execute, right? And that basically is what Garrett.
You have a Lulu.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to invest your wild
Oh,
growth?
well
onto the
then.
Lulu? This is a
Domain
Ragnarok.
time, huh?
Huh? This is This is a combination that was made popular in the Philippines, and we call it the Meow Meow connection. You have the Rengar and you have the
Yeah,
Yumi.
hey, on MYSG, we're actually using the same thing, the Meow Meow composition. The cats
Exactly.
usually sometimes they win.
What's
but it
better than
depends.
one cat? Two
Vi.
cats. What?
We haven't seen a lot of Vi here.
Where's Powder?
Oh my god, is that Vi from Arcane?
Yes.
Oh my god,
Oh
I'm a
my
big
God.
fan.
Wow.
This is very interesting, but it also gives them a very clear point of engage.
Yes. I really like the cat here for 2 reasons, right? Oh, I guess one big reason. I feel like team fight-wise, you are just done for. You don't have an answer to the team fighting of one team. So what does the cat allow you to do? It lets you side lane. You permanently put your Z side. You play 2-3 side lanes. Your Rengar just keeps outing to the Z lane, and I feel that's where one team's gonna
What
struggle.
will be your last pick here? That's the question. Is this going to be a Morgana just to have a bot lane
Maybe.
mage?
I think a mage for sure, right? But but then again, Danny on a mage. I know he can play it, but would you rather he play something else? I think the comp doesn't allow for it.
Oh, Lucian.
Okay, well, that's a
Interesting.
great bot lane combo as well, right? Lucian,
Lucian
Yumi,
Yumi,
extremely
yeah.
lane dominant.
I mean, like Lucian can actually flex in any lanes at this point, so you might get to see
No,
a
it's Lucian
Garen
Yumi.
Yumi. We might get to see the Garen Yumi.
They won't
if
play
you-
that into Vayne Lulu. Like, it's impossible, right? I want to go through this draft really quickly. I think FLA saved the day with their 4-5 picks. I think their first 3 picks, it was looking really doomed, but their 4-5 gives them 2 things. A possible dumpstering of the bot lane through the Lucian Yumi, as well as the permanent ability to just side lane to split push to play 3-2 on the map. And I think that's what FLA need to do here. They're never going to win 5v5.
And those are the ones and zeros that we are talking about, or that you are talking about. But since I know these players, these are actually conference champions for them as well, right? If we talk about Arise on the Z, that's not, that's not a new champion for him. He's been using that a lot of times. And this is going to be against a Ziggs in the mid lane. So there is an opportunity for him to do that very, very remarkable solo kill.
That's true. And one quick point I want to bring up before we go into game. Calm here, he's playing the Garen. Kit is playing the Darius. It's one of his best champions.
Okay.
We know he's the king of the Baron lane. That's another possible pain point for FLA.
It got nerfed though.
It did, but it's still a really easy
It's
matchup
just
to
an
play.
attack speed, by the way, so it's fine.
It's very big for me.
Yeah,
it's
but-
big in this matchup where you need to stack
That's
passive. But I think the trading pattern of the Darius, you can overlook it.
But hey, I do want to see can actually Lulu trying to death mark and polymorph at the same time for that Z, because if it does actually happen, it's going to be a bit of a problem for the side of FLA, which we're going to try over our wildest action ever, taking back to our casters here, Riku and also Grandin, take it away.
If you like action, you like games, you're gonna like this series. One team versus FLA in our second game between these 2 teams. I'm Grandin, with me here is Riku. We're taking a look at this one again. And what I love to see out of this one, Riku, is that FLA have thrown everything to the wall again. Now we pulled out Yumi again, but we get the Rengar.
Yeah, they're deviating from their usual. I like this from FLA. They're coming out of their comfort zone, and this is a composition that I want to see 2 things, right? I want to see Danny winning his lane against the Vayne, of course. You are a Lucian. And I also want to see the Meow Meow connection work. Because I'm imagining Doming activating Thrill of the Hunt, Arisen jumping with a cat, the double cat combo, and then boom, you lock them down with the final chapter and getting picks all over the map. And the requirement for that is opening up the mid lane. So I want FLA to get first Rift Herald, open up the mid lane, and then that's the time they can get control and do the Meow Meow connection things and assassinate one person in the deeper ends of one team's jungle. But the issue is, you're up against the Ziggs.
That's true.
Unlimited wave clear.
Yeah, against control mages, Rift Herald value is just infinite.
Yep.
And so we have to see pressure coming through from FLA on other parts of the map. And one of the things that could come from is this bot side flashing in to get the damage, the knockback onto Arise. No chance to jump back in, even with both summons expanded.
I know, that's the sad part, right? And it's a really nice gank coming from Jianyo here. And being able to...
You don't sound very sad, Riku.
I mean, what Jianyo did
You don't
was really good.
You don't sound very sad.
I'm sad inside.
Are you trying to... do you want FLA to lose?
I want FLA to win. I voted 1-1, actually.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah. What's the faith in the 2-0? Arlus had faith in 2-0.
No, I said 1-1.
Oh.
Yeah, because I feel like FLA takes a while to ramp up, you know?
And as we look at this one, right, you talk about how you need to get the mid lane open, and the big issue with Siu being on the Ziggs, we need to see Domain activate himself as the Rengar, pick up the level 5 early so he can start to really put pressure on the Ziggs.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Arisen has to be that level 5. I wouldn't expect the Thrill of the Hunt combo into the final chapter just yet. It's again a requirement to get that mid lane tower down first. And look at this poor Arise. He's getting poked out by the Ziggs.
It's so difficult to do anything against this. Domain is going to continue farming up, so you can see a bit of the difference here. And despite the fact that Domain has focused on picking up a lot of the gold because a lot of the gold in the jungle, because Senya was able to get that first blood, he's still ahead. Senya's gonna go back to base, come back with more items than Domain, and I would argue, have greater impact because of the nature of his ultimate, just being able to lock down a single target. And if you have the Yuumi on there, you lock up 2 for 1.
Exactly. It's a buy one, take one scenario, except you kill one and
then
kill
the other
another.
one dies.
Yeah, exactly. That's the deal here. And you cannot underestimate the early game damage of a Vi, even though, you know, yeah, bruiser, whatever. Because everyone from FLA except Com are so squishy. It's so easy to kill someone with Jianyo here on the Vi.
Let's talk a little bit about this top side matchup because they actually held on to it for quite a while, but down the bot lane, Email gets taken out. A double kill happens for FLA, and now the dive happens as well. Domain down to the bot side to finish off the kill. A triple appears for Danny out of nowhere, and Kid locked down, focused up. It's 4 across the map for FLA.
What just happened? It's like FLA woke up. Hello there, one team. We're going to get kills all across the map. This is exactly what I wanted to see, right? Danny winning his lane, even getting a triple kill. That's early game aggression that I was looking forward to, and they succeeded. And topside too, Arai said, I'm not doing anything in the mid lane. I'm against the Ziggs. Why don't I visit top lane?
Riku, look at this. Storm Razor completed right before first spawn happens.
Ooh, that's a lot of raw damage from the side of Danny here on this Lucian. So I am expecting FLA to 2 times their aggression here to make sure that they can snowball the lead that they got with us 3 kills for Danny.
Grab that Rift Herald you were talking about, so they need to go there early trying to set things up. But FLA, they actually want the Dragon first.
Ooh, I see this. They have space. The fact that, you know, the rest of one team isn't going near there anyways, and the fact that they need shields against CU's pokes on the Zig. So I really see why they give importance to this. If they want to rotate topside, that is also a possibility. But looking at the way that they're moving towards the map, they want to rush First Blood Tower against one.
They already got a bunch of kills.
Nah,
Everyone's pretty confident about this. I don't think the Rift Herald's as valuable anymore. They already know that even if the game stalls, they have pretty good control, flashing in with the Condemn, style points. Well, I don't even think necessary, but they get it either way.
Yeah, they get it either way. They get the tower down as well. So
wow, look at that wave clear.
Woo!
Unplayable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were able to get First Blood Tower as well, so they were able to rush that. So I like this from FLA, infusing more gold on the 2 most painful champions like Danny and as well as Domain.
They do the same for Yumao, trying to get the Vayne up to speed as well, but despite that, you can still see 1,500 behind Danny. I mean, that's just the nature of things. You were mentioning to me last game, in between matches, you don't like the Jhin very much with Danny. But now he gets Illusion instead.
Yes, I'm so happy to see this. Jhin doesn't really do anything, doesn't have damage. I'm so sorry for the Jhin lover. He has the curtain call, but I am not a Jhin believer. I'm so sorry. Even though with the Storm Razor changes, I am still not a believer.
Oh my goodness, Arisen starts off with the Luden's Echo. I love that, by the way. Can I just say? not a true mage. I don't know. This looks like a mage to me.
This is what Oma mentioned earlier, right?
AP damage.
Yeah,
That's
AP
where the AP
damage.
damage comes from.
Yes, sirree. I mean, I see it though because they need that wave clear, and I don't think they can match what the Ziggs has. So at least to alleviate that pressure, they're gonna get the Luden's Echo to help alleviate that a little bit.
Right, you still have some of the magic damage, especially when you have that Meow Meow connection. You know, you can output a lot of it very reliably. You don't
Meow?
have to worry about it happening so much. That's the first Meow happening. Flash away from Kid, but he's just locked up in place under turret. Goes down. Both summoners used in that exchange.
Yeah, it wasn't the duo Meow Meow connection. It was Meow Meow connection plus the rest of the squad falling through with the FLA. So I really like this dive. So we'll see how they can deter this Rift Herald from knocking down this tower.
This is really interesting. I think the charge will still go through. Yeah, they still managed to get that charge, so really well placed from FLA. Here, one team are going to look and try to go to the bot side, maybe pick up an opportunistic turret down here instead.
Yeah, it is the response. We'll see if FLA will fight this because they do have that ult from Yuumi.
They still have the satchel charge, so could secure that turret. Looking to try and block
Whoa.
this one away. That's going to be the final chapter used to hold Senyo in place. They weren't able to take down the turret yet, but one more satchel charge will do the job. Let's see if one team stay long enough for that to happen.
I don't think they can prevent this. They have no engage anymore.
Okay, satchel charge still not used yet.
Oh my
Things
gosh.
are looking so close here.
Yeah, it was Yumao auto-attacking anyways, and with the last satchel, so it's all good, because again, this seems to be reminiscent of what happened in game number 1, because if there's no final chapter from Arisen, then that's the time one team can be a bit more comfortable being deep into these towers, either even initiating a fight. All they have to do is bait that out, and I feel like there's no threat anymore coming from FLA.
The difference this game, I think, is Senyo is no longer on that big threat to Domain, right? So Domain's unleashed. There's nothing holding him back anymore. He's doing a very good job with that information, knowing that Senyo is not able to go into his jungle, apply pressure. Senyo got an amazing first blood kill for his team, but beyond that, it's been difficult to keep up with the momentum that FOA have, and they're looking at this really strong spike. Let's talk a little bit about this mid-game then. As we start to approach this 10-minute mark, as we start getting towards that first Baron, who are we looking to win out fights in a clean 5v5 fashion?
Okay, Danny has to be alive throughout all this these fights for sure, but
Yumao
they can
as well.
get picks.
And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think Yumao might not be alive for much longer. 2 assassins were prepared to hunt him down.
Yeah, he doesn't have hourglass just yet. He wants to focus his gold more on the damage department just to try and match Danny over here.
Okay, well, back into the mid lane. They shove one team back on the turret. You have to be careful about stepping up. Talked about those next objectives spawning. It's the Dragon and the Rift Herald both coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, they're full control over this. Yumao is pretty late to this area of the Dragon, so one team can slow this down with a lot of pokes.
Surely they don't fight this. Senyo is charging up that battery, but it's not looking too good.
Arise.
They're going to try and walk in over by the back. The Zed is still there. They get the Dragon over to FLA's side, try and pull back in Calm. Flash away from the Garen, so Calm manages to survive. Nothing lost there. No major issues here for one team. All FLA, they just back off back to the mid lane.
One team couldn't fully commit and dive because Arise was in a very good position to flank, so they were hesitant a little bit, and now FLA, from getting the Dragon, they can even get this Rift Herald.
Senyo spotted out by the first Meow connection. Second won't be there. That dashes out instead. Yumao going pretty aggressive here. So Danny's looking for any opportunistic damage he can find.
FLA badly needs this this Rift Herald, just because they need it. We talked about how they want to open up the mid lane to activate the Meow Meow connection, and that's why they need this badly. And it's so hard to siege if you're up against the Ziggs. And now that they've acquired it, that mid lane's going to be open.
Both objectives gone. So I have to say, Riku, looking at how things are going to go, this is one team's looking to try and to stall out this game. We're going to be in for like a 25-minute match at this point.
Watch how one team will not go in if Arisen still has his ult. That's why they seem so hesitant. The only time they're going to be super confident going in is that's Utes. And Arisen has been holding on to that for so long. Even though Doming has Thrill of the Hunt and want to engage, no, I know this is your green light. I know this is your green light, so I'm going to keep it. I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to treat it like a baby.
Very nicely done by FLA there to open up the mid lane finally, especially against a control mage like Ziggs. This is so important, so critical. Like you've been mentioning before, Arisen doing a great job holding on to that ultimate, the final chapter, not being expanded too willingly. FLA have been able to always keep something in their back pocket, and that's kept one team wondering.
Yeah, like where is it? When is it going to be used? That's the time they can actually retaliate. But take note that one team still has that scary scaling. So FLA, a little bit on that timer here. I see FLA as a team, like even though if you pick Zed, they're not gonna 4-1. Well, as soon as I said it, hello, here's Rise in the top portion of the map split pushing. So we'll have to see what the adjustments is, especially one team sees this, they wanna engage.
You can still be right, because if they get punished here, the 4-1 could still be a bad decision of their end. Right, so FLA trying to disengage, wave clear out from one team strong enough to keep them from being able to siege out the turret. Kid is going to go to the top side, start watching out for these waves. Rise is going to have to back off, knowing that FLA, that the rest of one team are starting to collapse in.
Yeah, FLA is a puppet master. I go here, you go here, I go there. And we haven't really seen the Meow Meow connection yet, because the big counter to the Meow Meow connection is sticking together, and that's exactly what one team is doing.
FLA go back into the jungle, have good control here, starting to siphon away a good amount of resource away from one team. With every one of these exchanges as the jungle is taken away, you start to see Yumao fall behind. He was 4,000 gold, he was 1,000 gold behind at one point, 2,000 gold behind at one point, now he's 3,000 gold.
And look at his equipment, inventory. He has 2 gloves. He's ready, he dropped his crossbow and he's ready to box people. That's what he's gonna do.
What I will say is that what I like from one team is they have the 4 hourglasses.
Yeah.
And this is something I was telling you, right? You saw the Zed and you said, oh, the Zed's pretty nice here. I felt like they could just buy hourglass, and they did. But then now you have multiple assassin threats with domain coming into play. So there is a little bit more variability here with Danny's damage as well, Danny's sustained damage as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. Aside from making it an item counter against the Rise, it's also good against a Yuumi ult, the final chapter, because the root doesn't kick in right away. You can still, if you find yourself in a position where you can't escape anymore, just pop in Hourglass, and then, you know, the Arisen ult will go to waste.
But I will say, though, once you get Ziggs far enough ahead, the pokes from the Seal are going to just chunk out FLA so quickly, they have to pull the trigger. And I don't see them having those tools very easily. I say that, but they take down Yuma. I mean, the Vayne's gone. That's a damage source out.
Yeah, that was their reliant, consistent damage source away now. Especially Infernal Drake, this is something that they badly needed to take away from FLA, especially that they're ahead.
Looks like Senyo's looking to steal this one. It's a little difficult, though. The ultimate use from Domain. He hasn't used it at that point still. Pulls in with the Hourglass over to the back. Teleport comes in. Arisen with his kill. Unfortunately for them, it looks like Senyo will fall as well. FLA with a beautiful 3K, sweeping them up right behind the back of the Dragon Pit.
Not even needed. Arise wanted to teleport in the middle of that fight, and Kid apprehended Arise, but it didn't matter. He still lost the 1v1. He didn't die, but he was forced back to base, and they lost the tower. More space with now the Baron.
Baron opened up for FLA, so they get to finally find themselves in a really good spot to win this one. Once they pick up this major objective, scaling pressure, not so much on one team anymore. They stop being put on a timer. that was scary for a second. I was looking at Rise like, does the guy die? Does Rise die here? No, he doesn't. Living Shadows out.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. So Baron now up for them for the taking. I feel like, let's take a look at the replay again. This is FLA being incredibly confident, jumping out of the pit, forget the Infernal Drake when we can get more kills, put the Vayne further into the mud, and just slow down this scaling that one team wanted to do.
I think it will also pick up the Dragon in this time. I don't think one team can do much to stop this. They just want to try and stall things out. 2-8 now, though. FLA in a very comfortable spot. 8,000 gold up. Reassuring us to a great extent, I think. A lot of the talent had looked at FLA as a team that were in a very strong spot, maybe quite a significant tier up over one team.
Yeah, whoa!
Pick off onto Sue, gives them yet again another avenue to try and close this game out. Yumao takes so much chip damage out from Danny and Arisen. Looking pretty done deal.
I love what I see. We talked about how FLA is now deviating from their comfort zone. Remember, for most of the times when they win, it's always beyond 20 minutes, 23 minutes, something like that. But now it's different.
Okay, trying to force a fight. FLA are right outside the base of one team. One team have to make a play now. Yumao's been caught out, pulled into position, looking for the kill. It's Arise diving in, but he's been killed off instead. And Kid, looking for the upper hand, tries to pull back in Danny, but Danny will find himself repositioning quickly. Domain off at the back, dealing with Senyo, but Senyo falls in this time. The Yumao might have finally found a kill, but unfortunately that doesn't quite matter. Not as Calm comes in with a dunk with a triple kill to finish that one off. And FLA will equalize this series 1-1 to give us a draw in the first day of play-ins.
What a strong showing from FLA here in game number 2. What a way to win, being able to circulate the composition around Danny, activating the Yuumi, and as well as activating the Meow Meow composition with Thrill of the Hunt and the final chapter, locking people down. A lot of objective control coming from the side of FLA was really nice to watch.
It looked like a lot of good macro. We expected these teams to play a little bit on the slower side, to play more on the macro, and we saw that happen. FLA delivered, gave us a good idea of what needed to be done. You can see the guys on the win cam, they were like, all right, we won the second game. That was pretty much expected. We're a little bit unhappy that we even gave them that first game at all.
Yeah, FLA definitely needed time to ramp up, especially the game number 1 draft. Omo mentioned that they were going to have a hard time with what they had in sort of initiating or engaging and hold people down. But this time around, they had managed to get Danny triple kill early, and then everything just fell through.
I felt really good about that game. FLA managed to show us a really good game. One team showed us a really good game. You know, we saw both these teams have a good display of their own play styles, right? Their individual play styles. When we look back to what one team has always done, we look back to what FLA have always done. They've managed to go back to have their pretty much signature compositions and executed really well on it. Each get their own win. I'm really happy. I'm feeling good.
I don't know why I'm sad. I should be happy.
You were
but
sad
this was
before,
for
but
game
you didn't
1.
change.
Yeah, I didn't change.
You're late on this.
Yeah, I'm late. It's okay.
It's okay. You can use this as well.
Okay, yay! Thank you, Grandin. It's a happy pingu. Okay.
And I think a lot of us will end up feeling a little bit better. I know that the desk will feel a little bit better as they manage to pick up the 1-1 to draw this one out. And every point, with every series, right? Because there is quite a bit of tempo and momentum happening with every win. This draw definitely does feel good instead of the loss. So we're going to toss it back over to the panel to give us a little bit of insight on how that one panned out and how FLA were able to draw up this series 1-1.
Oh wow, first match we have Doggy for the go at this time. We have May the Meow be with you. The force of the Meow is real, everybody. But hey, speaking of the Meow Meows today, Omo and Odalus. Omo, you got your prediction 100% up to this point.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Wow. What a guy.
Yeah, it's again, it's better than having a 0-2 hold because for me, you know, giving 3 points to your opponent is actually cementing your status as the, you know, bottom team for this play-ins.
I had a couple.
It was actually a do or die for me. I just think that, you know, every game really counts in this play-ins because it's so narrow. It's so tight.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
And we only have 2 teams for that slot, though. If only everybody can actually go up there. But hey, it's going to be a fair game for everyone that actually really put in extra effort. They are up there somewhere. But hey, speaking of Yuumi, Rengar, all the cats are in the match. And do you think it's going to be a meta of a Meow Meow today? It's going to be the Meow Meow era?
For me, it's hard to really do it if you haven't practiced it, right? FENNEL Adversity just knew that Yuumi will be left open because of, you know, what happened during the playoffs that it wasn't really picked. And so, will the other teams try to respect that? I believe in the form of a bad. But taking it away, if you haven't practiced the Yuumi plus the Rengar or Yuumi Garen composition, it won't really do you much good. So for me, for the other teams, if you haven't practiced the Yuumi composition at all, don't pick it.
And will you agree with this?
Yeah, I do think that's the case indeed. I mean, when you look at the Yuumi, I think they had a good answer from the side of one team in the form of Vayne Lulu. You outscale them. In isolation, it's a very good counter, Lulu to the Yuumi. But the problem is, when you pair the Yuumi up with the Lucian, then it changes the dynamic completely. And then you become a lane bully. Like we saw the double kill, despite an early gank coming in from Xianyo. Lucian Yuumi can be very lane dominant. That's what we said from the get-go, and we saw that just here. In fact, you know what? Let me rephrase that. Just from the 2 sets of matches that we've seen already, I think Lucian is going to be very dominant.
Lucian received some buffs as well.
Yep.
And with Storm Razor being his first item, perfect.
Everybody's just going to go for... You
stars
used to
have
be
aligned.
sorry, it's Charge Blade back then all the way, but now that's going to be the secondary. But hey, we know what our panelists think about the Meow Meow, but what are the casters' emotions when they feel about the Meow Meow, though?
Ooh, and they were looking at us, right?
I think Riku's eyes almost fallen out of the socket just because of that draft.
I've never seen anyone be more excited to see a Yuumi locked in.
Just more excited than Karma.
I mean, we do. We
We were expecting Karma, right? But Yuumi was a little bit of a curveball.
I mean, to us, especially with what happened during the regional playoffs, right?
Yeah.
It was taken out of the picture.
Yeah.
And now, this cat has become a meme in the Philippines.
I
to a
think that
point
clip
we
just
really
now.
love it.
That clip just now is a meme already.
Exactly.
For
right?
those guys, I feel bad for them, but
To coin a tag team out champion Meow Meow composition, right?
Yeah.
From the get-go, that just speaks volume as to how big our love is for the cat champion.
Yeah, and I do want to touch on the actual Yumi pick itself and how it influences the game as well as how it influences what FLA want to do. I think if you look at these two games that they played here today, it's clear that the Yumi has a lot of influence on their draft as well as a lot of synergy with the champions that they choose to pick. Starting the day off, I said to you, it's going to be a little hard swapping from Baron lane to support. The roles are very different. Well, not if you're playing Yumi, right? It takes things down a notch. It makes it a lot easier. Coming up next against FLA, I want to see teams that play against them ban away the Yumi. Two reasons. Challenge the support champion pool. Make him not have something that's too easy to play. Second reason, Yumi synergy with the champions that FLA like to play. Lucian, Garen, Olaf, Rengar. It's just too good. Ban it away, test them a bit.
Hey, I do want to see a Baron Yumi for once as well because it's really good. It's really good actually. Hey, no, I mean it. But we just relive the moment for a bit. We saw how the first and second game kind of very different when it comes to the performance of FLA here.
I mean, for me, the second game was really saved by Danny and Horizon's laning phase, right? They were able to get 3 kills without the help of Doming. And that is a bonus. That's not going to happen every single time. On game number 1, they played Jhin, but you saw how Yuma was so very confident in going in. This was what we were talking about, Omo, that the genius lane swap, putting Yuma on the mid lane, allowing him to free farm and not really minding the Jhin's laning prowess.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think we take away from these series kind of what we expected to see. At least for me, I thought these two teams, FLA was the better one. Coming to this, I do think FLA is the better team of the two. But I figured that there would be some sort of inconsistencies. I figured there would be some errors in draft, something that would let one team have a pop-off. And that's kind of what we saw. I feel like both two teams are kind of fitting into the mold that we put them in, or at least I put them in. And, I want to just point out real quick, Brandon was saying, oh, one team is so good, Masters is so good. Don't overreact to that win.
Straight smash on the Masters and everyone else, but hey, maybe they are just starting to study about the matches and also their openers because it's still in the play-ins. But the thing is, every game counts, and we do know every single point really counts. And we did saw this is the moment we thought they kind of baiting out with that dragon. And this is, I have to say, FLA played it so well. They know how to bait. They play the side. They're a bit patient and not all out in. Just I like how we saw in the first match. They didn't force it too much.
But that's because of the team comp, right? The team comp gives you more freedom to
More
do these
information.
things. Yeah,
exactly. The thrill of the hunt is like, a radar. If there's anyone
Literally
in the vicinity.
map
It's a GPS now?
Yeah, now that, hey, your Grab driver has arrived.
But it actually is, though. Jokes aside, Thrill of the Hunt is so broken in Wild Rift. The first time I played Rengar and I popped my ulti in Wild Rift, I could see half the map. Like, it's crazy.
He's flexing. He's actually a Rengar player here now. Definitely. Almost just, I'm one of the best Rengar player. But hey, that was
a
really...
player, though.
Yeah, I like that side of the matchup more. Alien versus Predator, I go Alien.
Okay, he's the alien, definitely. He's flexing a lot today. But that was a nice game for both of them. That's a deserving 1-1. I have to say that was really fair enough. But
both teams, their wins were dominant.
That's kind of true. Each game, we saw a different side of them, a different coin side of them. We saw a bit shy at first for the side of FLA. Come on, you cried a lot. You teared up in the first FLA game.
That's just about it. It actually doesn't really throw away or give away anything to other opponents. They play the Yumi. Yeah. I mean, they play the Yumi twice in a row. So the next game, if it will be banned, it will open up another champion for FLA.
So we might actually see a lot of bans of Yumi, and maybe even Rengar. All the Meow Meows will be banned out here today. But before we're taking the actions furthermore when it comes to the third series later, we might have new faces on our panels as well. Be sure you guys stay tuned with us, and we're going to have a bit of a Coca-Cola during our break. And see you guys, and stay tuned.
Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear
We're already halfway done, and what a day! Welcome back, our white links, to the first day of the WCS finals. And also, we had a really great drink of Coca-Cola in the back just now. Hope you guys have a good rest as well, because we have more actions to go. And I'm your host today, which is going to be Choo Choo. And join me in here. It's going to be a very different look of faces. We have the very cute Riku, and also none other than our I have to say scientist for Grandin,
Sure,
because
you
he's
can
gonna
just say nerd. It's okay.
Nerd, yeah.
I'm used to
It's
Leonard.
just-
I'm used to Leonard
he
saying it.
dissect everything so precisely about anything. You have to
It's
agree.
crazy. Yeah, I have to agree.
So we're halfway through here. You guys actually saw what happened in the first two series, and your predictions quite wrong in the first few. I'm sorry, I have to roast you guys. But hey, what do you think, and what are your thoughts about their performance? Are they ready for the next step?
I think they're ready, but when it comes to momentum, of course, FLA managed to come off from a win, 1-1. EVOS, on the other hand, not so much. So I think momentum-wise, mood-wise, perhaps, I think it has to go a little bit towards FLA.
Brandon, do you think the swap of the roles and also the change of the players kind of works for EVOS for now?
I guess EVOS are looking to try and get something new done, right? This is their best platform to probably do it. They're up against pretty tight competition. I think in a lot of their matchups, they have the opportunity to potentially win. It's not clear-cut who's going to win in most cases. So I think if there's any time to really try out something new, this would be it.
So, I mean, like, they tried the first match and the series before. Are they still gonna try that for the second one, honestly speaking?
So my guess here is EVOS have identified a major issue with their previous roster and have decided that, well, if that's going to be such a big problem, I think this is the lesser of two evils. And they've come into this saying that we might end up losing some matches here, but we can recover on day 2, day 3. So instead of allowing themselves to go into this one with a major gapping problem and then potentially make it into playoffs with that same issue still around, maybe by doing this, they get to isolate that issue, bring in G4, have G4 act as that shot caller, have a new face in the mid lane trying to keep up. You know, the issue here is that he hasn't been able to keep up, but once he finds his footing, and especially in some of these other matchups where there is a little bit more leniency, I think EVOS looks just fine.
But hey, Riku, he did mention, Brandon did mention about they can come back second and third day, but we do know that time is very tight here when it comes to the planes. There's only 2 teams coming up, right? So I do want to know from your side, FLA, they got at least 1 point off today if you compare to EVOS. But hey, do you think they still can actually push it through here?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Both of these teams still has a lot of adjustments to work around with. They have a lot to do. Like, we look at G4 from mid lane to support. And on the other side, we've got FLA has 2 Baron laners. And now Arisen has to adjust on that support role. And so far, it has looked really well on the side of FLA so far. So I'm looking to see improvements. Maybe not see the Corki this time around on the side of EVOS in the series.
Hey, stop hating the Corki. It's not his fault.
I like Corki. Maybe just not with Hullbreaker. Maybe just not with Hullbreaker.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you know what? I almost said, no, he's kind of good. But you know what? I'm liking you for this way. Because you know what I mean. But hey, I'll put that aside. We definitely haven't seen SLG yet. But we have to throw the predictions away when it comes to who's advancing for the 2 slot late in the grand finals. I know it's quite early, but this is where we make it happen. Maybe we jinx it, but maybe we're blessing them. So starting with Riku first. Who and why?
Oh my god, I have to go first. Top 2. Okay, so I'm going to stick with my power rankings. Even though I've already seen how teams have changed and performed even during the roster changes, I'm going to commit to my top 2, which is EVOS and CERBERUS. Hello, Philippines region.
This is rough. I like the fact that you're sticking to though. Now I feel a little bit more like incentive to actually stick to my initial predictions.
Yeah.
Because now I'm looking at this, right, and it's not looking too hot for me. It's not looking. I feel kind of like this. I feel kind of like this.
Oh.
Right? There's a fire burning in the back. I'm just smiling. It's like this is chaos. And
But that smile is a bit creepy though.
What if I randomize my emote? You know what?
What kind of
randomize my
random emote, whatever
right
you
now,
get.
and then that's gonna be my destiny. Oh, clap! Okay, that means I'm right.
Yeah,
that means I'm
definitely.
right, Brandon.
I don't know. How did we get the same emote when I randomize it?
That's just the way it is. It's a bushfire in the back, and you know what? I'll take it. So that being said, I'm going to stick with my original predictions too. I voted for EVO's 1 team. 2 teams that are not looking so good right now.
That's why I question, because we do know there's only top 2 for the top 2 slots. So they lost 2-0 for EVOS. And now we're looking over none other than FLA versus EVOS. At least FLA has a better start, because we do know they have 1 point here. But hey, what do we know? But we need to break down when it comes to the matchup as well. When it comes to the matchup between the first match, the first series we're having, the 3rd series actually for the day, which is going to be FLA versus EVOS. Well, both of you guys are kind of loving EVOS. And you definitely, it's going to be Filipino pride. You have to tell to us, like, why?
Don't put me on
why?
the spot, even though I'm already
like,
in the middle.
I'm sorry.
I feel like I have to talk about this one first, because
Okay,
EVO's coming into this year, right? They've had such a rich backstory. Like, they do so well in the summer competition, but when it comes fall, for some reason, they just start losing every single match.
I tell you why. They change their players, right? Hello, Tipper. Are you there, my friend? You have nothing to.
Have you seen him? Have you seen him play with LFO and then
Wow.
become RSG? I think they saved themselves. They saved themselves potentially. Tipper, we had anticipated him coming into this as an incredibly strong player. I think Lloyd is doing just fine. I think that there was that decision to have him play as more like a facilitative tank style player. But in that difficult matchup against Noel, I think Noel popped off incredibly, and so they recognized that, well, if we're going to allow Noel to do that, Lloyd has to step up as well. So having him play more carry, bruiser-ish, funneling more resources into him, having him be one of the main playmakers of his team, just looked so much better for EVOS. Unfortunately, they identified that a little bit too late, which is why I say they lost their series against BRU 4-2, because they kind of identified it a little bit late.
So, to make it clear, when it comes to the top 2, your prediction will be?
EVOS 1 team.
EVOS 1 team. Yours?
I did 1-1.
That's going to be the top 2, by the way. The top 2 for advancing to this final stage, to make it clear. EVOS in 1. Yours?
I went CERBERUS EVOS.
CERBERUS EVOS. Okay. But when it comes to this series, EVOS versus FLA, you're going to go for 1-1.
Yeah,
She's playing it safe, basically.
No, I'm not playing it safe. Okay. My reasoning is that because FLA takes a while to ramp up within the series, and then EVOS, I feel like they're not exactly a clean team.
They're just
EVOS.
Yeah, kick my team away.
So you're playing it safe. That's it. You're having a hard time to make up your mind between it. I love both actually.
Those are my reasons. There you go.
So
Yeah.
for the side of Grandin, the scores.
Yeah, I went EVOS 2-0. I think this is a big moment for them. I think they have to have this win over FLA. I think that Cerberus, the loss against them was painful, but pretty much unexpected. I think that the panel had it entirely right, 2-0 across the board. Yeah, it did seem like Cerberus had good control. That being said, though, this is an important match for them to win. If they don't beat FLA here, things start to get a little bit dicey. There's a lot of momentum when having 3 points for a win.
I have a reason on why FLA is going to have a hard time against EVOS. It's because EVOS feels like an RRQ to me. It looks like FLA has been here before. Grand finals against RRQ. Boom, they struggled. They won 1 game but struggled the rest. So.
I didn't mention about FLA is the stepsister of the Cinderella story. Anyway. They got last and last minute. But hey, we're done for that. But we do have the prediction of the second series, yeah? Between CES, Cerberus Esports versus one. Now, for me, this is one of the toughest to actually make a prediction, honestly speaking.
Really?
For me personally, yes. Because for me, this is one the regions that have the most, I have to say, power when it comes to this entire region as a whole. As for South Asia, it's Masters and also Vietnam. We do know how they can actually really have to snowball every game. So we're starting off, okay.
Look, I'm going to keep it clear cut. I'm going to keep it easy. I'm going to keep it easy.
Yeah?
I voted EVOS, one team to win, to go through into playoffs. I think that one team has to win against Cerberus now. I voted one team to win.
So it's going to be for Cerberus versus 1, you're going to pick over 2. 1.
Yeah, 1 is going to win 2-0.
That's bold. That's bold. Okay, very good.
We have contrasting opinions.
You're going to do
here.
the reverse, right?
I'm going to do 2-0. 2-0 Cerberus against 1 team. I put 1 team in my power rankings actually at 4th. So there you go, Grandin. We'll see.
It's going to be Cerberus?
Cerberus 2-0 on the 4th series.
They are fighting against each other. For me, my prediction is going to be, I'm with the Pinoys today, mabuhay. Yes, it's going to be FLA 2-0 for EVOS, but this one I said is toughest, so I'm going to play it safe. Say what you want to say. It's going to be 1-1. Who cares? I'm loving this. But hey, speaking of which, are you guys ready? Because what are you expecting when it comes to the draft? You know it's a different region, but they are the powerhouse as well.
Oh, the draft. Oh my gosh. Okay, so for FLA, they completely flipped the script, right? We dubbed them as controlled aggression, slow team, but they were the complete opposite in the prior series. So I feel like Yuumi could appear again because just enables so many picks, either early or hyperscalers, so scaling champions. For 1 team, Ziggs is going to be an utmost priority for them.
But hey, let's just look at the matchup. Is it really going to be as what we expected? Will it be another loss or will it be 1-1? So at least everybody wins, right? Let's just get into our matchup right here, right now. Now, we talked about draft before. Certain regions love certain champions. Some of them are actually respect band between one of them, but definitely Galio, Gragas, Olaf. This is going to be the most famous across any region at all, but they both have a lot at stake here when it comes to both Team FLA and EVOS.
Yeah, 3 days of play-in, so every game is gonna count, every series is gonna count. So I'm expecting a Karma ban. It just enables so much. Karma just fits in every single composition. If you want to go late game, if you want to go mid game, early game, just fits everywhere. So we ain't gonna be seeing Karma, and I'm sad.
Are you sure about that?
I'll say this though, FLA, I feel like they have some of their best matchups to begin with. They face one team, a team that is quite beatable for them. Either way, I think the top 4 is incredibly contested. I think that the 2 opponents that they've drawn early on are quite playable. FLA EVOS, I think this is also a match that they have to win. Try and pick up some tempo early and really get something going for them here.
Wow, I love this Rakan ban coming from the side of FLA, especially we're seeing Raf's name already on the support role this time around. That is definitely one of his best picks, but there's still a lot of respect, again, as well, for Fair Player.
Now, you mentioned about Rakan. The entire day here, we haven't seen a lot of trash and Rakan being banned now, or even being picked up here. But we saw a Yuumi being banned. We definitely saw the Yuumi for the entire 2 series before, so this might be a trend after this.
Remember, if Yuumi is banned, Lulu is still open if FLA wants to unlock any of the Vayne and Kaisa compositions, so that's still pretty much open.
I mean, previously what we saw happen was when you had Karma and Lulu was basically the only 2 enchanters that were worth anything at all in picks and bans. You only have to invest the 2. Now you have 3 options that you have to get rid of, but there's so many things otherwise you still have to try and watch out for. Stuff like the Camille is still a perma ban, and so you allow those options. Now it starts to seem like FLA to get to have so many options here. I feel like something they could afford to go for something like the Gragas, could go for something like the Ziggs. You know, just pick up a strong power pick and keep things viable early on. Galio could work as well.
Or a Jax, because FLA loves their Jax. There you go. Never mind. It's going to be the Galio. Again, it's just so good to enable aggression. It is able, you can pair it with so many things. You have that delivery system already on the board, and it's really, it's very fitting against and with melee comps. So if ever EVOS decides to do that, which, you know, they have the tendency to do so during the regional qualifiers, and there you go. That's going to be the set open this time around.
Yeah, Set, the boss I mentioned before, that nobody's actually taken. Usually we see Set quite early on being banned now, and this leaves quite a lot of flexing coming up from EVOS. They are taking Varus first. Do you think that priority of picking with Varus is really that important here?
Not gonna lie, it's really worrying if you see a Galio on the opposite side and you pick up a Varus early. You're very low mobile. It's a very low mobile champion.
Here's the thing as well, Riku. Like, you can go for that, and then you can still see the Morgana come up from FLA.
That's true. Exactly, right? That's going to be absolutely scary. Imagine if everybody's tanky on the side of FLA. What can the Varus do? Nothing.
But hey, if everybody is actually a melee, so they can actually kite it out, because we've seen that before. If they're actually playing too much of a melee and a bruiser, that's going to be a bit of a problem. If they actually have sort of like Ziggs, which is still out in the open, for any team actually to actually reach out to.
Yeah, the direction is very different this time around. You know, FLA placed a lot of big importance on the Ziggs just to slow the game down, but again, we are seeing a different identity from this team. It's Rengar!
I think Rengar is so critical here. Like, you need something that pairs up well with the Galio, something to get them in. Camille being removed is a good option for them, and so they have something now that can reliably get the Galio into the fight and really find some impact. Domain did a good job of that. Now the Yuumi removed, but we didn't see Yuumi have that much impact with the composition either way because of how the nature of the composition they were trying to play for. They had alternative options, so Domain wasn't the only one they had to jump on. Calm was also a potential option, and it just means that EVOS grabbed the counter pick with the Kazakhs.
I mean, like, for me, like, personally, I was hoping Kazakhs will be actually come out with the Galio. It would be really great to actually find anybody to pick off anyone with the Hero Centers as a follow-up. But Kazakhs, I personally, this is kind of a tricky pick from the side of EVOS, because for me, the Rengar, because of the Trail of a Hunt, is sort of an anti-assassin sort of a champion that can actually just wrap up when it comes to fighting against assassin quite early on and quite easy.
Yeah, you have a lot of utility with the Thrill of the Hunt as well, and you have that longer time of invisibility to catch people off guard with the hero's entrance. So I definitely see the thought process and why they wanted the Rengar. And meanwhile, EVOS is expecting a double assassin composition, so they're removing Akali and as well as Zed. So now what are your options? Remember, Arise plays a pretty good Diana. So I can see Diana as well being that big delivery system, Moonfall into the hero's entrance. That is a very scary 5v5.
We still haven't seen top lane matchup definitively from EVOS, right? So EVOS could bring the setup to the top side, deal the Garen, or you can still play something else. Fiora's banned out.
Oh, right.
So now we don't have that option anymore. This could mean they want to try and play for something with a lot more initiation. The bot side, they want to go for the Thresh now, for example. They could still go for that option. Otherwise, I don't think getting another Enchanter or trying to boost something up is going to be an impactful, something that Nami doesn't do as well, in my opinion. So maybe just so either we see a really strong Baron laning come through or a support come through.
I want to see Gragas, actually. Oh, never mind. It's going to be the Darius instead, which we've seen the power of a Darius work so well against melee compositions just because you reach everybody with your Apprehend. You basically have a lot of sustain with spinning around, and you just get a lot of value as this Darius. So I like this pickup and the adaptation throughout the entire draft for EVOS and as well as FLA. It's an Ashe!
It's an Ashe.
Oh, boy.
It's like, it gives them so much control here, right? Because what they need right now is they need consistent engage getting in. The problem with that is that now without some kind of support to enable Domain jumping in, the next best thing is to prevent them from being able to react when Domain does do that. And now they just have more team fighting, so if it's not Domain going in, it's going to be Arise. Yeah, it just looks like they have a good team fighting composition to try and get in. EVOS need some kind of disengage here, I think, something to help keep FLA at arm's reach.
Yeah, we talked about the Gragas before. It's open. You can still take it if you wish to do so.
But where does it go, really? He goes mid lane and he tries to play for AP, otherwise Set has to go there?
Gragas mid, Set, Varus support, or you mix and match it. G4 can play anything. Never mind, he's gonna play Assassin on the Fizz. So a lot of damage, double Assassin on the side of EVOS, and I want to touch upon FLA real quick here because I don't know, this draft looks like standard FLA with the Ashe, and because of the volley poke, 4 melee on the side of EVOS. How can you reach your Facebreaker? How can you reach your Apprehend if there's just so much slows coming from the side of FLA?
I have to agree, but I'm liking the Darius pick because the Apprehend really works quite well with a lot of melee champions coming up from FLA. But hey, sometimes a bit of a wrong rotations and sometimes a bit of a wrong positions can change the game entirely as well. But I do want to see can the Facebreaker and also the Showstopper work quite well with the follow-up coming up from Kazakhstan, the double Assassin. I didn't mention about the Rengar on FLA side. So if that Rengar really can turn the table around, it might just be the shutting down coming up from the side of EVOS Thailand.
Okay, so really quickly, we have to talk a little bit about their compositions. I think this is a really tanky, good fighting composition for FENNEL University. They want to try and scale up. They want to try and reach a point where they can just keep diving in, and they want to pick up the major objectives quickly and then try and close out the game before EVOS can try and scale up. But even then, I don't feel like EVOS has a really good late game composition either. This just feels like a team that's very suited for their personal taste and trying to do the best that they can there.
There's a lot of pick potential here as well with the Chain of Corruptions and Chum the Water. So I'm looking forward to the sneaky assassination plays.
Well, the terms and conditions are they have to hit the spot right on time because if it didn't hit, it kind of whiffed and nothing gonna happen. But let's, walk into the rival stuff with our amazing casters on the casters. That's gonna be Contra and also back to our amazing Omo.
Well, thank you very much, Choo-Choo, as well as the rest of the panel, Riku, as well as Brandon. Now, game one, we've got the dogs out with the NASA's game two. It's all about the cats. Now, the Fizz is out of water. It's EVOS Esports versus FENNEL University.
Yeah, Contra, we've got a bit of a zoo going on here, which I think is only fitting for the WCS finals here in Southeast Asia. We love our chaotic gameplay, our messy style of play, and I think that's what we're going to see, what we can expect to see from this matchup.
That's right, and I just love that we get so many different variations of the draft when we take a look at all the assassins here coming out to play. And I like what Riku has brought out, that there's so much pick potential coming out of EVOS, but FLA, they look great when it comes down to team fights.
Yeah, pick potential on both sides, right? You got the arrow, you got the Rengar coming in to try to pop someone as well. Team fighting, you know, I don't want to talk about all that. I want to talk about laning phase right now. There's one clear thing I noticed from both of these two teams. They've got a lot of ability to contest in every single lane. We're expecting to see a lot of action, a lot of fighting. Ashe against Varus. This is a heavy poke matchup. I love the adaptation to the Ashe here because I think it's one of the few matchups that can pressure this Varus, keep him under turret. How many times do you see a Varus be forced under his own turret?
Not all the time, and to be honest, when it comes down to such trades, it's all about the support doing all the heavy lifting, but something's happening over mid. Seems like Domain wants to pay a visit. Not going to be getting all too much, though. Gets a little bit of EXP. Back towards the laning phase. I think mid lane's where I really want to see all the action. Haymaker's coming out. Forces a flash very early on. FLA wins the trade.
Wins the trade, but it's going to be more than just that. They're coming for a dive here, Contra.
Oh boy, Domain is coming pretty close. And unfortunately, there's no minute ways for them to do all too much. But G4 is also trolling on the back. They do have Ward spotting him out, though. This is going to be pretty risky for EVOS Esports. Well, fair player, he will get built upon. Now that's going to be the time that lands perfectly. FLA comes in with the first blood.
Fair player comes back. He tries to play for his teammates. Wait, there's more.
Whoa, then there goes. Chum the Waters, not necessarily needed in that situation. And like what you expect, all action happening across the map. Well, Valdes is going to be diving in. Is he going to be risking it, though?
I think they can dive this. I think just don't let him recall, crash the wave and dive this. There's no one here to help him. Oh, okay. He just wants to freeze. Lloyd is chilling.
Yeah, he's like, nah, I want my lead, man. Like, just let me farm in peace, and I'll take the fight another day. But what went down with bot lane definitely was pretty interesting from how they chose to react.
Yeah, I mean, fair player, he came back in. He tried to help his teammate, right? But you got to pay attention to how Danny and Rave, how they played that. They spaced him out. They knew what he was trying to do. Now we're seeing more action come in.
Oh, perfect flash coming
God.
from Raph, and he's going to get that double taunt. Connects with the chain of corruption. That FLA will not get those kills. And instead, it's going to down his vein of visit. Flash over wall.
Double.
And he will get that double as you called it out for. Raph is going down as well. Perfect snipe coming in. And that is what EVOS is all about.
And the crowd goes wild. Veldus comes in, cleans it up. You even have to snipe from the back line with Katsatan. Rafe starts that one off. He says, you need me. I will make the engage happen for you guys. But it's a bit too false. It's a bit too much. You don't want to be jumping into a Varus set. They will shut you down. They will stop your attempts at the engage. And look how much damage the Varus did. He lined them all up, chunked them all out. Veldus comes in, gets one, isolates the second because Rafe uses E. He backs away in the animation. He gets the ISO kill, or that wouldn't have been enough damage, and that forces him back in Veldus with the 3K.
Right, that gank was so perfectly timed on that counter, and on the very final isolation proc as well, it sets it up perfectly for Katsatan. While we have that 1v1 going on over on that Baron lane, we wouldn't really expect that to go pretty quickly, so they're just going to go at
They're
it.
just chilling, right? I mean, the main thing I want to see right now is, Lloyd, are you going to buy a Divine Sunderer here? Is that going to be a goal to try to keep down calm on this Garen? I think no, because it's too difficult to play against him on the side lane when you got Rengar come in, when you got the Ash Arrow, the heroic entrance. I think build tank off the Black Cleaver, try to 5-5, try to team fight. We just see both teams right now going to be trading objectives. So we're just chilling.
Yeah, we're just gonna chill with the Rift Break while we have the
No,
Dragon
don't
over.
adopt Rift Break.
So, sorry, Brandon, I guess I'm banned from using that word.
Yeah, you're
for
banned
now.
from using the word Rift Break.
All right, then I have to come up with something. But
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I definitely do
this
like
is
this
solo kill.
opportunity, and the dunk came in too early, though.
No, Calm leveled up.
Oh.
He leveled up and got extra HP. If not, it was dunk plus one hit. And I think that's a solo bolo.
Yeah, that could be it. He didn't even burn his flash for it because he understands, all right, we don't really need it. Wouldn't really call that a whiff. He just dodges that completely.
There's
Default.
only so much you can cuff the bullet.
True. Like in one of the movies that I watched back in the days, Wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Well, both of these teams right now, right, it's been an extremely bloody early game, but as we go into the mid-game, I expect to see it start to slow down a little bit. It could be a bit difficult for them to try to force plays, but look at this, I guess, Dragon Laner matchup now in the mid lane. It's so difficult once you fall behind on this Ashe. You need to maintain your lead. You don't really have scaling. You don't have that much scaling, at least. And this Varus, once he gets a lead, how oppressive is he in the mid lane?
Yeah, and back onto that Ashe pickup here, it does take a while for her to get activated. Now she's not even one item in. I guess eventually when it comes down to the mid-game, she'll be able to contribute more, especially when you do have more cooldowns coming with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows. But just look at EVOS, man. They're being so proactive. Lloyd's starting this one up. Here comes the redemption. Tries to save his life, but Felversi can only buy time. They do get the arrow on top of the Darius, but they're not going to be able to do all too much. Lloyd flashes away to safety. One great kill for EVOS.
Lloyd and Fair Player both get away there, both blinking red health bars. Good start to the team fight. You have Lloyd drop aggro. Fair Player comes in, picks that one up, blocks it with the, what's it called, Phase Breaker, Shield Breaker?
Phase Breaker?
That's the one, yeah, whatever it is, right? And then they just clean up the kill there. EVOS, they're starting to dictate the pace of the game. We know what this team can do when they get leads. We talked about their experience. They know where they need to be on the map. Veldus knows what he needs to do. G4 knows how to, snowball leads. Lloyd will hold his own in the side lane. It's gonna get more and more difficult for FLA as this game goes on.
That's right. We can see them ramping up in pace, and when it comes down to rotations, FLA has been able to match that. FENNEL Varsity, I guess we should not underestimate what they could possibly do with the team fight. We haven't seen Arise dropping in with that gigantic fall. Oh, that's gonna curve, and it's not hitting on Lloyd. If it does, he doesn't have flash or anything to get out.
My man there with the old man hands, but still making it work.
Man, he's been to Worlds before. He's like, this is just another day. It's cool.
You youngins trying to gank me. Don't you know I've been through worse?
Yeah.
I played against Faker, you know?
Oh, right. Wow. What a rich history, right?
Definitely.
When we look back into some of these players, and I guess even for those Wild Rift native pro players that have been
Everyone knows Faker. Even non-gamers know Faker, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
And of course, legends are to be made here in the WCS Southeast Asia Finals. And I'm just looking at G4. He was playing support. This time, with Bad Player coming in, how do you think he's holding up?
Well, it's not been a great start to the game for Fair Player, but I do think with his team enabling his success, with the rest of his players, especially mid-jug, doing so well, he has been doing a good job at keeping up, which is something I've criticized before. He's had troubles keeping up with the team at times. This time it's okay, though. It's doing fine.
Yeah, and I guess when it comes down to the way that they have been able to play things out, like G4 on the Gallo will never go wrong, right? He plays that a whole lot back when he's in the mid lane. Now he's back on the mid lane itself. Comes in with another pick. Valdez dives in from the back, and that's another snipe from downtown. Cat Satan with those piercing arrows.
Yeah, I'm not even playing that game, and I got jump scared by that. I literally jumped. And then he had exhaust as well, by the way. When Kha'Zix jumped over, he exhausted him.
Oh, speaking of exhausting, and we're going to be having
This could be
a
big.
little bit of a long brawl. Here comes the showstopper, and that moonfall will connect, but it's not going to do all too much. FLL, they want a challenge, they will get it. They drop G4 out of the match, and Domain's getting slammed as well. The resets come true. It's a rampaging Varus that we're looking at, but Drake will still be available for EVOS up for grabs.
That was a 4-on-5 there. FENNEL versus they tried to take a fight without the numbers. It got a bit iffy, but Kami once more.
Oh man, he really wants blood though. 1 versus 4, he's just gonna go ahead and take one, but he's running on the opposite direction. Where are you going, my man? Valdez making it easy.
The ISO clause there, the long range, the extended range just took him down. I think he just wanted to buy some time. He got the kill on Ketsuton, sure. He burned his flash. I mean, is it really worth it? I don't really know. But Lloyd, you know, this is a great game from him.
Yeah, it is.
He's a monster.
If you ask me if it's worth it, absolutely. Wait, he still got the dunk, and well, it's a killing spree for Lloyd.
Hey, a kill's a kill, right?
Yeah, I think that at that time, Cat Satan's worth more than the drink.
Fair enough, maybe, yeah. Honestly, FRA, they need to take what they can get here. It's been a rough game for them.
Indeed it is. Now, Harold being secured as well. No way of contest for FENNEL Adversity. Man, they're just taking every objectives as they go. I guess all they have to do is to knock on the Devil's Den, while they still have Lloyd also doing a little bit of split push. FLA, they don't have answers.
Yeah, they really don't. And I don't think there's a clear answer as well if you ask who has better scaling. I think it's honestly pretty even. And if that's the case, EVOS, with the lead that they have, I think they're looking poised to just run away with this one.
Indeed, and they're going to secure another one. Well, we have Valdez
So
dropping
close,
pretty
so
low.
close.
And the Demacian Justice doesn't really get all too much out of it. And with the Twirl of the Hunt, the spot out Fair Player, not the target they want. He's already pretty much chunked out.
Look at this, they're juking him!
Wait, he's still playing around. When are you going to pop it, though? Fair Player, he's still looking for that challenge, and he's unfazed. This guy's got ice on his veins.
No, Valdez is just too good at this game. He was playing Ring around the Rosie. He just completely juked out Domain. No way you could find him at all. And to answer my own question, I guess, Lloyd, he's going to build some damage. He's going to be a beefy boy. He's got the Divine Thunder. I think he's going for the Sterex. Oh, no, actually, maybe the Death Dance next instead.
Yeah,
both
Dance
fantastic items. Yeah, he'll be very tanky. He'll do a ton of damage. And with the lead he has, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and when we look at the ideal structure of how EVOS wants to get things done, they've got it. You've got this Kha'Zix who's activated, and even better, Cat Satan just got
great game from him.
Great items on his back as well.
Yeah, really great game coming in from Ketsuton as well as Fair Player. Not the worst from him too. Early game was rough, right? You have the Ashe Galio matchup. It's effectively 2-on-2 range against 1, and they did manage to come back into the game. That's the thing that matters. And now Ketsuton with the lead, he's controlling the pace of the game. Trodahan gets popped here a bit ahead of time. They're trying to find something, but EVOS, they just look too aware. This is just gonna be, just not gonna find anything.
Yeah, and even so, if you really want to start a fight, there is no objectives.
Yeah,
to
you don't
be
want Fair
secured
Player.
as well. And just looking at how they've been managing the waves, it's not really all too clean cut of an answer.
Actually, I have a theory here. Doming's a bit of a master of this rank. That's
speaking of masters, it's going to be a perfect showstopper, bringing that Gallo all the way back.
No.
They're being segregated, but he tries to go for a heroic's escape, but he will go down.
Yeah, Fair Player finds the engage that he needs to. Dragon is still not up, but that's just going to be flash traded for flash. My support for your marksman, I think we take those here on the side of EVOS.
And any sort of kills that they get, they're just going to ramp up with more of all these items out there. Although this Fizz only has Rabadons as well as Lich Bane, it's enough to pop anybody out.
I gotta, okay, they're just gonna dive Arise here, so we'll pick that up after.
Yeah,
Nothing
we'll
much.
count. TikTok, he does flash away. Arise still have some good health bars.
Tanky.
Does land that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Fair Player. Should be able to walk out with no challenge at all.
Yeah,
But
he's
look,
too done tanky.
Look at what they're doing though. A split up top.
Yeah, you trade a turret 1 for 1. It's good job from Arise there to burn some time, waste some space. I want to talk about Danny's items real quick.
Okay.
Did you see that he has the Fembril Winter instead of the Monomune? He's accepted his fate. He's accepted his job. He's saying, I'm no longer going to be doing any damage.
I'm the support. I'm the real support.
Honestly, I am just utility at this point. I know that the next team fight, the moment I step foot into the river, I'm going to get Kha'Zix on my head. I'm going to get Set slamming someone into my head. I'm going to get Fizz on my head. I'm just going to die. I can't auto-attack, so I'm just going to sit back, throw volleys. My one goal.
I guess it's not the worst.
No, it's fine.
of
Honestly,
things.
it's a good adaptation.
Yeah, I think that you just have to negate whatever you can
Oh,
get,
boy.
but Arise stepping way out of his terrain is just going to be taken down by EVOS, and man, they can't overextend, and this leaves so much options for EVOS to just take whatever they want.
Good presence of mind there from Katsuton. There was a recall timing from Domain and Calm, so they were worried that it might have been a Baron start angle here for FLA. They wouldn't want that one out. FLA, EVOS, they were a bit worried that maybe they'll try to rush Baron when we try to catch a Rise, but still, very good presence of mind, even though it wasn't happening.
Yeah, and I guess
what's
they
this?
should get a little bit more out of this, though. Bear player gets caught by the arrow once again. He brings the showstopper all the way to the back. Cat Satan arrives to the scene, and here comes the redemption. Try to pull a little bit of time, and FLA, they're stuck on the corners, and it's Lloyd flashing in for the dunk once again. And that Noxian Guardian will be able to do its job, and FLA only down with Tree, and this calls for the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest that though. 3 on 5 here. 3 on 4 rather. You do have the Moonfall. Exhaust is available to shut that one down. Will this work out? It's getting very low. It's dead.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially when Lloyd is just being a huge nuisance right now. Here we go. The Moonfall, though, dropping in, but where's the follow-up? The hero's entrance is not enough. Danny's already going zoned out, and it's the final member remaining out of FLA. Once again, they're all lost.
Yeah, they're lost. I feel so bad for Danny because there's actually nothing he can do. The moment he steps up to throw a volley, you saw what happened. Kha'Zix Fizz all on his head, and this is it. They're going for the push. They're going for the end.
And all it takes is a couple of TPs. While they do have about 20 seconds from now, if Domain can hold this one out, it could be possible that they can buy a little bit more time, but they're already marching in. EVOS, they want to take this one down and secure the very first point. They don't care about the champions in the way. They will secure the first game of the series.
Just a good performance, rather dominant, I would even say, here from the side of EVOS. And I figured it out, Contra. I figured out what changed between the first 2 games for EVOS. It's not that they sub Fair Player back in. It's not that G-Force back to the mid lane. Do you know what they changed that made them win this game?
What's the biggest one?
They figured out the bug on the name tags. They realized that their Baron laner, it wasn't Tipper, it's Lloyd. So they finally stopped drafting Riven, and that's all it took for them to win the game.
Well, to be fair, the other matches, they had like a huge target on it back as well. Lloyd didn't get to play all these sort of champions that
Play
he liked.
Riven, just play your own champ, man.
Yeah, and I love what I see. EVOS Esports takes the very first game. And well, there's a whole lot of hope early on from the panel and down to myself where I'm wearing EVOS jacket as well. So here we saw the true potential of what EVOS Esports can actually bring to the table, and I can't wait to see more.
Great performance. This is kind of what I expected when I said EVOS would win games through mid-jungle domination. They won that game through mid-jungle domination, featuring Lloyd. Great performance from him as well. I would say overall, this is a pretty sad loss here for FENNEL because at most, if they tie the series, they can get 1 point. Remember, if you 2-0, you get 3 points. This is going to hurt their chances of getting out of groups massively. What I think is the most sad thing, though, for me personally, is this marks the end of my 100% prediction rate.
Oh, okay. I started off with 0%, so I'm starting to ramp up. It's not going all too shabby, so it's at 85 for now.
Yeah.
But I really do wonder how Twitch chat doing, though, so...
Probably
I gotta
worse.
say, somebody's gotta go down in flames.
Somebody does.
So I guess that's all from us, and we're gonna be waiting for our next game. So let's pass it over back to the panel.
What a domination game coming up from the side of EVOS. I have to say, that was not flawless, but quite clean with that kind of score and very one-sided. But hey, the thing is, did really EVOS side that's really dominating, or we saw Danny though? The item,
Yeah, okay, so it was very interesting to me that they put Danny back in utility again. when he really did well at their previous game when he played Lucian. He got a triple kill and he basically carried the game. So it was quite puzzling to me to see the Ashe and the way that they play the Ashe too. Usually Ashe is super good with 1-3-1 comps. Ashe, 1-3-1 comps rather, is not FENNEL Adversity's identity. So it felt like they were all over the place with that one.
I kind of want to pull us back to like when we initially saw the Ashe pickup, right? Because I had the impression that it was going to be used along with Domeng to get him the initial the initial pickoff. But then you go for the Diana as well. So you have a lot of team fighting power, but then you need some scaling, you need some disengage, you need ways to prevent the enemy from rushing in on you. I feel like that's what EVOS had really well in spades. And then the fact is, because now you bring over Veldus, while you have G4 back in the mid lane, just opens up so much space for them.
Exactly, right? So I was imagining this comp to be amazing because usually if you have a team fight comp, you wanted a consistent backline damage, which wasn't there because it was Fimbulwinter into probably Black Cleaver or something on the Ashe. So unfortunately, even if they had a beautiful setup, they lacked the necessary damage to supplement that.
It's that big bait. It's a huge bait because you always feel like it's great if you had like the current call playing out. You have like the Ashe free hitting in the back line. You're like, yeah, this feels great. I feel like my marksmen are doing so much here. But then you look at your damage numbers like this much and like.
The draft seems like perfect, but the execution-wise and what we expected is way down the drain now. Because based on what we expected, it's going to be more than that. Hopefully, but you have to say that the draft was kind of stable. It's not the problem with the draft, right? It's just the itemization. So also we saw the players kind of swap in and out again. We saw Ravens playing. We saw also G4 is back to its mid. So what do you think about this? Does it really change when it comes to EVO's side here, Grant?
So I feel like with the moves, that's not really the main issue. So I know that Omo feels that Lloyd playing the Darius helped them a lot, and it did. For sure it did. But I feel like what really did help them was that Fair Play coming in here and playing with Veldus. They were able to move together again finally, right? So they had that kind of momentum going together. I know that G4 was around for a lot of those fights, but where did it really make a big difference? When you had some form of crowd control to assist the Kazakhs, and the Kazakhs was able to finish off kills, was able to get a good lead. You know, we saw what happened down to the bot side. I think all of us kind of lost our minds there when we saw the double kill happen for Veldus, and then they gave the last kill to Katsune. Like, that just gave them the start they needed because they were playing a composition that doesn't skill as well as FLA. I feel like FLA had, for the most part, a pretty good composition. It doesn't seem like an FLA comp very much, but they had a good enough composition that if they were left to their own devices, things would have gone decently for them.
You know what was lacking? The Jax. That was a Jax composition,
That's so
actually,
true. Something
right?
to side lane.
Yeah, something that can side lane, something that can arrow in global, set up for the Jax after a side lane, or split pushing rather. So it was very... It felt like a half and half kind of thing. Like FLA wanted to do two separate things, but in the end, couldn't do much against EVO's composition.
There's too much ideas in the plate right now, and only one can be executed, but they get none. But hey, we're done with our recap for a bit. Definitely, we're gonna see the highlight later on. But when it comes to the second match, we saw sometimes, and now this kind of equal out. We do know EVOS now finally have 1 point. Same goes for FLA. They're kind of in the same point, 1 point now. But will it be a draw? Do you think it's gonna be 2-0 still?
I still feel like it's going to be a 2-0. I'm liking what EVOS have been doing. I feel like that last game was them just really going back to their roots. I feel like the Fizz pickup is pretty much them just saying, like, this is an opponent that we know we can win. You know, G4 plays a lot of it. He plays stuff like the Zed, plays stuff like the Fizz. He's just going to go into it. I think it was one of the few assassins left that were decent. I don't think he even thinks it's that strong. I don't even think G4 looks at Fizz and goes, yeah, that's a strong pickup. He probably just looks at it, it's like, it's all right. And all right is enough for EVOS here. I think that's their mentality going into this. They play for comfort and they just take down FLA.
Yeah, I think that's the strength of G4, right? He has that duality. He can play assassins, and he can play, you know, singed mid and be the utility or tank for the squad. So you never know what you're going to get, but I have a feeling if they want to double down on this 2-0, get more points, yeah, G4 is going to be back on that assassin again.
Do you think that, both of you think that since EVOS kind of won their composition just now with a double assassin on their side, do you think they're still going to execute the same thing? Because if they actually do the same thing, it definitely will be read out by the side of FLA.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I really think so because we talked about the similarities of EVOS and RRQ. Both of these teams have a lot of legacy players, experience dating back to the League PC scene, and as well as.
Is this how you call them old?
Come again?
Is this legacy players? Is that a new word for us?
Hey, I think Otto said dinosaur at one point. I think legacy players.
Legacy players sounds pretty good. I like that. I like that.
Legacy. Yeah. So. And they have a lot of strong solo laners, which FLA struggled against back in the grand finals against RRQ. So, you know, it's a little bit of that deja vu that FLA still has to, you know, to take over, to get over, rather.
You know, when I watch VODs with Omo will look at the players and he's looking at the two of them like pivoting around on the turret. He's like, man, if that player, you could tell if that player felt 5 years younger, he would have gone for this dive. Like he's the only thing holding him back from the dive right now is the fact that he's not 5 years younger.
The years of experience.
He's a legacy player now.
Yeah. Well, I did talk about their past draft just now for game number 1 in the third series of the day. They do ban out quite a lot of rock. We haven't seen any rock gun yet so far for today.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that's actually banned, and I do understand the thought process. But at the same time, you know, we got to see Ray finally in their in his first series, making his debut in the WCS finals, if you will. So, you know, it's his best champion, and now they banned it just against a fair player. So, I was looking forward to that.
And Rico, I know you were talking earlier about how you were hoping to see something like the Jack, something like the Olaf, and I want to point out that for FLA, I understand why they wouldn't go for that, because they don't have the Karma, they don't have the Lulu, they don't have the Yumi. A lot of the Enchanter supports or Enchanter pickups were banned away. They just didn't have something that would have enabled that very well. I think that was the pressure they were feeling, and so they kind of avoided going for that option. At the same time, you know, if they end up playing towards that style too often, I feel like they also run the risk of kind of showing themselves as a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
I think as much as possible, FA want to try to avoid that, especially against in their win against one team. You know, it's a little bit tenuous. I mean, right now we're looking at a bit of like a rock paper scissors situation where a bunch of different styles of play, styles of draft are proving to be effective against different teams and their personal drafts.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned rock, paper, scissors, right? Like earlier against one team, I see a Vayne, I'm gonna play Lucian because I win early. I see a Varus, I can't play Vayne Kai'Sa, I'm gonna get out-kited. I'm gonna be very sad in the early game, and I'm just gonna keep dying against, especially if you saw the Kazakhs over there. So it's one of those things where FENNEL Adversity was pushed into a corner and said, okay, this time around, they have the Varus, let's just pick Ashe and just leave the rest for the carry.
I'm glad it's saying Ashe instead of Corki, actually, because we're done with Corki for today. But hey, let's just jump straight into our draft in our best of 2 second game in our third series of the day. So we mentioned about the team composition, the draft just now. We saw double assassin will be different this time. You mentioned about both of these teams actually are very veteran, so they definitely have a lot of pool, oceans of champions to work with and multiple strategies to actually work on. But we do know right now, especially on the side of EVOS, they are in dire need to get points here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially what happened earlier, FENNEL Adversity as well, after getting that 1 point. You can't, the competition is basically incredibly close. You can't let your guard down, you have to win every single match. And again, as I'm seeing this ban over here, for the side of FLA, it's going to be a Galio, so none of that AoE enabler or basically magic shield, and as well as the taunt.
But we do have Gragas still in the play as well. We haven't seen a lot of Gragas being banned out, but hey, we might see a Karma, who knows?
Okay, sorry. If they ban the Garen, they're going to play Assassins. FLA has the potential to play Zed, Akali. I am expecting that, because usually, at least for the local region, Garen and Darius have been that big counter against double assassins, so EVOS can actually use this ban against FLA and also pick double assassins like what they did earlier. It was no problem, you know?
I feel like if you show double assassins too early, though, it's pretty easy to counter pick them because you play a lot of tanks, you play things that work against that stuff like the Lulu, you know, you should be.
They're banning all the tanks! FLA is.
I'm sure, I mean, Garen's taken out, but you still have stuff like Darius, Zed, you know.
Rakan is still there, too.
Rakan's still there as an option, and you have some enchanters as well, so I feel like, you know, we're actually going to see an enchanter type game unless they ban Karma.
Yeah, I actually like what Chu said, right? Karma is still pretty much open for the taking. FLA can first pick Karma, and either they pick up. Nah, I don't see them first picking the Jax at all here.
I mean, like, Karma's still out in the open. They're out to ban out Jace, and Camille kind of pretty good here. So we haven't seen Camille at all being played. It's all 100% banned so far.
Yeah, I feel like EVOS is giving FLA the bait, right? Like, don't pick Karma, you pick Camille, we're gonna pick Karma for ourselves and enable this absolutely scary all-in type of composition, which just really shines so well for EVOS because they're a very innately aggressive team. FLA, this is the first time that I've seen in a while that they're stepping out of their comfort zone.
I think that's exactly that, because EVOS, I feel like, still know they have the Fiora as an option, so if they need to have someone to silent, there's still something that's playable. And on top of that, they get to have a really strong 1-2 pickup here. If they want to go for it, they could even go for like the Karma Lulu. If they really want to try and play for like an Enchanter's kind of like boost kind of composition, or they could play for double assassins, just go for some strong wave clear. I think Ziggs is a really nice option. I think the second pickup should look to try to solidify the composition a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. Like, either they get the Karma over here, either they give it away, because I feel like they need to pick the Karma now, because it just enables so much of the aggression that FLA, because you already have the Camille right.
Oh.
No! Okay. Interesting. Okay, so you're giving that away, making sure that doesn't go towards FLA. So they were expecting Camille towards top side instead.
But that makes a lot of sense because if they don't go for the Kha'Zix here, the FLA get to get a really strong pickup, right? But they do also get to play for something like the Olaf Karma here, right? So they still get to go for something to empower in the jungle if they really wanted to. I think the really nice thing about that is that because once you have like that Camille coming in, then you can kind of lock them in together with the Olaf. And it's very important that EVOS get the Ziggs here because the Ziggs goes over to FLA, then what you might not have you might not have a Galio, but you have the Hexite Ultimatum Ziggs bomb combo, and that just does so much damage, and it just keeps it makes it such a difficult position to fight from.
Yeah, 100% agree, Brandon. There's that backline access that usually is so difficult to reach Ziggs. It's so difficult to reach the Varus. And if you have the Olaf, never mind. They're going in here. This is the pick that Danny selected, the Lucian that won them that one game against one team earlier. It was that big triple kill. Now the biggest question is, will they give that? Will EVOS give that same scenario? Because this Ziggs can still go towards bot and deny any sort of kill pressure by just clearing the wave and have a nice day.
A little tricky here, I think, for Katsin, likely going to end up playing the Ziggs. G4 could potentially play it himself. In the beginning, he played a lot of Ziggs and Twisted Fate. Less so these days. These days he's played more. He's more of like a tankier player, more utility. He could try and play for this again, but if it is going to go in Katsin, I think there is going to be a little bit of difficulty here trying to play with the Rakan constantly initiating. I don't think there's going to be much backline support. And with that being said, with the Camille, with the Karma, I feel like there's quite a decent amount of threat there. I hope that I would like to see EVOS try and draft for something that can peel off that backline, something that has enough threat in the front as well.
Yeah, I wonder what could that be, because earlier, what deterred FLA from picking up the Lucian was, I believe, the Varus. And I can imagine Cat Satan sort of strong-arming the bot lane. And we saw the Varus paired with the Set. Varus Rakan also is a very similar configuration. I like the span, though, coming from EVOS. They see it coming. They're scared that it might be a Karma mid, and it could have still been a Rakan towards Wraith earlier.
Sure, Renekton works here. Maybe something like a Xin Zhao for FLA, something to give them some consistent engage, not just the Camille. So Camille can FL to go to the side lane, maybe have something that can get boosted up, but also not overextend.
I like the Xin Zhao pick too. So if ever EVOS actually picks Varus and Ziggs, that means it's a really good counter with the projectiles coming from the backline of EVOS. And Lee Sin will solidify this engage. So now that spells Camille towards top lane for Com. So they do have that lock on and a lot of single targets on the board actually.
No, it's love. It's going to be the last one. I'm loving the sort of FLA. This is going to be super aggressive team coming out from FLA from the start with Ari in the fray as well.
Yeah, they make that triple single target CC. We've got the Charm, we've got the potential kick, we've got the Hextech Ultimatum. There's a lot of pick potential that can happen. So I can imagine FLA boosting all their resources to make sure that Danny gets kills. And they have a lot of tools to do so.
This is not an easy composition for EVOS to figure out. Like their last pick really has to round off the composition well here. Even then, they just go back to the Fizz for G4.
Yeah, it seems to me it's going to be Cat Satan here on the Ziggs, which is, you know, usually we never, I wouldn't say never. It's a rare occurrence to see him more on these AP carries. He's definitely more stronger on these AD carries at the bottom portion of the map. So it's really nice to see, you know, giving way, making sure that the Lucian isn't going to get early kills by just clearing the wave and just chilling.
We've really run it back to like a similar like position for EVOS since game one, right? So like this is like pretty much what we expected. EVOS is just going to play for comfort. They're going to play for whatever they feel like is best for their team, or like the individual players, the things that they can excel best at. Whereas FLA, they've changed things up entirely. They've gone for a hyper carry on Danny, trying to accelerate that. They're not even going to play for a hyper carry in the jungle, so not deviating any attention away from Danny, really just getting this Karma to focus up on making sure the Lucian does as much as they can.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive duo lane, right? You have the shields, you can dash forward, you have that safety, you have that big AoE with a Transcendent Embrace to set up for that Lucian into the culling, so this is just so perfect. We'll see though if EVOS allows them to execute that.
Well, I have to say, both teams are quite decent enough when it comes to their draft right now, especially keep your eyes out for their mid laner and also the jungler. Are they aggressive enough to make an early rotation out, to actually scaling out for mid towards the late game power spike? Because if they actually control early game quite right, everything will actually be the winning side. But hey, let's jump back into the wilderness of the risk itself, taking away our casters here, Contra and also Omo.
Thank you very much, Choo-Choo. And here we go into game two. FENNEL University needs to look for another opening to tie the odds against EVOS Esports. You know, the first series that they went through, it was a little bit rough. They managed to get 1 point at the very least.
Yeah.
But EVOS, they don't settle for nothing.
Well, FLA, they got 1 point in their last series going 1-1, and I have a feeling, I have a sneaking suspicion they might do it here yet again. I feel like their draft is much better in Game 2, same as last series, and I would say they have a solid chance to take this one.
Yeah, just looking by the draft itself, it seems like they have very similar ideology onto how they really want to approach this, though.
Look at where Danny and Arisen are right now.
Okay.
This could be a little bit scary. Guess
Yeah.
not. Never mind. Let's just ignore that.
They're like, okay, let's just get back in the lane safely. There's not going to be all too much of a hanky-panky action here in the river, but oh my.
This is a very scary bottom lane, though.
Yeah.
Danny and Arisen, Calm, Lucian, extremely bully. What am I even trying to say here? Very much of a bully lane. They can't just zone you off the wave. A little bit odd that Arisen went for E level 1. I feel like if you had Q level 1, you could have just chunked them out when they tried to walk back to lane. And FLA, I feel like with the bottom lane pressure they're getting, with the mid lane pressure Ari will naturally have over a Fizz, this could be a game that allows Domain to just run away over Velas.
Yeah, I guess like when you put the shield up in the early levels to have a little bit of Inspire going on, it gives you just so much of a safe space if in the case that if that player really gets that perfect dive, then sure, you don't need to pop barrier or even flash or of sorts. So it's not too shabby, but
it's
losing
good.
that
It's good.
potential,
Exactly.
you're going to lose that lane.
Ooh, it's good, but it's not quite good enough. There was a nice little knock up there. Double bomb from Cat Satan. Good trade, but we're just going to see a trade of Scuttle Crabs here, like we're kind of expecting. We said bot side's going to go in the favor of FLA. Well, the top side, it's going to go in favor of EVOS, at least early on. And Calm, he's going to be scaling. He's going to try to keep scaling, but eventually it's going to get to a point this Camille will just run away with the game, and there's not much Lloyd can do.
Yeah, and I just love the vision setup coming from both ends, and you could see Calm just having eyes in the base once again, just knowing all the details necessary to just dodge a couple of bullets, if there's actually any. While there's also some things that have happened as compared to Game 1. Now, a fair player just tries to hold him back, but couldn't really stop Domain from taking away that blue buff. And I guess before we even jump into this game, we see switch of roles coming from FENNEL Adversity,
Exactly,
and
yep.
I guess this gives them a little bit more of that dynamic. While mid lane matchup here, it's always about that punishing window on who uses the spells first.
Yeah, G4, it's going to be a bit tricky for him, but once he hit level 5, and he starts to be able to threaten Ari. I wouldn't use the phrase kill potential because Ari can just triple Spirit Rush and get away, but you start to be able to put a bit of fear and God in him.
Oh my. And I wonder what the prayers would actually be if that's going to be the case.
He's going to be praying to Domain. Come save me.
It's like, oh, please, gank my lane. And back into the Baron lane itself, I guess when we head into the mid-game onwards, of course, having a Camille on your side is always going to give a huge potential for great pickoffs. And Lloyd, it's either that he commits to that split push or he has to join in. While power spikes considered, I think Camille will still take a longer time though.
Camille needs at least 2, depends on what you're asking, right? If Camille wants to be strong in the side lane, 2 items is about all it takes. If she wants to come in team fights, she's gonna need a third, either a Sterex, a Death Dawn, something that makes her a little bit tankier. Now, why I don't really favor this Renekton here for Lloyd, you see the build path he's going for, right? He has 2 options. Either he goes Black Cleaver first and tries to come team fight, or he does this. He goes Blade of the Ruin King, and he tries to pressure the Camille for as long as he can. The problem is, I don't know if that's the job you want Lloyd to have. If you go Bark, you're gonna be scary in the side lanes, but your team fighting is going to be so hard. Why not play a champion that can do both? Because FLA banned him out. They target banned him. They forced EVOS into a tough situation. And I think this Camille into Renekton matchup, it's going to make FLA very happy as the game goes on.
Yeah, I just love all those facts that you spewed out. Like, it's always going to be hard for him. Like, every game he's getting target banned on top of what's going on. Now, of course, we have a trade of all the objectives out there, but back towards all these itemizations, it's very likely that he's going for the Blade of the Ruin King here, and he has to shred while Valdez is looking for the first blood. That's a little bit of a whiff coming out of the G4, and nothing gets done.
The Chum the Waters has to hit on top of him. I'm not sure if that's appearing on our screens right now. There we go, we're back into it. A little bit of a technical thing, it happens.
Well, I blinked, no worries. So where we go from here on is that I guess it's going to take a while before we see big fights erupting into this matchup.
You know why? Because everyone is so scared to lose because they want the points, because every single game matters. That's what we're emphasizing. So
Indeed.
I'm pretty sure every match we've seen today, 90% of objectives have been traded. When in a normal game, regular season, whatever.
Oh, we're
group
just gonna
stage,
find it out.
We're just gonna find it out. We're gonna test you, see if your mechanics are good enough. But now everyone's playing it a bit safe. I like the lane swap coming in from EVOS, but we're touching that later.
Oh, here comes that perfect Dragon's Rage with the flash connected. No time for reaction. Lloyd couldn't even flash away. And
couldn't Dominus, couldn't anything.
Right.
Perfect chaining of the CC here. You always see Lee Sin paired with a crowd control champion, and that's what I always ask Brandon, right? What does Lee Sin and Renekton do? The same point functions with any other champion. What does Lee Sin plus any other CC champion do? The CC champion will lock you, Lee Sin comes in, nails his Q, kicks you in the face, you cannot react, it will be a one-shot 90% of the time.
Yeah, and on top of how mobile he could possibly pull it off quicker than what the Renekton could possibly churn out in that split second, that burst, nobody expected that to just have this crocodile.
It's because of his build. It's because look at what
taken
Lloyd, look at what he bought. He's
Ghost
a squishy
Blade.
boy. Lloyd wants to be buying a... Oh, yeah, the Ghost Blade for Domain as well, right? The lethality, the burst. I actually didn't notice that. It's a good catch. It's so Domain, you know. He's a bit of a monster here, and this is gonna let him really be an assassin with that Lee Sin. The problem is Lloyd has components of a Blade of the Rune King. That's gonna make it so difficult for him to survive in the side lane. Now that Camille is the Howlbreaker as well, it's not gonna get any easier.
Yeah, and I guess that for FENNEL Adversity, the more time being bought, the likelihood for them to really get into the late game with great results is going to be there. But then again, it's about how consistent would Domain be able to contribute in all these fights. Because by late game, Lee Sin's not going to have that sort of damage that you really want when all these resistance are being built. While Cat Satan, he could also clear a whole lot of waves with just one click of a button, Mega Infinite Bomb, waves gone.
Yeah, what I do want to touch on about the Lee Sin part, right? There's a couple of things to keep in mind when Lee Sin builds like this. There's a couple of school of thoughts. I think Com's gonna be fine here. We'll see.
Maybe not. Here it comes.
He got canceled.
The Grand Entrance to cancel it as well. Hextech Ultimatum can only lock him in for a moment, but Lloyd gets it out alive. So it's just 1-1 for each side.
Oh, but they trade, yeah. They kill G4 in the side lane as well. I don't know how that happens. I guess the Lee Sin burst. Oh, wait, it's a 1-for-1. Did G4 kill Arise? There's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, like, I guess we're just going to be staring up into the Baron lane while we did have
there we go.
things that have went on.
Yeah, well, they basically just canceled him and then predicted, right? That's a very good play for Fat Player. Very, very well thought out. He cancels the hook shot. That's the big thing. I actually want to see what happened with G4 and Arise, because G4 killed Arise in a 3v1. That's something to be proud of. A lot of space created because of that.
Yeah, and we saw how quickly EVOS have been able to pull the trigger once again. They tried it early on, and they tried to pull it off again. And I guess this is where FENNEL Adversity, they're being taken aback, and, well, close attempt for the steal, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's still Smite going down, but with Smite off, I think it's easier for them to get that Scuttle instead. Well, the dance for that dragon isn't going to happen, though.
Yeah, it is, and this is going to be big here for FLA. I think they have a better read of the situation. They got an earlier prep time. Scuttle Crab is theirs, mid-prio is theirs. I think they're going to be very happy to just set this one up and let EVOS walk into them. But you know what? You know what? No one wants to fight. No one wants to lose. We're just going to trade again.
Yeah, it's like, it's like basically Galio as well as Malphite playing rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, it's always going to be a rock.
Yeah, it is. But I feel like FLA, man, your team comp is happy to fight right now. You're not going to be scaling a lot. I mean, your Camille is. But other than that, you are happy to fight. Just go for the fight. I understand you want to funnel go into Camille. You're okay with that. Fine, but I feel like you don't have to be this cautious.
Yeah, I felt that they can actually risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, FLA, at least getting the Herald, they will be able to open up a little bit more space, but someone's getting caught right here. Mega Full Bomb drops right in. Valdez gets that pick off, and I kind of wish we want to see more out of it, though.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing from Fat Player. I think he's having a very good series compared to what we usually see for him. I've been very critical of the guy, but I think he's done a very good job playing together with his team and enabling them, doing his role. He's trying to make a point, a statement for why he should stay in the roster here.
Yeah, and I would definitely love to see a whole lot more of these players out there.
of a fair player.
Yeah, like fair player. He's just doing a whole lot more. But speaking of which, this is where a fair player gets one for himself instead of giving it over to Valdez, who's already got him.
Yeah, he says, Valdez, you got too much. We got to chain CC him. We got to kill him here and now before he flashes, before he spirit rushes away. FLA, I said I like their comp. I said I like how the game state is looking for them. But they need to start finding something. They still have a gold lead, believe it or not. They have a 1-to-1 dragon, so it's not all too bad for them. But
And here he goes.
Yeah, go for this. Be
Finally,
aggressive.
and here goes Valdez being the main target right here. That they will try to find an exit point, but Doming tries to lead the charge. And G4 turns golden only for a short bit. While there is the flash, and he will run the members of FENNEL University over to get that pickup. Ignite will drop. Leeson goes down, and there's not too much that he can walk out of. At least they did get the support back, and FLA, they lost 2.
All right, Contra, so what happened there? Arise was dead. It was a 4-on-5. They tried to go for the pick. I said go aggressive, try to find a catch. But they go on to Kha'Zix, who has Void Assault, who goes invisible, and there's more.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be more blood being spilled across the rift. Calm will be depleted. It's a double for Lloyd. Well, Cat Saban's doing a whole lot of massive work up mid as well.
Wow.
And one after another, FENNEL University, they're getting caught out. This should never ever happen, especially when you're dealing with double assassins.
Okay, I get it now. I see why FLA like to play so safe now. If these are what your aggressive attempts look like, yeah, let's just play safe.
Okay. Well, I believe that there's more thoughts to this, though. Like, it shouldn't be the case. They've already blown.
So this is what I was talking about, right, Contra? If Camille wants to be strong in the side lane, 2 items, that's when you're strong. He has Hullbreaker, Triforce. In a 1v1, you're going to be afraid of him. I would be afraid of him. But when he comes to team fights, he's so squishy, especially when the Hullbreaker passive is gone because you're with your team. You have no defensive stats except like, what, 300 HP? You are going to get popped by the double assassin comp.
Exactly, and I feel like fair player, he's just having such a great time
He's having
in
a
this
very good game, yeah.
where he could just easily negate all these sort of pressure that FENNEL wants to
boy, here we
create.
go
It's
again.
the creation of another pickoff. It's going to be Calm here, avoiding that with the ultimatum as he walks away to safety.
Calm nearly messed that up. He tried. Oh, there's more.
Oh,
this is big.
Here comes the
That's huge.
Transcendence Embrace as they will find a perfect dive. 2 members of EVOS Esports are out. Well, they will try to give chase from the back, not letting them escape. Charm misses, though. Fair player with the perfect dodge.
I think fair player felt that one fly past his face. The cool breeze over there.
Doing the Matrix.
Doing the Matrix, yeah. Keanu Reevesing up in here. This mid turret, it's going to be fine. But with these death timers, that means that this dragon is very well going to go over to FLA. What dragon is that, actually? I would like to take a look. Inferno at that. You're going to be very happy with this one. FLA, the game state, it was looking rough. It was looking dire. But that series of events fixed everything. It's a series of fortunate events here for FLA. Calm getting away, getting the mid pick because Katsutan and fair player, they got a bit callous. Oh, sorry, who was it? Katsutan and who?
Well,
G4. Yeah, they get caught out in the mid lane. That series of events that made things very difficult.
Indeed, and just having this objective given absolutely for free, knowing that they don't really have the numbers to fight out. EVOS, they were waiting for this because it complements what they're achieving throughout the course of the battle, and just give them a little bit more of that power spike. Sure, they'll take it, but FENNEL University, at least they will have a little bit more firepower coming into the upcoming fights, and just having so many more items starting to be collected here for FENNEL, I think they will be able to stabilize.
Yeah, I like this coming in from Calm as well. He has the Hullbreaker. What does that mean? I want to split push. I want a side lane. What I do to accommodate my team during these events, I buy a TP. I'm going to be able to come in, help them out when I need to. But Lloyd, though, he is huge right now. He's sitting on 3 items. He has the Hullbreaker, one of the best 1v1 items. And he has a Bok, the next best 1v1 item. So even though he's a little bit cautious because his team is on the other side of the map right now, he could easily take these 1v1s.
Here comes fair player, though, trying to get dances off. And that will be the word of the Transcendence Embrace, while Horizon traded that off. I guess both supports will have to sit back for a bit more, but here comes G4, though. He lands jumps in water, and that's where the assassins will pop. Absolutely timed it well for Danny, while they will continue to force things to happen across the map.
Same rationale as playing against Zad, right? When you play against this ultimate reliant assassins, Zhonya's really does shut things down, so good pickups there. I do like the triple Zhonya pickup on the side of EVOS as well. But FR8, they're gonna find more.
Whoa, G4 with those quick fingers out there. Fair player tries to hold them back, though.
Yeah.
And FLE, they've been spending too much time up mid lane and not having anything done, and they're being break wall by Lloyd as well. Wow.
That's a solo. Why didn't he? That
He
was
could
a
have
solo.
committed.
I think that's a solo because he has Ignite.
He's
he
got ultimatum as well.
Yeah. Just go right now.
Man,
Just go right now.
Why are you holding back? I guess he doesn't want to overcommit.
It's a solo bolo.
They
He's just
don't
afraid.
know where G4 is at, and therefore...
It's not G4. They don't know where Fair Player is at. And the last series of events gave him a bit of PTSD.
Well, there's a whole lot of terror, and speaking of which, Domain will have to pop that flash, while FLE slowly losing their cool right here, while EVOS Esports, they're being a little bit more collected. All they have to do is look for that perfect opening, and I guess we'll give them a little bit more time for that, while we continue on with what went on throughout the course of the battle. I guess that FENNEL Adversity, they just need that clean 5v5, but in order to achieve that, you need Calm as well as Domain to really step up, and with a perfect charm coming from the Ahri, I think that will also suffice.
A lot of factors there, right? A lot of things need to fall in line for
Too many
FLA to
skill
win
shots.
FIFA. That is true, right? They have no clear, reliable engage. But what I do like from what we're seeing from FLA, there is a bit of a timer ticking for EVOS. They had a great early game. They had a great mid game. But keep in mind, this Camille, he's going to win the game eventually. You just got to give it some time. You saw how the trades went against Lloyd. He didn't dive him. He didn't solo kill him. He played it cautious. But it's not going to get any easier. Once you pick up a third item there, be it Bark, be it a Sterex Gauge, be it a Death Dance, you're going to be very confident on this Camille in the side lane. It's even going to get to a point where you can 1v2 a Renekton Rakan combo, they have to send their jungler down, then that's when your team starts barren. Then all things start to fall in line, and it really does rely on Calm.
I was really hoping to see him showing a whole lot more out there, and I guess like even when opportunity presents itself, it feels like he's holding himself back. If they were
Playing
to
it
be
cautious.
Yeah, like if there's gonna be more proactivity to work alongside with Domain, I think that they could really get more done. And of course, we're gonna wait for the pings to stabilize for the players out there. We do apologize for a little bit more of the delays.
Don't apologize. The players should be the one apologizing. Fix your internet.
Yeah, like, man, we gotta check on the bills, you know. But, you know, when we carry on with what we have here, like, the drafts have definitely improved as compared from game one. And when we look at how FLA reacted when it comes down to the early game, it was still a very decent attempt on how they managed all those trades. And especially when they secured this Infernal Drake, I think that they can really hold EVOS Esports back. So
yeah,
I think the chances are pretty good here.
Yeah, we talked about the scaling coming in from FLA, securing the two best dragons in the game, Mountain and Fire. On top of that, I think you're going to be very happy with how the pacing of the game is going. I criticized them for being too indecisive in the early game. We're back in it. Thank goodness, Contra, but I feel like they've reached a point where scaling is fine, where Camille will eventually take over.
That's right, and with Cat Satan really gathering a lot of resources right now, sitting at 11k, he's going to be able to blow them out when it comes down to those team fights.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting to also see that more and more of all these ADs are starting to pick up on the Stormrazor. As
Yeah,
some
it's a great
panels
item
have
right now, right?
discussed, right?
Yeah, it's a great item right now. It's been buffed. It's especially good on this Lucian because of his play pattern. It's a naturally aggressive champion. It's one of the marksmen which will dash into your face, throw in a Stormrazor on top of that. Your double tap gets that much scarier. Now, third item coming in from Calm. It's going to be a Guardian's Angel. What does that tell you? One team fight, and we will win the game. Same thing here for Domain. One team fight, and we will win the game. What item gives you that one team fight power? Guardian's Angel.
That's true. All they have to do is to sustain that fight. 2 GAs already completed, and well, I just want to see Arise really get that perfect position to get things done, because most often than not, we saw Valdez as well as G4 has been giving him so much pressure throughout the course of the battle, and same goes to Fair Player being all over the map. Now that the Elder Drake has spawned, are they going to dive right in for it? Now, there's a lot of opportunities to also steal it, whether you're at the back of it or in front.
Yeah, Fair Player, he's had a good early game, but he's been whiffing a lot of these engages in the mid game. I like your point about Arise. He's been also having a very quiet game. But honestly, I'll be real with you here. None of these players matter right now. It comes down to Calm. It comes down to what he can do in the side lane. If this Elder Dragon doesn't get taken, if they just dance this, Calm is going to win the game. It's just a matter of time. So now the pressure is on EVOS. The stress is in their hearts. They need to think, what can we do here? What can we do now? Do we send Veldis to come kill him? Because if we do that, then FLA start the dragon, and then we lose the dragon. It's going to be very stressful. And EVOS, it looks like their answer to this, we're going to try to find a pick.
Yeah,
they could have killed Daddy. They could have killed Daddy right there.
Well, I guess that you really don't want to risk it to start a fight right before the Drake. But you know what? Evo says, if you're not going to make it happen, I will.
They need to do this. They have to pull the TP out of Calm. They have to stop him from side laning for free. They need to kill this mid wave, and they need to start this dragon right now. EVOS, you're running out of time.
It's a perfect setup already, so somebody has to do it. But they're just going to be able to hold them back, and I guess EVOS, they have TPs of their own to join into the fight, so it's pretty much a stalemate for now, and it's going to be pretty hard to decide who's going to be able to get a little bit of leeway. And here comes the catch. G4 will not walk away alive out of this, but he does fast away. There's just a little bit more damage, but, well,
that's game.
Was not necessary.
You lose your mid laner, you lose the dragon, you lose the fight at the top lane. They're going in for more.
Oh, here comes Mega Full Bomb, and they will get another pickup. The culling will drop. But it's going to be a flash coming from Valdez, trying to get that sorted out, but it's a double coming for him once again. Daddy buying so much space, and the rest of FLA get the fight that they required to get themselves ahead, and that gridlock will be dismantled. And look at the top lane. The GA finally popped, but they get the inhib as well.
They win it all. EVOS, what did we say they have to do? They have to push the mid wave. They have to start the dragon because it's only a matter of time before this happens.
That's right. This is going to be a marching parade to secure a tie between them as well as EVOS Esports. FENNEL adversity finally getting their momentum, getting it going, and now have secured 1 point out of each series that they've played out in.
Yeah, they've played 2 series, they've gotten a point apiece. They are now sitting at 2 points after playing 2 games today. It's not the best start for them, but I think it's something you have to accept. I feel like FLA, my take from this team right now is they are good enough to beat anybody, including CERBERUS. But they're also clumsy enough to lose to anybody, and that's something they got to clean up on if they want to make it to the main stage.
Right, and I guess that when they find that clear window of opportunity, that's the only time that FLA will take it. And you saw what happened in that team fight. It was a no-show coming from EVOS. They tried to make things happen, and G4, the first one to be caught out, and that's all that they needed. And with that split push going down, there was no chance for them. And EVOS, now that they've already lost the series and they've dropped 1 game here to tie things off, they're not in the great position.
Yeah, they're not.
Whereas FENNEL, I think that they're still having a good way to start off the
fair, EVOS did get 0-2'd by CERBERUS. If FLA play against CERBERUS, there's also a very good chance to get 0-2'd. So it's still really up in the air. It's only day 1. I do believe, I'm not sure what the next match is. I should have been more prepared. I should know what the next match is, but that's fine. The main thing we need to keep in mind right now is that EVOS, they have lost 1 match. It's going to be very difficult for them to play on after this. But this iteration of EVOS, that's the important thing here. With Fair Player, with G4, even though Fair Player kind of fumbled the ball a little bit there, I think you need to have G4 in the mid lane. I think him plus Veldis, it's too effective to not play.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And of course, to answer you, that's going to be 1 team that will be playing later on against CERBERUS Esports. But I believe the panel has got a lot to say, so let's head back over to the panel's desk.
What a tug of war between the 2 teams just now, coming up a tie. I have to say that's a really tight tug of war. Even in the ending, till the end of the day, we thought they had it, but they kind of lose it, but they had it again. But hey, Brandon and Rico, that was a really fun match. But speaking of fair play, we did heard about, Casas mentioned about them there. What do you think of him today?
I think that's a great point to raise, right? Because fair play coming into this, he did a great job in Game 1. Game 2, he was looking really good. He started off really strong. He had these amazing mechanical moments where he had predicted the flash on the Camille, intercepted that, set them up for so many great moments. And then what happened? Fair Play just lost all momentum, started whiffing a lot of the engages. By the time he got to the late game, he wasn't initiating, he wasn't pulling the trigger. And we saw from FLA, they were able to execute a composition, they won with it, but it wasn't the way they wanted to.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. At first, I was a little bit worried about FENNEL adversity, you know, drafting the solution. Like, will they be able to get the triple kill again up against the Ziggs? Will they just bank on the Camille instead, which was Omo mentioned? But, you know, just as Brandon said, they got the momentum. EVOS got the momentum, and it reminded me of EVOS's performance back in the regional tournaments. They take so long to end games. Like, they get 16k gold leads, they have all the dragons, including the Elder Drake, and yet they take so long to end the game. And that's exactly what happened here.
I think they have a bit of a problem for their closing. Maybe one of the reasons because we saw the Hullbreaker on Camille, and Calm just keep on giving so much space for the team to actually work things around. I think he's the one holding the game for so long that making it EVOS so hard to close it up.
Yeah, Calm felt great, right? Calm had 2 items and was able to execute on that, was able to put a lot of pressure
It
on
was
the
0-2-0.
It was 0-0. He was still pressuring the Renekton.
Yeah.
Like, we saw Lloyd have 3 items, go up against a 2-item Camille, and lose.
Yeah.
Like, Calm was in good control of the matchup. He was pushing, he was side laning really well, and very frankly, there's more value in them having the Renekton than them losing the Camille, right? So the Renekton was so important, Lloyd needed to be with the team, they just didn't have that as an option.
Yeah, and Omo brought it up as well, how the Renekton, Lloyd was forced to pick up Hullbreaker just to match the Camille, but that's, you want that item slot for something else that can help you in the team fights, but you're just forced to adjust because of the pressure that Calm was doing.
But hey, we're gonna remind you what really happened in the first game.
Oh,
You're
that's true.
really not happy with the fact that the Ashe is on the utility side, and it didn't really work out for the side of FLA as well.
Yeah, it just basically enabled EVOS to just run rampant, right, and just keep initiating fights. Again, we talked about how EVOS just so innately aggressive, and that's exactly what they did. They don't have any damage to worry about because where is the damage? It's not
There's
there.
no damage at all. We saw how many times they try to engage and try to force it up, but it's just the ending is gonna be nothing because basically EVOS know what's going on. They know exactly where to poke and who to actually zone out, and that's definitely a very dominant game. But granted, we compare with the second game, it's kind of a tug of war. It's a very tight game, very different. Even though the draft was pretty okay at first for the side of FLA, but second game outcome is so different if you compare it.
Yeah, FLA, they drafted very differently this time around. They had a lot more aggressive options on their team. They had the Lee Sin, they had Yori, they had the Lucian, the Camille, a lot of aggressive options that allowed them to do a lot. And when we take a look back at EVOS, they were able to punish them. They were able to shut them down in the early game. Look at these fights that are happening right now on your screen. EVOS Esports understood the assignment. They knew they had to shut them down, prevent FLA from finding their footing in the early game. Unfortunately for them, was that they failed to understand that when they got to the mid game, they had the pressure, they had the tempo still going in their favor, and they needed to pull the trigger. If they waited passively, FLA were better able to control the map. The Camille is the only one that continues to scale up throughout the rest of the game. So think about how oppressive Camille is. She has a pretty good laning phase, right? She can be a strong option at the start of the game, and she also outscales you late game as well. So Camille was just such a good pickup here, and we understand why it's such high ban priority, high pick ban priority, and it just looks like FLA knew what needed to be done.
And the thing is for EVOS, we talked about how Camille was supposed to be permabanned, but EVOS was so confident that FLA, if they do pick up Camille, it's something that you pick up because she's really strong, but it's not something that will let FENNEL Adversity shine. Because when we look back at FLA's experience, they're not a team to be known as a 4-1, right? They're not known to be 1-3-1s. They're really good at 5v5, so that's most likely the reason why they were willing to give up the Camille.
I mean, like, it's best to actually just ban out Camille because to counter is one reason. The easiest counter is just ban it out because if not, you have to think about how to control the game later on, how to control the lanes because you know that the fact that she's have very high mobility to hook shot away whenever she's being chased on. With Hullbreaker, she's quite hard to shut down straight away as well. And there's also the Hester Ultimate, pretty much can just, you know, if it's 1v1, she can still have a chance to win. We saw actually in the bottom lane just now, which is going to be the dual lane. But hey, that's only the third series. Still have one more series to go. That was, I have to say, 1-1, a draw. That's a total dub. What a banger of a show. But we still have one more series to go, which is going to be CERBERUS Esports versus 1. This is also a tough one.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely a tough one because wait, I'm pretty sure I know what I remember my prediction now. I was a bit worried.
Now you're worried? Now you're worried?
Yeah.
And now suddenly your dementia is gone? You're back with normal people? But hey, we really need to take a break since Riku need her memory, just jog it back and refresh for a moment with Coca-Cola maybe. See you guys in a bit because we have one more series to go. Stay tuned, Wildling, stay with us.
If I can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil with the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear is all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see, I can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil with the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible.
Oh boy, welcome back everybody. Oh, Wildlings, how you guys doing? Are you guys having a great Coca-Cola break? But hey, we are finally back for our play-ins in the first day of play-ins WCS finals, and definitely we have no clue what's gonna happen next. And I'm Chuchu, your host for today, joined in by our amazing, definitely mesmerizing panelists as well. It's gonna be Grand and also Riku, always. She loves anime, guys.
The duality. Okay, now Grant joined me.
He's being forced
it took me a second.
Okay.
I was like, all right, we got this.
But hey, we're talking down to the last series today. We're down to last one. And for me personally, this is going to be the hardest one for me to predict and to say who's going to win. Even the draft is kind of very open right now. What do you guys think about this?
For me, it's easy.
Oh, wow.
Because I look back at the power rankings that I wrote, and it was EVOS top, second CERBERUS, FLA next, and then as well as after that would be one team. So if I follow that, commit to that, yeah, I think it's gonna be 2-0 CERBERUS.
I don't know. Evo's still looking hot for you. still looking hot for you.
That series was the first time that we saw that G4 was in the mid lane. So maybe they're trying to adjust again.
So he went back to mid lane, and with him mid lane, they get 1-1. They get a draw.
Adjusting. It's an adjustment period.
Adjusting back to the actual roster, the actual lineup.
Because the momentum broke because they had G4 back at support. Now they're back again, so they have to adjust
Guys,
a bit.
I think I have to remind you, this is going to be only like 2.5 days. It's not the entire league. They want to readjust and adjust and readjust again. Yeah, they have to calibrate now because
they just need one series to adjust. That's my take.
I'm not gonna say much, but okay. Yes, Queen, if that's gonna happen. But hey, for me personally, it's gonna be really tough because both teams that I predicted will be on the top 2 is gonna be playing. I'm sorry, if I'm right, you guys owe me a dinner at least.
Oh, I'm up for that. I'm down.
Okay.
She's always good for
I'm always down for anything.
What was your prediction again?
For the entire play-ins.
For this one.
For this one, I'm gonna go for 1-1.
1-1. Okay.
Because for me, this is both my favorite teams right now. They're one of the powerhouse regions, so it's so hard to predict on my side.
Interesting. So here's my take on this, right? So I put one team 2-0, but I know it's gonna be wrong, right? But I'm kind of grieving myself anyway. Like I'm like set up for 0% prediction rate at this rate. But here's the thing. In my opinion, 0% prediction rate is just as good as 100%. So that's my take on things.
Actually, 0% is harder because that's harder to do. 0% prediction rate.
That's the hardest thing.
Yeah,
that's the hardest thing. I try. You know what? You did great today, Professor. But hey, speaking of professors flustered with 0%, we're gonna watch over for our matchup on our last series here today. Oh boy, now definitely this is going to be one of the most strongest regions fighting against each other for their spot in the plains to advance to the playoff. And just, possibly they might be the one who will represent our region later on if they got themselves the top 4. But hey, what are your thoughts when it comes to the draft between CES and also One Team Esports, guys?
Okay, for me, I'm expecting one team getting the Ziggs again because that's a requirement for them to slow down the game, control the game, and allow the rest of the squad to either move if they want early, if they want mid, or if they want late. But just as I said it, look, CES just bans the Ziggs, never mind. Okay, Varus is still open. Varus is the second best thing you can put at the bottom portion of the map to clear the wave and just call it a day.
I think CS did a really good job in their first game. I think they really managed to show us a composition that does really well when you have an aggressive jungler, when you have someone that's trying to set things up. I feel like their read on the meta is really good right now. I know that there are some teams that are trying to push away with a little bit with what we saw from FLA, for example. I think FLA also have a very viable read as well, and they are flexible enough to change things around depending on their matchup. I think here with one team, though, I feel like a little bit read out. They seem like a team that are pretty much, you can pretty much expect what they want to try and go for. Their best iteration was when they had that assassin in the jungle. When they lost that, they didn't seem to do as well. I think their main issue is going to be to deal with Mess coming in here. I think if they're able to shut down Senyo, just not much gameplay play for one.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's their arrangement right now. It's Shanyo being the first layer. If he wins early, then that's good. And the second layer, the last layer, would actually be Yumao on the late game scaling champion. So I am expecting Vayne, Lulu in this game, in this scenario, especially for one team.
Like, Kai'Sa was way easier for them to play,
Oh,
right?
that too.
Because they were able to execute with the Kai'Sa diving in. They had the Shen, they had the Yellow. I mean, this was because the other team didn't know anything about what they want to try and go for. Now you have some information. CES know what one team could potentially want to try and play for. That being said, they're going to ignore those in the bans. They're just going to ban standard, traditional, Wild Rift, Ziggs, Jace, Camille. There's really nothing that touches one team's compositions.
And this is just testing out the water for both of the team right now. Do you want to see how they play stuff for both right now? For CES especially, we do know how aggressive they can get with a 2 or 3 Ignite in the start. So definitely go dive in the turret if they can, if they have the advantage. And definitely, we might see a Lee Sin, we might see a Kha'Zix on the side of the jungler. And we do know BMM, he's the controller when it comes to the early game.
I like how you say dive, because what enables dives, Set, Galio, Rakan, both of the three of these champions are really good enables for that sort of approach. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I like this Lulu ban. It has been banned constantly against Fly, by the way. So it not only bans Fly's champion, but it also bans a composition. You can't play Vayne, Lulu. You can't play Kai'Sa, Lulu anymore. So what's the next best thing? Ayumi? We've only seen that once ever on FLA side.
I think one trying to go for the Garen here is supposed to keep them flexible, especially because they still want to try and go for the Galio. I think the Shen could still potentially come into play if they bring Garen down to the bot side, for example. So there's some flexibility still left available here. I think with CES now, because they don't have confirmation that the Garen is going to go into the Baron lane, it's quite likely, but there's no specific confirmation. They might want to be a little bit wary about that as well. And so instead of going for a hyper carry bot side, maybe they try and play for a range mage bot laner like Morgana, for example. Then.
Yeah, I like how you brought up the Garen and the Galio still being able to be flexed, because we know that if ever CES goes for a double assassin or a single assassin in the mid lane for BMM, maybe even a Zed, you just kill the lane, you neutralize the lane by having a very tanky champion that is able to soak a lot of damage, especially early.
Oh, do you know, Olaf, when it comes to have a lot of CCs, he's definitely one of the most valuable champions to actually run into the back line. And we do know Site will be played by the side of Fly, and this is going to be paired out with Genza definitely on the bottom lane. So I want to know how they actually scale out when it comes to the mid game, because we do know one, it's not that aggressive when it comes to the first few minutes. So can they resist and sustain when it comes to that aggressive start coming out from CERBERUS Esports?
Actually, Senna Nasus, Senna Singed, that's a very stable lane. Senna Set, though, it enables more of that big aggression, whatever one is going to pick up for their bottom lane, because we still don't know what that's going to be, and they're saving that a lot for Yumao here, just to make sure if he's going to play safe. Are they just going to play wave clear by playing the Varus here, which is going to be absolutely scary, because Olaf is one of the answers to because you have easy backline access with Ragnarok, you just ignore everything, you head straight to that backline carry.
That's true, but it's also kind of counterintuitive here, because for one team, if they want to prevent their bot lane from being counterpicked, they also run the risk of just having the entire bot lane pickups being banned away by CERBERUS Esports. So if they get rid of the Vayne and the Kai'Sa here, it just makes things so much more difficult. Yes, stuff like the Varus as well. You know, if you ban away the bot side now, one team is forced to play into a specific composition. I understand the desire to try and hold that out, and maybe also get a really strong Baron laner with the Riven, especially since it's one of the better matchups against the set anyway. But again, it just doesn't seem that it helps them that much when you consider that most of their priority is down the bot side.
Yeah, they need wave clear. What else is there? The other layer is now AP bot laners. We're talking about Morgana. We're talking about Lux as well, because now you remove the Corki. What other big wave clearers at the bottom portion of the map do you want to prioritize here? I can see a world where this could possibly be a Galio mid, and then you go lock in a different bot lane, and there you go. That's the Lux we're talking about.
Yep, definitely true. And also, we've seen a lot of one-shot final spot coming up from Lux. If the light binding actually works, things quite well. But we do know Senna with the Curse of Black Mist kind of can evade the entire team from being caught one shot off from the side of one. But hey, you mentioned about Corki will not be played here. Definitely that's a good news, at least for you, Riku.
Oh my god, I just said Senna Nasus is going to be a very calm lane, and Set Senna is going to make it aggressive, and now they're going for the more safer route here with Set top instead.
Yeah, it feels that way because they're going against the Lux. I think they want to try and outrange. I think if they play Set into the Lux matchup, the Lux just gets to poke them constantly. Even in the Shroud, you still end up being harassed. Then you manage to pick up the Lucian, so having some additional damage there. So you don't really have to worry so much about your bot side as long as your bot lane is able to sustain and survive. I think that's a big enough win for CES. And once they have that utility there, it does look really good here because once you have that Wither, you're able to shut down the Riven entirely, right? So Kid doesn't really get to have much impact in the game if the Nasus is going to be nearby.
So we can tell that Nasus and also Senna will be in the same lane, and this Lucian possibly going to be a mid one, and Sat going to be played by Taco here, because I've seen him played Sat once by Taco, but most of the time, Fly love to play on the Vietnam side. They really, on Vietnam region, they really love Sat on the supporting side. But here comes our Darius again, showing off. This time, you know, they used to be nemesis for Garen and Darius, but this time they're best friends.
Yeah, okay, we've seen the Darius and the Garen already in one team back in the local qualifiers, rather. And it's so good against melee comps. Look at that. That's, well, I wouldn't call Lucian melee, but when he dashes in, I guess he sort of becomes melee because he's close. But imagine how much value you could get just spinning around, silencing everybody else, and as well as getting sustain from the Darius. Imagine the resets as well with the pokes coming from the Lux.
They're so tanky, Rico. Look at that look at that lineup. It's Galio, Garen, Darius.
Yeah.
It's so tanky. Plus the Riven builds like hybrid. You're so tanky.
It's just bruises all the way, man. I mean, like, if they want to, they can opt out for Divine Sunder for the game itself just to fight on this kind of a bruiser lineup. But hey, yep.
But there's a big thing with Cerberus Esports composition because they have the set, and set does percent damage based on your team's HP. That's a really big ultimate from them as well.
Oh, well, we have to see if the timing's right. That's a bigger thing, though. If he's just ulti with nobody else is there, it's kind of pointless where there's no follow-up. But this is going to be our final series of the day. Let our casters take into the Rift action we go. Contra Omo, we miss you. Take it away.
Thanks, Chuchu, once again, and here we are at the final series of the WCS Finals, the A1s of the play-in stage, and, well, we'll just take a little bit of backseat for a moment, but hey, Omo, we got an exciting draft here for both Cerberus Esports as well as one team. Well, one team, they might have had a little bit of shake-up when they went up against FENNEL Adversity. Yeah. What do you think are their odds here against Cerberus?
It's not going to be any easier, that's for sure. I pegged Cerberus as the best team in play-ins by far. One team, they had a shaky one against FRA. Sure, they had a great game. They had a great game. Was it game 1? I believe it was game 1, yeah. But the fact that they got collapsed in game 2 as well just shows to me that playing against a team like Cerberus, which is so much stronger, makes it a bit intimidating for me. I don't like their chances here. I need to take a look at the draft again. That's not on our screens right now. When we go back into the game, we'll break it down a little bit more.
Yeah, like just recalling back in the draft, I like the fact that Cerberus Esports, they did their study. They know that the Masters region really loves to pick that Corki. So you negate whatever flex pick that we're thinking of, and now you have all these tankiness that we're seeing from both ends of the spectrum. But that really sets things up perfectly for Taku when he does have that showstopper available to just take whichever chunky boys or girls to slam on top of one another. So we're going to have a little bit of a Howling Abyss matchup for the both of them, and I guess that we're going to be seeing them moving back to lane eventually, but of course, it's going to be quite tough to see how much can this Olaf get done.
Yeah, a lot of pressure is going to be on this Olaf in the early stages of the game. Sure, you got the scaling from the Senna, you got the scaling from the Nasus. Wait, hold on a second here. Genza is the one playing the Nasus? I feel like Genza would do much better on the Senna, right? He's one of the best Dragon laners in Vietnam. We've talked about that. I kind of want to see him play the Marksman.
Yeah, and this time he's being put on the leash for a little bit. I guess that he's just going to be playing it cool till he hits that late game power spike. So early on, what you expect out of him is just to basically max out on your turret spell and just have all these minions being shoved directly under one team Esports turret. And if he gets all these damage being shot out, then you always have Fly, who gives a whole lot of healing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit unfortunate the Marksman is not playing the Marksman, but it doesn't matter, because this game, neither one of them is going to be the true carry, right? We saw earlier on G4 when he played this Nasus, what was the build path? Fanbril, Winter, Leandri's Torment, Ryalize, I am a poke bot, I am a Widow bot, I'm going to take a fight.
Oh, and I guess...
I'm going to force your flash, done.
Well, I was expecting for a big fight to happen for that Scuttle, but that happened way too quick. Great job from one team to get things started off, and the pokes are unreal coming out of this bot laners of Cerberus.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a Scuttle crap trade, and the reason he had to flash out is because of mid prio. It was the same thing. This Lucian mid by BMM exerts so much prio, ranged into melee. You make his life hard. You give your jungler space. Now, as I was saying, the bot lane doesn't matter. The poke is from the Nasus. Sure, the scanner. Senna scales infinitely. He's going to do a lot of damage later on. But the priority of this game comes down to two main things. The damage dealt by BMM and Mass, as well as Taku's ability to initiate a good team fight. Dunking the Galio, dunking the Garen, something along those lines. Gensai doesn't really need to do too much. This is his game to just chill.
Yeah, and I love for the fact that, you know, one team esports, they try to match towards this sort of tempo, but how much can this Garen actually get out of these team fights? Sure, you have an execution and move, but other than that, you just have to just put yourself out there all the way up front. And Yumao on this mage, I felt like he was so much better on the Kaisa that we would love to see him play a whole lot more on the marksman role instead. But I guess that it gives a whole lot of dynamic on how one team esports, they can look for those big bursty engagements.
Yeah, I mean,
if Daniel gets a pick.
There's nothing wrong with this Lux pick. I do agree with your point that, you know, maybe he's better on a carry. His guys was so good, right? But I feel like matchup-wise, he's kind of forced into this situation, and I honestly have a sneaking suspicion that Lux might be kind of broken in the right scenarios. I feel like her shield is too big, her damage is too big, her zone control is too effective for a game like Wild Rift, where you have to contest almost every objective, you have to funnel into a tiny corridor. Lux is just going to do so much work here. Let's see if Yumao proves my theory right, though.
True, and the cooldowns for the Final Spark, it's pretty low. Like, you could even use it to secure objectives if you're lucky enough. So I guess one team esports, they do fancy chances of that. While when you compare to, say, whatever AP bot lanes that you want to flex down a bot, where some of them try to build into a semi-supportive role, Lux they generally just go full AP and they're good.
Generally, you are going full AP. If you're having a bad game, you could go for a more shield-focused build. But I feel like this game, you do need the damage coming out of her. Because if she doesn't have the damage, then who does? It's really only just Sienio, right?
Indeed. And I guess that also brings to the point where anti-healing items is going to be so crucial. And here comes the Final Spark onto Genza. But the Mist will cover his tracks for only this last bit. Enough for him to get himself surviving. 4 minutes and a half approaching as we are having that Herald taken over by one team pretty sneakily. Not too much vision being set up by Cerberus.
Just no real contest at all there from Cerberus. No trade, no nothing. Which is weird considering that they have mid-prio, they have an Olaf pick. You would assume they want to fight right now. But they've lost the first objective, they've lost the Herald, and that does two things right now. If one team get this dragon, they've secured both objectives. But the Herald also allows you to get the dragon. You plop it down in the mid lane, plop it down in the side lane. It creates so much pressure on your turrets on the waves that it gives you good access to the dragon pit, to the river. Now one team, the ball is in their court. Can they deliver?
Yeah, and one team, they're just congregating up mid where they don't necessarily need to start a fight in general, where you just ideally want that Ragnarok to be popped first while they try to
damage masses.
Have those long range pokes. What you could possibly do if this is going to go to the late game? Man, it's going to be pretty tough for one team to really have that.
That's why we talked about the dragon's coming. The dragon's coming, and they've got control of the river.
Oh, here comes the drop. Now let's see how Cerberus reacts to it. They tend to the Herald first. 52 playing in for one team esports, and I guess that it's still going to be a challenge for this Drake though, which one team, they didn't initiate that move. And here comes the redemption.
Both teams are just dancing. Both teams are just not committing. I can't really tell you who this favors right now. It seems very neutral. But Sienio going down to the bottom lane, getting himself some plates, getting himself some farm. That's going to be the first real win of the situation. It's been a stalemate for the last minute and a half, 2 minutes. Who's going to pull the trigger here? Because this is a big fight. There's nothing to trade. The Rift Herald has been snuck away. BMM, he's good to go. He's chilling. Who's going to start this one off? That's the big question right now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for one team to really pull it off, but they do have the Pearl Belt on Ninja 7 if he really wants to go for something ambitious. Well,
they could, right? I feel like either one of these teams could really start the objective off. Howbreaker picked up now for Garen. I'm not a big fan of this one. I think given the game state, you want to stick. You're not the one split pushing. Maybe let Darius do it. Maybe let Riven do it. And you see he buys Howbreaker, runs right to the team fight. That's ineffective, but it's going to get started off by one.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of tickle on the Cloud Drake, but the rest of Cerberus Esports, they are slowly moving in. And here comes the Showstopper. Misses out the target, but it's the Facebreaker that will connect onto 4. Now Flash is being popped out. Violent Spark will only tickle them while Kid runs all the way back. Cerberus with a great siege, and they take both of the objectives.
Man, Contra Cerberus is just such a good team. They're such a good unit. When they play team fights, they look a cut above the rest of their opponents in the play-ins. Look at the setup there from Taku. It was very obvious. We knew what the player was. They knew what the player was. But he still landed it into the 4-man Facebreaker, into the 4-man Showstopper. That's kind of on one team as well. They needed to space it a bit better. They needed to just really pull that one out, bait that one out, dance it out. The problem is Cerberus, once the initial engage lands, the rest of the team, they just tunnel right onto you, they get on top of you, they get the dragon, they get the team fight, they get a huge dub.
Yeah, and I love for the fact that he aimed directly into the middle, and that Facebreaker really chains onto multiple targets. And speaking of one more of the Facebreaker that will land on top, they've already got a few plannings. I guess it just needs a little bit more work.
I think he had Mug Treads, right? That's probably the situation there. If not, that might have been a kill onto Xianyo, but still very ambitious flash. I can't help but wonder if that would have been better saved for the Rift Herald here. Let's take a look at the replay. This one, you know, just like we said, right? Big team fight engage. Good from Xianyo to dodge away. He's the only member that didn't get sucked in. And look at the health bars of Kid here. This could have gone a whole lot worse. I guess one team, they were even fortunate that 3 people got away in that team.
Yeah, they were really lucky that they just haven't sacrificed himself, where he used his time to pull them a few more seconds so that they could just get into the back. And from here onwards, Cerberus Esports, they could just basically push and shove wherever they want to and just get this whole area surrounded. And one more great Showstopper should be able to do the trick if they were coming in.
Getting real low.
Oh boy, and that is a pretty swift move coming in from Cerberus Esports. They get the Herald, but the rest of one team, they're on the chase. And Senna gets the shots down, but it won't be the rest of one team. That will eliminate 2 though. That bonding does not connect. Well, they'll get to live for another day.
Very nearly a disaster right there. Xianyo, did you see how low the Rift Herald went? I think it was 100 HP. He was that close to stealing it away. I think the eye was open as well. He might have just hit that and picked that one up. That's going to be 2 kills. That's going to be the mid turret. It was very nearly the Herald stolen away by one team as well. Overall, just winning across the board. CES, they took the dragon fight, but they lose the next fight right away.
Yeah, one team, they just wanted that fight. They didn't really seem like they could possibly get that much quicker, although you did mention that, yeah, you could possibly last it from the back, but when Smite's available, it's still a good chance for Cerberus anyways.
Yeah, it was close. It was very, very close.
Valiant attempt, and walking away with 2 kills, I think that's good enough.
I mean, honestly, the game state right now, it's still anyone's game. I know it sounds so cliche to say that, but it truly is. The main thing I want to look out for as this game progresses is how are we going to win the game, right? We talked about this. BMM needs to pop off. Taku needs to get a big engage. One team, though, they need to start setting up for objectives a little bit better. I think they need to make better use of this lock, Scalio, catch combo, get into the river, set up kill zones, set up some traps, and kill CS when they come in. But now Kid's in trouble.
Oh man, speaking of a setup here, he's just going to be able to draw all the attention. Kid tries to buy as much room for himself.
But look at the map, look at the map. One team, they're racing this.
What? They're racing on both ends of the lanes, and well, this is going to hurt a whole lot more, and somebody's got to tend to it though.
Yeah, somebody's got to tend to it. They're going to be a little bit late. They might lose this entire turret, but I think they will just get there. Yeah, just in the nick of time. This is going to give a bit of space here for one team to get some recalls off. Dragon's going to be spawning. They got to get back. They got to get their buys in. Who's going to get here to set up first? Looks like Yumao and Ninja 7. I want to see them do what I said. Control the zone. Punish CES. Don't let them walk into you for free.
Yeah, and this is the way they really want to do it. Out macro you. You want to go for that turret. You want to take down my set. Sure, you're just going to be able to pay the price for it. So, well, one thing
like that. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, just keep hitting those binding.
Yeah,
keep hitting the elements. They should be good to go. But here comes another Showstopper on top of it all, and we'll have redemption here. Then that won't be a clear-cut answer.
They have to give it, I think. You're out of engage to CES. I think you have to give this. You have to push mid. But they wouldn't, right? Of course they would fight.
Yeah, they really want this fight pretty badly, though. But they're all stuck in between.
No.
And they just gave the double over to Taku.
Just why, right? I just said CES, you are out of engage tools. You know what's another engage tool? One team running into you. They didn't need to do that. Just do the dragon. Cerberus were out of answers. You have the dragon. They got greedy. They lose 2 members and they lose the dragon. One team, frankly, they deserve to lose this game from that play.
They really have a little bit of a hiccup right there, and
a lot of a hiccup. They had it. They had the dragon.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes down to the way that they've been playing it out by the river, every time that they're stuck at that choke point, it's always going to be hard because they have to decide pretty instantly, like, is this a fight or is this not? Like, you roll on a siege, you're also pretty immobile.
Let me ask you a question, Contra. Let's take a look at one team's team composition, all right? Who's gonna engage?
Yeah.
What's your engage? It's really just Galio getting a flank, right?
Yeah, it's just a Galio. And ideally you want Siu to start it off, and look what he buys. Like, Hullbreaker, like, he's not even in the side
even
lane.
then, right? Garen is not an engage champion. What is Garen's engage? I run at you, you spells on me, you spells on me, right? That's all you can really do. Exactly. So all you need to do is control the zones, use your break walls, get catches, get poke. They did exactly that. They did step 1, correct, tick, I give you that much. Problem is, step 2, they over-engaged. Now they're gonna try to catch the side lanes.
Oh, forces a flash,
good.
and that's all that they have to do. Well, with Ragnarok being popped, I guess that it won't be an early Baron call for one team esports.
They don't have the DPS, right? They don't have a marksman, so they don't have the DPS to do the Baron.
Yeah, and I think that's a major pain for one team esports. At least for Cerberus, you can rely on BMM. He's having such a good time.
Can I just say really quickly here? Thank you, Mass, for buying Starex Gage. If I see another Olaf buy Black Cleaver into Divine Thunderer, I might just lose it. You are gonna get squishier and squishier as the game goes on. Damage is not what you need. You need to stay alive a little bit longer because you're Ragnaroking, running to 5 people. That's a good build path from Mass. They really understand what they need to do in this game. Genza goes Luden's Echo as well instead of something like a Leandri's, just more flat damage. Good game understanding from CES. They try to get a pick.
We give it huge damage. That's a whole lot of chunk taken out of the Gallo Ninja 7 being forced to back away. And look at that. The final spark only tickles. Like, the more time you buy, the Cerberus side, they're just gonna outpace you. They're just gonna out-sustain you. And with Fly also buying the execution and calling, making things much easier for them to burn through.
Look at the build path here from BMM. Last game, he played Lucian. He went from Stormrazor. He understood his job was to be the main primary source of damage, the DPS dealer. This game, he understands how his team fights. So good. I love this so much. You come in with the Nasus, you drop the E down, you poke them, you chunk them out with the Cerildas, empowered calling. You have Senna shooting from the backline, slowing with the Frostfire Gauntlet this entire time. Such good understanding of your win condition from CES. Such good finesse in team fighting from CES. It doesn't look like a dominant game from them, but they're playing their team comp out so well.
Yeah, I love that you brought that point out.
I love it from them.
Yeah, like, you look at everybody else, like, who else can run out of that fight even if they get
exactly.
caught? Like, possibly, maybe Garen.
It's really just Xianyo who can get out, right? He's mobile, right? Everyone else is like, I'm trying to walk away, but I'm so slow.
Oh, it's like, please take all these weight off of my back. Then, yeah, maybe Siu could cancel off some of these soft CCs and slows, but hey, you got Senna, who's also doing a lot of heavy duty throughout the course of the battle, being involved in the majority of all the fights that they were in early on. Now they will try to set something up.
Taku.
Ooh.
Okay, never mind, you called it out. I think it was a good call. It was a little bit deep there.
I was worried for a moment that if that final, that binding hit, it could be a reversal. Like, this Darius is going to be ready to jump at anybody out there. And honestly, target prioritization. Who do you really want to go for? Like, ideally BMM, but if it's going to be Taku, Mess, or Genza, who?
It has to be BMM or Fly, but the problem is, how do you get past this front line? How do you get past these champions when you have no true engage? You need to bait them into the river, find a sort of Galio flank, but that's never going to happen. Cerildas.
Oh, culling drops into 60%.
See, if he didn't have Cerildas, he doesn't have to flash. That's just such good understanding of what they need to do. Wither plus Cerildas, we're just going to run you down, even though you're a Garen, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and now with the Drakes being spawned up as well,
boy, here we
this
go
isn't
again.
looking too good. What? One team wants a challenge, and they will get it though. And that's why he's going to connect. Here comes the Space Breaker onto 3 once again. Taku working magic while the Heroes Entrance will drop right in, holding the rest of Cerberus in place. But one team, they're stuck, cornered up by the edge of the ring. And as much as he tries to turn golden, he will fall nonetheless. One team loses 3, while Cerberus walks away with majority of the members intact.
They just lose one, they just lose Taku, and that's because he threw his life away for his team. That's gonna be Baron, that's gonna be Mountain Dragon. It's third of the game here for CES. They are in full control of the game. The pacing looks slower than their typical games. It doesn't look as dominant as they usually do, but the finesse, what is this, right? Like, what are you trying to do here?
He tries to go in for a fight, but he gets melted down like butter. There's no smite, there's no point for challenge. Cerberus could just trample over them.
I love that from Genza. Tapping the ass there, just dancing in and out. But Ninja, you know, he hits the stun, he manages to get out. I don't know what. Okay, let's take this step by step. Okay, I'm just blown away by this. Great engage from Kid. He starts this off perfectly. Once that lands, it's basically a team fight win already. You see how much DPS is done by both Fly and BMM. Keep in mind, an extra thing to consider as well. Nessus E, it's a lot of poke, but it also shreds your armor. Pair that with the last whisper from BMM, pair that with the damage from all the souls that Fly has taken, they do a lot of damage. Kid cannot be tanky enough. Siu is really not tanky enough. And the last play there from Siu, where he ran into the Baron pit, if someone did that in my solo queue games, I'm spam pinging you and then reporting you.
And
like, what are you trying to do? And then
right?
surrender. Yeah, like, what are you trying to do? You don't have the Martian Justice. You have no smite. What's the objective there? I think it's just a clear, we've lost the game. All right, boys, let me go try to do something.
Yeah, it really felt like they lost the plot. Like, we saw a little bit of cluster going on by the corner of the river, and we were trying to piece it together, like, who's on who, right?
Yeah.
And with all these numbers added up, like, Genza, like you mentioned, that spirit that he puts down on the ground, it's just going to be able to negate them from doing all too much. Like, that's where the health bar starts to drop. And Cerberus, they're just abusing this Baron power play. But there is split going on.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. Senyo is going to be the first one in the game to get an inhibitor? Question mark ping?
Okay.
Don't really know what's going on.
They have Formendo. They could have actually settled it much early on.
Yeah,
they did send Mess all the way back, but now they have to fully utilize this. Like, if you're not getting that inhib, it's going to be a painful fight for the Baron.
We have Baron, but we lose an inhib and don't get anything. It's very curious here from Cerberus. I think you need to pick up a TP on Mass. They're a little bit hesitant. They know it's 4v5. You need that TP. You need to come in. Yeah, he's swapping it up right now as we speak. I'm just disappointed in Cerberus. It looked so good up until they just
We were praising them a whole lot early on, and now it's like, hey, one team stands a chance.
Yeah,
like,
they
so long
truly
as they
do.
can possibly sneak it a couple of times out there.
I think they still lose the game, but they should have never lost the inhibitor.
Okay, that's fair point.
Yeah.
Like, I guess if they were cautious enough, just guys, look at the top left of your screen. That's all that it takes. And
they were thinking, we're going to race you, we're going to be faster. But the wave clear from the Lux is just so annoying. Plus the tanky boys, they just stand there and block you.
Yeah, and even if they're faster, like, somebody's got to at least be wary enough. I think, like, that's the whole point when you come into such a match. Like, it's supposed to be high intensity, but you have to always check your things.
This is one of the things where teams sometimes get a bit confused, because when you run through the top process in your head, who are we going to send back to catch the wave? Usually a solo laner, right? But this game, BMM can't go back. He's your main damage dealer. Taku can't go back because you need tank here to stop any engage attempts. Okay, well, hold on.
Curious where did he finally get a catch? And it's going to be Genza being left all alone without Fly accompanying, or should I say just a little bit too far off the leash. And that happened.
Yeah, so to finish the point off real quick, it needs to be a jungler to go back. It was Mass, he identified that a bit late. He still went back nonetheless, but you already lost your inhib. Now, the game state right now, you've got 30 seconds till Genza's alive. One team, you gotta do something here, man. Be it Baron, be it something else. You have to make something happen. You have to get some space.
Yeah, and they have to abuse that the timer's already out for this Nasus.
What?
And here comes that flash forward.
Oh my
Trying to catch Yumao, and they get them all bonded. One team, they're put in an awkward position while Sanyo tries to get in with the chase. The culling goes down, but will not hit any targets at all. Cerberus Esports, they manage to survive, but that's where Taku tries to go in for a re-entry, but they're very exhausted of many of all these summoners.
Yeah, such a good play there from BMM. He seizes the moment, he seizes the day, he dashes in. Interfall Peeper chunks out Yumao and then immediately stops any thoughts from one team to try to be aggressive on the map, to try to take control of the map. You can't anymore. You've been chunked out. I think if he maybe popped the culling a bit earlier, it might have played out a little bit better even, but still, that's been maxing it, right? Full control of the map yet again from Cerberus. 6k gold lead. It's not the end of the world, but I think they scale better. They have the Senna. They have the Nasus. They are still scaling. Now Elder Dragon has spawned. What's going to be the setup here? One team, look, they have the seed control. It's Cerberus' game.
Yeah, and I love the fact that with that sort of play, Cerberus decides to pull back.
Yeah.
And if they don't, if you lose the Lucian as compared to a Lux, that's giving
it's worse,
out
right? Yeah.
a lack of damage when it comes down to the rest of the 5v5s.
Okay, this is a bit curious right now. They send Genza back instead. When I think Genza needs to be here, oh, let's go.
And on top of the Senna, and Fly goes down immediately. A perfect taunt coming in on top of the members of Cerberus while they try to peel back. Now, this gives that perfect room for the rest of one team to start sieging the final few objectives available. But I'm kind of concerned here. They don't have enough speed to clear it off.
Yeah, while that was happening as well, Cerberus lost their bot lane tier 2 turret. It just seems to me like a glaring mistake has been exposed from Cerberus here. Do they have issues playing side lane? Now, that's a question that's going to be raised, and that's a question which we're going to be revisiting in the future. But for now, Elder Dragon is going to get started off by one team. What's the answer here? They're giving it up?
It seems like it,
You're
but
not
there
giving
is
this up.
a TP though. Double TP's coming right in. Cerberus really wants to pick this one up, and that's the showstopper onto Trey, and immediately he falls, pops the GA instead.
Dragon.
Hero's interest being utilized as well.
2K.
Dragon's going down. One team, they have the advantage. They will secure it, and they will walk all over on top of Cerberus Esports as the Garen goes into it, but he will falter instead, and they will continue this fight. I'm not too sure if Cerberus should walk back in, but they will give another life. 3 members out, and one team. They could play this all day long.
They get the Elder, and I think it's very likely they're going to get the Baron here as well, Contra. Cerberus, what are you doing, man? I said they're not going to lose the game. They might have lost the inhibitor, but they might still have won the game. I'm lost for words right now. Look at this engage attempt. It was okay coming from Taku, but what's the problem? The Dragon drops the 2K. Xianyu identifies that he finishes it off. Immediately, that gives a huge buff to the team fighting here. They keep the fight going, and look at Yuma on the back. If you look at teammates, allies' health shielded stat this game, I'm pretty sure it's going to be immense for Yuma because he keeps throwing out the shield. He shields his entire team. It makes them so hard to kill. That's going to be Baron. That's going to be Elder. The next couple of minutes here, one team, they're going to be in full control. Can Cerberus... What is going on?
Oh, boy.
Turrets are just dying to random things these games.
Yeah, and I guess they were too occupied trying to get those fights going. We wanted to see more of all these eliminations, and I guess we got a few, but they just have to be cautious about all this once again. But when it comes down to that team fight that we just saw, it's great that they prioritize on Taku on how they've been able to single him out and force the rest of Cerberus onto this choke point where they will be forced to tap out. Now Cerberus, they're just being hung back. I believe they could still meat shield this, even if they don't have the minions on top of it. So one team, if they brute force this, it could be going pretty badly.
Yeah, I don't think they will brute force this. I think they're going to play it a bit cautious, let Tianyu split push, right? It could go badly if they brute force this. That's still true here. Just let Tianyu split push, let him keep side laning. We have to keep in mind that there is still the factor of infinite scaling from Cerberus. The game is probably going to end in the next minute or two, but if this Senna, if this Nasus, they keep scaling, maybe they can pull out a miracle here against the Elder Dragon. It is only one dragon, to be fair, for one team.
Yeah, and I guess it's good enough when you do have true damage to dish out against all the BP guys out there. Here comes the exhaust, and they will have that Grand Slam on top of them. And once again, Ninja 7 tries to hold them off with the Hero's entrance while they will be
won!
And Cerberus, they shut them down, and it's only Xianyu as well as Siu left. They're only inside the jungle. They can march it down mid while Mess, he has to deal with that push coming down bot, and also Super Minions are marching up top.
Cerberus Esports, I never had a doubt in my mind. They pull off the team fight. They chunk out Kit. They're going for the base. They're not going for the base. What's going on?
Super Minions and Baron power buff, I guess it's kind of hard to deal with. So, I guess not, Chief. We're going to have to drag this to 30 minutes.
I don't know, man. Why did you have to send 2 people back? Just send 1 person back, try to end the game. You've got 10 seconds. You don't have... There we go. TP's coming. You've got 6 seconds.
They have to commit. And here comes
base.
Showstopper once again. And they will finally rupture the Nexus. And here we go. Game 1 in the hands of Cerberus Esports.
You know what else is in my hands? My face. What was that game coming in from Cerberus Esports? Cerberus, they had control of the game. We praised their team fighting. We praised the way they engaged in team fights. But I think a lot of value in that game did come from the Lux. Those 5v5 team fights where the set was unable to lock up 5 members, Lux shielding provided immense value. And honestly, a lot of credit goes to Cienio as well, right? His side laning, his map pressure, put so much pressure on the members of Cerberus that they couldn't play their usual style. And I want to revisit this question in the future. Do Cerberus have a problem with side lanings? Caveat to that, if their solo laners can't play side lane on their current champions.
Yeah, and I guess that is to be answered on game 2.
Yeah, we'll
with
see.
A change of pace, perhaps coming from one team esports. But I love the way they drafted, and they've been able to settle the scores, having that initiative in this matchup here to close it off. And one team, it's time for them to step up. They've been dropping games like this, which I believe they have a lot of leeway hitting to the picks and bans early on. But with that being said, Omo, I know there's a lot of reaction, but it's time for the emotes, man.
Yeah, the emotes, a picture speaks 1,000 words, right? It was just a really odd game coming in from both of them. I had a lot more expectations for Cerberus, but in the mid-game, they truly fumbled the ball. One team, I think what they're good at and what they're proving against the young gun teams like Cerberus, the teams like FENNEL Adversity, is we really do understand how to win games. It sounds simple, but sometimes the hardest question of all is how do we win a game? And they really identified at that game. They shied away from the 5v5. They managed to pressure the map with the Riven. That truly made Cerberus have to chase them around the map.
That's right, and I believe that the chase is still on. So before we head into game 2, let's pass it back over to Choo Choo and the rest of the panel.
Oh my goodness, how did that even happen, and how did we even have a close game? Aha! This is what we have right now for all our faces of the panelists right now joining me in. It's going to be Riku and also Grandin is like, what? How? Grandin, how? Oh yeah, you're liking it.
This is the only appropriate response.
Wait, I will randomize again. Okay.
She got brain
I got the brain.
She got Galaxy brain plays. Actually, can we talk about how this game happened, right? Because this looked like a matchup where, for the first part of the game, one team looked like they had something going for them. You know, they were trying to play for something tankier. They had decent wave clear, right? So they had banned away. They saw a lot of the good mage bot laners banned away, so they went for the Lux. I thought it was a pretty good innovation. They were hitting a pretty good mid-game spike, and then Cerberus just took full control over the game. And suddenly, one team out macroing, going to the side lanes, putting the pressure on the Cerberus. Cerberus starts slipping up. They start walking away. You saw at the end of that game, they were playing on a timer. 10 seconds to the respawn out for the rest of one team. If they had delayed 5 extra seconds, if the wave was cut, if there was no minion wave crashing in, I think they could have just lost that outright.
Yeah, exactly. Like, on paper, this shouldn't have happened, just as we have been talking about while watching the game. Like, the composition that one team drafted was very heavy on early to mid game, and the rest, they're not going to have any damage. They're going to have a difficult time matching the damage output that Senna Nasus. There's the scaling, the infinite scaling. There's also the Lucian as well on the table. So what just happened? Just as Grandin and Homo mentioned, it was that side lane pressure. And there were a lot of things happening where, what do you call this? Cerberus is dying one by one. So that, because it was so late into the game, death timers are so punishing, and that's the reason why they got the Elder Drake. And I'm like, okay, they will lack damage, but now that they have the Elder Drake, this is going to help them supplement that damage.
We saw the turning point when the moment they got themselves the Elder Drake, they kind of have the chances to win. And we saw how much kind of being pushed back the side of Cerberus Esports. They're kind of scared for a bit. You saw that coming, right?
Cerberus have to thank Lucky Stars that they were playing for Dragons this game. Like, in any other world, one team plays for Dragons and sit, right? Thankfully, Cerberus had the early game lead. They were able to maintain control. They had the Dragons and they played for that, and so one team wasn't able to close it out. But imagine if they had just one additional Drake, giving them a boost to the other Drake buff. I think that would have made a world of difference, and I think that's one of the key things here that we have to look back on. So Cerberus, because they had the early to mid game advantage against one team who should have been able to fight back at that point and didn't, that was the reason why they were able to close out as they did. But one team gave us a really good look into how to play that late game, how to maintain pressure in the side lane, despite the fact that we had a lot of criticism for Seal with the Hullbreaker first purchase.
Yeah, I have to agree there. That means, you know, that's the not plot armor, like the cracks in the armor. Wait, what? Oh my god, my terms. But anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. So.
Yes.
What do you call this? One team knew that they can't fight 5v5, so let's try to separate them, and that's exactly why the game was so long. It felt like it was going towards the, 30-minute win condition that one team usually wants.
LW Bruiser go straight for the Garen Hullbreaker, why not? We saw Camilla's pretty good with the first item Hullbreaker, but hey, the Garen just now kind of hard to actually split push because they're being forced to fight no matter what. They need all man, they were losing all the way, but hey, it did actually work out quite well when it comes to the mid-game. Not really mid, it's like what, 20th minute, I think, just around there somewhere.
Late game.
Yeah, like we went to a hyper late game. We were looking at teams at full build. You know, they were looking. There's not much more to be done there at that point, right? We were just looking to see which team had the better composition. I think towards the end there, they were a little overextended. They were trying to pressure the sides and potentially end the game if they were able to get in. I mean, let's take a look back to this draft, right? So one of the key things that I think stands out for me was the innovation to have Email play as the Lux, which is really nice. I think that's something that one team has done before. They've played for like the Seraphine Sona before at some point when that was in meta. It's not something that they're afraid of or shy of, but that does move quite far away from what we saw previously from one team, where they were playing with the hyper carry in the bot side, with the Vayne, with the Kai'Sa, which is really good for me. I like that one team has some diversity here. Unfortunately, I don't think with this second draw, it's going to be easy to get first seed or even possible, but you know, it's something if they manage to close out the second game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like usually when you bank on, especially like an early game champion like a Lux, your damage should be coming off from somewhere, but because they drafted like 2 tanks, you're trapped in this corner of this Riven, which is not going to deal a lot of damage output. So you expect maybe a Kha'Zix there, something that can deal and catch up to the damage, especially when we look at the later stages of the game. One thing that I really love when it comes to the adaptation is we thought it was going to be a Senna set, which can enable the aggressive lane. But when they saw that, okay, Yumal is going to be on this Lux, let's just stabilize, let's just scale. So they shifted, they pivoted into this Senna Nasus and then put Taku on this set, which has been incredible, my god.
I have to say, that's one of the best set I've seen so far. Barely missed with the flash face breaker at the same time, and it's just always on point, caught them off guard, and 4 or 5 of them got caught in between. It's not just like 1% face breaker, you know, it's just the game changer face breaker.
Yeah, game changing, and then you have like the showstopper, and it does so well against the composition that one team have drafted themselves into. The fact that they have so much raw HP just means that set gets so much additional value, so much additional damage, and it's surprising, right? One team in an ideal world, Lux fires off a laser, fires off a couple of spells, and then Darius is just supposed to hit a 5-man ultimate, chain one after the other, and it's supposed to clean up the rest of the enemy team. Thing is, we saw in a lot of these situations, Taku, because he's the one that initially engages, because he made the really smart decision of going for the Star's Gauge early. He was surprisingly and deceptively tanky. That's the most important part. It's deceptively tanky, and so in situations where Kid thought he could go for the execute and get the reset on his ultimate, he doesn't. They still ultimately kill Taku, but because there's no ultimate reset, there's no more threat for the Darius reset. I think that's such a key factor into why some of these fights did not go one team's way. If the Darius all got the proc once more, twice more, it could have been a very different fight.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it was just it looked so good because, yeah, Poke plus Darius, we've seen that back in C-Champs, actually. Like, Ziggs, Varus paired with the Darius because you have the Poke, sometimes you don't have the execute, that's why the Darius is there. But I don't think the Lux would be the best champion to do that, to enable that sort of scenario.
That's what we mentioned. The ideas are there, but the execution, we're gonna have to wait and see because we do know the creativity part there, what's gonna happen. But hey, I did want to say, because of the face breaker, and also from Taco plays side, he knows how to zone out, and definitely nobody can reach out to BMM as well. We didn't mention about this. He's just freely auto-attacked from the backside. So for the next draft, I do want to emphasize one more thing. CERBERUS or the Vietnam region is very aggressive, but we compare to Masters region, like one Team Esports, they are scaling to late game, a bit stable, like mid to late game power spike. So this is what I mentioned before. Can they sustain for the next draft here to actually hold on their first few early game start?
It's really difficult to do one-team things when a lot of the bans that allow these sort of scenarios are gone, like Ziggs, Varus, things that
Yeah.
help slow down the game. So and with proper scaling, especially the Ziggs, Lux doesn't have that same power, doesn't have the same again power like the Ziggs when it comes to scaling.
Yeah, and there's not much time to kind of like to hold back, right? If you really want to join into the deeper parts of the competition, you want to get into playoffs, you kind of really have to start playing with a strong start. I think Cerberus coming into this with that first win already have so much tempo going for them. Hopefully they're able to pick up the second one. You know, if they're able to get 2 wins off the first day, I think they're in a really comfortable spot. I think for Cerberus now, they demonstrated to us that they can clearly play with a hyper carry with BMM in the mid lane. You know, if they have a jungler that's more farm reliant, that's more gold reliant, they're able to execute off of that as well. Biggest key parts for this, though, is that Cerberus had some issues dealing with that split push, dealing with the late game, the hyper late game specifically, which is something that we are not, I'm not going to discount because we have one team, we have FLA. Both these two teams are quite good at playing for those win conditions. If potentially they see this hole in Cerberus's place, they could potentially try and punish that. They could really make that a pain point.
But hey, let's just get into the draft. The thing is, can they draft it a little better now? Because we do know that it's get wonky a bit when it comes to scaling to late game with only Yumao playing with Lux trying to deal a lot of damage. Yes, they do have a Riven, but it's just so hard to compare with Illusion just now. So first thing first, is it going to be Ziggs again to get out from here? Like usual, that Camille definitely is going to be banned, right, Riku? We saw how Camille can actually scaling out, how it can just adjust to the situation.
Well, if Ziggs is going to get banned, I feel like one should have the Senna this time. It's really good at slowing down the laning phase. And also, depending on your support pair, you can actually enable it to be more aggressive. And I am interested with this Gragas first ban on their side because that removes a lot of that big disengage and as well as engage with the body slam. So I wonder if one team is going to, you know, draft this all-in type of composition, because what else is there for disengage? I'm thinking Janna, but I don't think she's going to make an appearance this day.
But this is side flip, right? One team have chosen blue side this time around, so I'm quite curious what this means if one team have a specific composition they want to try and push for. So you think about what blue side and red side do. Blue side is all about getting that really strong first pick and being able to dictate the kind of playstyle and composition that you're going to have. Red side's about getting counter picks. You get to have priority to determine what the enemy team, based on what the enemy team plays, what you're going to do against that. So one team going for the Ziggs really just seems like they fit back the narrative, Riku. They want to play for that late game. They want some wave clear.
Yeah, they finally get the Ziggs to slow the pace down. And we talked about this in the previous draft. What is the answer? What is your backline access? I mean, you have Kai'Sa, Killer, Instinct, but what is more reliable and as well that works early to mid? That's going to be the Olaf being locked in. And I like this Varus pickup as well because it matches the wave clear. You don't really have to be in range of any of the bombs to make sure that you can farm safely. So this is a really nice pickup from Cerberus.
But I do see that Kha'Zix is open and also Gali is out there still for them to actually play on any support. We're not having any Rakan here to be actually banned out or actually being picked off yet. But hey, Garen again, hello surprise. We have another bruiser into this match once more time.
And we know that Garen's like super popular in like the WRL, in the WCK. Like just these regions in general love to play for the Garen, the tankiness that kind of affords and all that. It just seems like a good one, but then Cerberus, they come in with a pick that you would think comes from one team.
Okay.
I'm not feeling Hawkeye, honestly speaking.
Okay, this is a very safe pick in the mid lane, right? Corki. Like, it's just really good to pick early. And I feel like with this double poke composition, you have a lot of range. I have a feeling that they will need disengage. And what is there left? They actually banned the Galileo for themselves. So, because I see this Olaf, and I want something to be paired with the Olaf that can catch up to this. But I don't see anything. Maybe a Rakan can be available for Cerberus. I feel like that is also an option for them.
But I don't know about Corki mid. I do know BMM. He's more towards his full potential when it comes to like assassin type or more one power spike, one shot in, just get out of there. But here comes the Thresh. Finally, we have our first Thresh of the day.
I love it.
We had to pick up the Thresh, which is really nice for them. I think that we were looking for something like that. It does seem to have a little bit of redundancy because they already have the Varus. So I'm thinking that if this is happening, I want to see a lot of early game jungle support rotations from Cerberus, try and put some pressure across the map while that happens.
It's an Akshan.
It's an Akshan with a Brawl as well. So they still love their bruise on the side of one. But hey, we finish off. Maybe this last pick coming up from CS will change a lot of stuff here, Riku.
There's still a lot of flexibility going on, right? Like we've seen a lot of traditionally picked in the bot lane going over to the mid lane. So this still could be Akshan in mid or Ziggs in mid. We still don't know. But now there's a Shen pickup. So we talked about we need something that can help facilitate this Olaf. No Galio, no Rakan. The Shen is still there.
How troll is it if we get Aden Sensor Shen? Just so it shows that Olaf gets to run it even better.
Oh my
But
god.
honestly, for both of you guys, do you think which draft do you guys prefer for sort of Grandin first?
Yeah, I'd say I'm liking one team's draft here. I feel like they have some good layers to play from. I like the fact they got the Kazakhs again.
Yeah, for me, I like one team's composition as well. It's very clear, or rather, I like Cerberus' composition because it's very clear on what they want to do. They have a lot of pick potential with the Death Sentence into the Chain of Corruptions. They can easily snowball with this sort of composition as well. And as well as the Olaf, you have that Stand United after the Ragnarok, so I see what they're doing.
I do want to see the Death Sentence coming up from the Trush. Can it really work at this state? And also, it's a very different draft if you compare with the first match just now in this series. But hey, Cassus, what are your thoughts as well? They are really different in time. And Omo and Contra, just take it away. Into the Rift we go.
Well, Choo Choo, if you ask me what I think about this game, I would absolutely love what I'm seeing right now from One Team Esports as well as Cerberus Esports, because they're going to be playing a faster tempo match, I believe.
It definitely is, right? Let's break these two drafts down a little bit. I think there's a lot of things we really need to touch on. Ooh, a little bit of a brush with disaster possibly there. Fly, he's on his trash. That's been perma-banned against him. Perma-banned against him by Team Flash nonetheless. He has a lot of the potential to just really run away with this game, to carry this game.
Yeah, and of course, with one team having that huge pick potential coming in from Shanyo, where he could easily jump onto all these squishy targets later on, it's going to be pretty vital, where BMM as well as Genza, if they get off course, they have to rely on Taku as well as Fly to really peel them all the way back. And one team,
yeah,
they're just going to be having a little bit more of the troubles to perhaps get things going heading into the late game, especially when they hit all these full items for the double marksman.
Want to pay attention to right now, we said the Trash Varus lane that's so dominant as well. They're going to be able to bully out the Braum, bully out the Ziggs. And with that in mind, I feel like CES, they're a team where when they get leads, they can really run away with the game. And I talk about how much I hate Karki all the time, right? But in this game, it's not that bad. It's actually a pretty decent Karki spot.
I know there's a lot of Karki hate going on. Yeah. I'm a Karki player myself, and I actually do think that, yeah, it actually looks pretty good. Like, you just move away from Siu, who's going to be chasing at you. Shanyo's going to be a big threat as well. So, with the package to drop into fights for those deep dives, I think it could possibly work pretty well.
Yeah, sure. Both of those points are true, right? But Karki serves a double function here, I think, going to the mid to late game. Package, it's always going to be great, but number one, you have a double poke combo set up with Genza. That's going to be very effective. That's going to be very scary around dragon fights, around objective dances. Number two, you're the late game insurance. Early mid game Karki's useless, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to do anything this game. That's all. Mass Genza Fly. They've got this under control. Imagine that. You just have the time of your life scaling up as Karki. Mid to late game, you package in with a Standing United on you. I think CES have a really great draft this game. One team, this is a bit lacking, but we'll touch on that later.
And when it comes down to one team, I guess essentially you pick Akshan to try to achieve something that's similar sort of what the Corki wants to do. But he's possibly looking for those golden opportunities to get any revivals off, if ever were the case, members were to be taken down. And it can show signs of concern for Cerberus, where, sure, if you just single-handedly target either or of these carries from Cerberus, it can make things a lot easier.
Yeah, the revive mechanic, it's really a win more mechanic, right? But the goal with Seal this game, I think he really wants to... See, that's the problem with the draft from one team. He can push the waves, he can roam, right? That's Akshan, he's great in lane, you know, he controls the lane. But he pushed the waves, and then where does he roam? To the Ziggs lane or to the Garen lane? Where do you roam? I can't give you an answer here. And that's why I think this Akshan pick, a little bit of question marks starting to rise. And of course, you see CES, they have the answer as well. We rotate our Varus, we rotate our Trash into you, we pressure you. how do you respond?
Yeah, I think that is a really good point because Ninja 7's got a whole lot of work to do in these team fights as well. You can't protect Yuma all the time, or you just have to pick one, right? And ideally, with Cerberus running into them, sure, you get the good setup of the Glacial Fissure, then you just try to negate all these sort of pokes going on, but that's only a little bit of those numbers that could possibly be taken out there. Whereas one team, I guess that with those sort of high mobility, they could still try to weed out the rest of Cerberus to take longer fights until they get battered and bruised.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gang going on Tataku, but he's mobile.
Oh, here comes the justice! First blood over to one team. I guess Xianyo, he didn't really have to help out that much. Same goes to Ninja 7. He was just a bystander. It's like, okay, kids just got everything done by himself.
It's so pleasing to watch, isn't it? When a Garen runs after you, kills you, the Martian justice. It's so pleasing on my eyes. I love that. But of course, Taku, a little bit of an overextension. The river was not watered, and still he ran in. He does have to stand united to join any fight from any angle. This is going to be a Rift Herald started off right now, though. We see the Koki dancing with the Akshan in the bot lane. That means no package available for CES. But they should be okay. They should be able to still take the fight. You have the Olaf, you have the Varish, you have the Trash. They're all powerhouses in this stage of the game.
Yeah, and they're having high interest on snatching this one away. Mega Phobal Bomb is already let loose.
Great.
And
Good
Cerberus got it well secured with that numbers advantage.
There's a quote. I'm not exactly sure what the quote is. You have to ask Brandon because he's a nerd, but it's something along the lines of the best war you can fight is one way you fight a war without shedding a drop of blood. Something like that, right?
Is that from Sun Tzu or
I think so.
Somebody
like
else?
That. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't care. But that's basically what Cerberus did right there. I'm here to talk about Wild Rift, man. They just fought the war they wanted without having to take a single fight. The zone control, the understanding of their positioning, just too good right there.
Yeah.
CES, they're in full control of this game. They are likely going to get this Cloud Dragon as well once they get the resets off.
Yeah, I guess this is very methodical of how they love to play the game, and I'm pretty sure it could be the playbook of what's in the Art of War, but Fly, this is the first time that we're seeing a Trash debut here in WCSC,
It is, yeah.
and back in the Vietnam region itself, he was feared for it. I hope to see more on why is it so, because we've seen more roams coming from the Braum. Now, in a matter of 5 minutes, we start to see him appear around the map a little bit more. I guess babysitting time's over.
I actually expected him to do a little bit more in lane, right? Oh, here we go. You wanted this?
Yeah.
He tried that. That was a nice attempt. It was a good idea there to try to sneak the hook onto Yuma. Didn't quite land though. 300 HP on this mid turret. We always talk about when you're playing control mages, especially Ziggs, especially Orianna, losing that mid tier 1 turret hurts you so much. You lose so much control over the map, so much territory you can no longer control as a control mage. CES, they're that close to taking it down.
Yeah, and it will definitely give them a little bit more of that spacing. And now that they have heavy priority, this could easily crumble, and then they could just go on split pushing duties if they really want to. And when it comes down to all these sort of fights, we will expect the traditional pokes coming in from either side.
Wait,
right?
no way you stay here, right, Taku? He has the Martian Justice. You cannot touch that wave.
This is the reason why I hate playing Shen on the Baron lane, because there's a lot of matchups that is very annoying. Like something like a Garen, you can't out-trade him. There's no point of going all the way in.
Look at Fly. Look at Fly right now. What a chat, man.
It's like I dare you. I got that lantern now. Like
playing mind games, just fighting for control. Yeah, but back to your point, that's exactly true. Shen loses a lot of matchup. That's the price you have to pay because you have global presence. That power has to come at the cost of your kid's power somewhere else. Sure, there's arguments. I could buy something like Divine Sundra, trade a bit better with you, but why not just do what I do best? Control the map. Maybe I'll give you one turret. That's fine.
Yeah, I love the fact that early on we heard Brandon mentioning about redemption on the Shen as well.
Yeah.
It's coming through.
That's
so,
fine, yeah.
You're going to have a little bit more of a prolonged sustainability fight coming out from Cerberus Esports, but only for a matter of moments. It's more of a how much can one team Esports possibly chunk out in that matter of the first 5 seconds of team fight.
Wow.
And I think that's going to be how it's going to be decided.
Dragon is still up 8 minutes in game. Is this the first package we're seeing? It honestly might be. So much patience
Yes, it
here
is.
from Cerberus to just really draw this one out. Now, Ninja 7 comes in, but nothing at all he can do. I really think CES, they're playing this game so well, but there's something I want to take away from this that I hope other teams are noticing as well.
And what's that?
Look how Fly and Genza have been playing. They've been staunching the mid lane prio as if they've had 4 members behind them this entire time. But if you look at the map, Olaf is farming wolves, you know, Karki's off somewhere, but they just mind game you. They control the map. And that's something which one team has not picked up on. If any teams are reviewing this to try to prepare for CES, well, that's something I want to see them try to challenge them more on.
Yeah, and that's also a lot of respect being shown to a team that's known to be so aggressive. So you can do things that are very unexpected. Now there's going to be a little bit of a tussle here for the Herald, but one team, they're up and ready. They drop that Mega for a bomb. Here comes the comeuppance as well. They target onto Taku. That will be tanked out by the rest of Cerberus. Well, they slowly get poked one after another by Yumao, dropping those nades. But this Herald is still up for grabs. BMM stuck in the pit, though.
Yeah, this is going to be a tightly contested one. Hook lands, but on the wrong guy. They're going to get the Herald.
Yeah, easily secured. Here comes Chain of Corruptions while they will flash forward. And the chase is on Ness. He used all the subs, but he gets burned out instead. He gets the trade done as they match to take down Kid. While the rest of Cerberus, they already got what they needed. But Fly will still fall flat on his face while BMM survives by the skin of his teeth.
So close to ace on the side of Cerberus. So close to taking everyone down. And like you said, Yumao and Siu using their ultimates. That was also the same situation. You want the battle without shedding a drop of blood. We chunked you out. We have the better poke here. Varus is strong, but Varus needs to find an angle, and he was unable to do so that fight. Whereas Yumao and Siu, their range so much longer, had a field day.
Yeah, and it wasn't all too aligned for Cerberus Esports, though the Chain of Corruption looked pretty perfect. Shen had to really find that angle to get the taunt on top of some of the targets, and one team really spaced out pretty well as we take a look at the replay once again.
Yeah, this fight started off with the Olaf already on the verge of death, tries to run in, but you're so low, you're just gonna get executed despite having to stand united. You see the Koki, he's not really strong right now, he has no package for this fight. It's an iffy situation to be in. Genza so low, BMM so low, nearly took down more members there on the side of Cerberus. They do pick up the Rift Herald, they do pick up a couple $100 gold lead, but still, CES, I think they have the better scaling just based off the fact that they have this Koki, which might pop off later on in this game. I do think Akshan is a decent answer to that. I do think you have the tools to really just shut down this Koki. He's not going to be as effective as he could maybe want to be. Still though, it's still a pretty even game. I think that team fight, it looked good for one team, but it's really anyone's game still.
Yeah, I would agree that it's even Stevens for now. While it will take quite a while before the Corki reaches the third as well as the fourth item. They just finished building the second. So he hasn't really completed his boots. Ideally, you want to look at either... I don't think QS is going to be all too worthwhile, so probably Stasis is going to be the best for the Corki.
Stasis is fine here. Maybe you want to pick up a TP as well. I don't really think there's a serious threat that you need to Stasis, but still, it's a good pickup. You want to be safe, especially if you're going to be using the package aggressively here.
Indeed. Well, one team having Kid here to dictate what happens on that Baron lane. So far, things are looking pretty good for the Garanet built the Hullbreaker. This time, at least, it's not over the mid lane.
Yeah, that really does make a difference. And he has the TP as well. And he has pressure in this matchup as well, right? So this is one of the few scenarios where I do like this Hullbreaker. Of course, the package is up. 8 seconds to the Dragon. Rift Herald going to come in, try to pressure Cerberus. One team, they're doing a very good job at avoiding Cerberus and playing them around the map. And this is no exception.
Yeah, and it's back to the point where you mentioned Cerberus, do they really have a side lane problem? And they didn't seem to be able to hold up well against all these sort of split pushes, and now it's one team trying to force them aside to tend to an objective, but then again, it's a Shen. Yeah. You can easily leave the lane with Stand United. It's always going to be up and available when they really want to commit.
Honestly, Contra, if he leaves the lane with Stand United right now,
be worse, right?
I think Kid gets an inhibitor. I'm pretty sure he gets an inhib.
True enough. So I guess he'll stay put till Shelly goes out.
This is such an iffy situation. Both of these teams don't want to commit because it's so dangerous.
Indeed it is. Well, managed to eliminate the Herald while still keeping the T2 intact, while the rest of Cerberus, they're also marching up
What's
mid.
this? What are they doing? They're trying to get a pick.
Oh, here we go. They collapse upon them. Glacial Fissure having Cerberus members all stuck in between while they try to run back on their course. Genza gets the take shoot from Stan United while the comeuppance is going to be shooting from the back, while one team will have Shenyo taking Taku down while they are bruised up. One team could easily find their way into the river to secure themselves that drain.
Yeah, it looks to be 1-1 on the Dragon score right now. Both of these teams looking very even in the game state. 4-4. Who's going to take this?
Cerberus still wants it though. They found Seal right up front. BMM tries to trade back. He doesn't really have that much mana to sustain in this fight much longer, but Genza, he's trying to see what he can actually get out of this.
Yeah, this game is so close. Closer than we ever expected from a CES game. I ever expected from a CES game. Now we're going to see the approach now from Cerberus. They're going to try to walk in. Nice counter to the redemption with the bombs. What?
Oh, he
just gets
sniped
sniped out!
Kha'Zix!
Oh, that's bad.
Shenyo's
That's
out!
bad.
This is open terrain for Cerberus to crash right in as they find Seal all the way to the back. Dragon is still up for the taking. Forcing Kid to flash away. This is still within grasp for Cerberus to snatch it away.
I thought they had the Dragon, but the last snipe, the last arrow, hit it when it counted, hit it when it mattered. Genza takes that one down. Second Dragon goes over to Cerberus. And now, yet again, the clutch factor plays out in their favor.
Well, it was well timed.
It was.
He wasn't really aiming for the Drake. Like, I guess it was just about a corner of our screens. We didn't really expect that Kha'Zix to just get snapped.
I'm pretty sure the best part about that play is he didn't see the Kha'Zix. He just saw where the Dragon was leashed to, and he used that information to, you know, Kha'Zix has to be here because, you know. And it's a very good play. It's a very good fundamentals coming from Genza. He's one of the best, if not the best, Dragon laners in Vietnam for a reason.
Yeah, and possibly even in Southeast Asia if they could make their way through the plains unscathed. Well, they've had the great track record. Here comes a little bit of catch going on. The box have fallen in. And with the Glacial Fissure, it does secure it for the member.
They should stop Baron. They should honestly stop Baron here on the side of one team. I feel like that's a fine play. They might want to count on scaling. That's not all too bad. Scaling's relatively even this game. But there is something to be said about starting Baron here. Akshan plus Kha'Zix, I think you threaten that at such a good rate. Plus the zoning from Braum. Plus the zoning from Yumao Ziggs. That was a possible play. I think they just want to play it safe. It's very Masters. But, you know, I would have liked to see more aggression down there.
Yeah, giving chase to the Garen. I guess that you could try as much as you will.
So
getting
tanky.
the kill on Garen is pretty worth it, but here comes Shan Yodo. Is there going to be a little bit more of a refract? No, it's apparently the case, but the split is still on.
Yeah, BMM forced the flash there. He's going to be a bit upset about that one. It looked to be a free kill, and it means he won't have flash available on the next objective fight as well. Now, both of these marksmen, well, I guess both of these Dragon laners and mid laners doing very well for themselves. Highest in gold. A lot of the next team fight that we're going to be seeing, it's going to come down to poke. Who can outpoke? Who can set up first? Can the Ziggs do more, or can the Varus do more? Because that's really been the defining factor of the last couple of team fights. I really like this pickup from Ninja 7. That wall marks, because why he identifies how the team fight's going to play out. We're going to stare at each other. You're going to stare at me. I'm going to stare at you. You're going to throw rockets at me. I'm going to throw bombs at you. If I have wall marks, I just dip out for 2 seconds. I'm full health again.
And the cooldowns are off. I'm just going to rinse and repeat.
Really good pickup. Really smart here from Ninja 7.
Yeah, I love it. Like, even from the case of Fly, he has also adapted into quite a similar build as well. Instead, goes for the Ditmos
Oh yeah,
blade.
both of them very smart. I didn't even notice Fly.
Of course, the key difference here is that...
Wait, did he misclick? Yeah, my mask just misclicked this out.
Yeah.
The key difference you were saying?
Gargoyles don't play.
Yeah, indeed.
Ninja 7, he can prolong that fight as much as he wants to, and he knows he's not going to get targeted. So
he's happy if he gets targeted.
Right. And if Zew's going to be close by, you can proc the passive, get somebody stunned up, and that ideally sets it perfectly for one team, while Baron is up and ready.
Oh my
for
goodness,
the sieging.
look at that arrow onto Sienyo.
Pretty close one, though.
Yeah.
Like, that depth set is almost connected as well. It could have resulted in something, but traditionally, CES have basically done so much homework that, yeah, sure, we know one team's not going to come for us, so we could play it slow, just like the way they want it. Back in game 1, it's like, you want to play it like 100 miles? Yeah, sure, I'll go infinite scaling. But this time around, they have definitely understood, okay, we know when exactly to go for it.
Yeah, that's a good point you raised as well. And if you look at Fly's actions the whole game, he's been playing like he has 5 members behind him constantly. And that's partly, I think, because like you said, they know one team's not going to try to randomly force a fight. He's been getting so much space just because of this information, and now the Elder has spawned. This is going to be Inferno as well. It's so important that CES control this, that CES get this, because they already have 2 in their pockets. Look at the items right now. I don't think they want to start that just yet. I think they want to wait for the Infinity Age for BMM. That's going to be a massive massive damage spike. Maybe the Solari Quick Blade as well. Both of these very possible pickups here. They're going to leash it out. This is all going to be just fine. I want to see Genza get back to this. I want to see BMM get his buy, recall, pick up this next item, come team fight, because then I don't think they can stop CES. Especially if they stall this and new package comes up again, I think CES have this one in the back.
Yeah, it's a really good chance out there. And while Kid did pick up a Guardian Angel for himself early on, but we don't really see him doing too much of a split push. He does have teleport available. While there is Shanyo who gets scouted out though, so the rest of Cerberus, they're going for a chase. They do get that piercing arrow on top of Siu, misses that chain of corruption, and they trade right back with a Mega Inferno bomb. Well, this would result too much, but here comes the flank with a TP as well. Here comes Kid into the fray, all the way to the back line, looking for Genza. The box will lock them in place. Taku tries to get himself a little bit more of space into the back. Siu, he tried his best to really get into the thick of things, but they didn't really have all too much to offer.
Such a close situation right there. It all starts off with... Look at that, triple TPs immediately get picked up. We're not giving you an inch of ground. This is our Elder Dragon. We're going to fight for it.
They saved up a lot of money for this, and tell you what, there's another TP coming in. 60% on the Drake while there's still a little bit push and pull. This tug of war is about to end up with one side
It's all about
collapsing.
the poke. It's all about the poke right now. Who gets it off first?
7 getting flaved. Here comes another TP. It's all down to this one moment. Kid's coming from the back, but they will get that blow up with the satchel, and that forces Cerberus to walk away. And another snipe from downtown. Genza will be able to eliminate Ninja 7. They don't have the front line. And this is where they force it. But look at his position. BMM is off course, but he tries to go back into the pit. Shanyo gets taken out. The Dragon in favor of Cerberus, and they will go in to crush off the rest of One Team Esports.
Massive play there from BMM. I thought he was inting. Did you think he was inting?
No, not
You knew he was smart?
Big brained.
Big brained. He flashed over. He has flash still available as well. CES, the clutch factor, the mechanics, everything going their way when it counts. This team, they played to one team's tempo. They played to one team style, and they said, we can do what you do, but we're even better.
Indeed, and that was a masterclass performance coming out of Cerberus Esports. Nothing will stand in the way. It doesn't matter if you put up a door in front of that Nexus. They will crumble it up, and Cerberus, once again, with a clean 2-0 sweep.
They beat EVOS in a fast game. They beat one team in a slow game. They're going to end today 6 points. Cerberus Esports, there's something to be said about them playing maybe some of the weaker teams here. They haven't played FLA. I don't know, it's hard to say right now. The middle of the pack looks very close, but there's a clear leader. There's a clear king on day one, and it's Cerberus Esports.
That's right, absolute trailblazers. These Matt lads have done it. Like, now I'm starting to believe, you know, like we had discussions with the rest of the casters, and well, Grandin has put Cerberus all the way up there, same as
Did Grandin put Cerberus all the way up there? He put them all the way down. There's a reason that I'm the brains here.
Yeah. You're
This
always
pairing,
right, Omo.
He's looking at me right now, so I'm just going to keep flaming him, you know?
All right, let the stare contest begin. But while we're at it, Cerberus, they are definitely the team to beat.
Yeah.
So far, nothing seemed to have given them too huge of an issue. Where we saw back in the very first series that they played out, we thought, hey, okay, maybe it's going to be pretty hot for EVOS Esports after all that roster swap. But one team is definitely the team that could possibly be the kryptonite to the rest of Cerberus, and it wasn't the case.
It seemed as if it was Kryptonite, right? But they still beat them 2-0, and I think that says something about Cerberus as well. They played into both different playstyles. They played one team's game, and they did it better. They played such a slow game. They were happy to scale. They took methodical team fights, and they still demonstrated that they had the clutch factor. They had the aggressiveness, the killer instinct, if you will. Yeah, Vietnam's just the best region here. Quote me on that.
Well, VN number 1, is that the case? Well, let's ask Chuchu and the rest.
Goodness me, we're ending the night with a high note and a tough game coming out from the side of Cerberus Esports with a 2-0. Finally, we got a clean one. Somebody's upset right now, but congratulations to Cerberus Esports, but I have to say GGWP for both of them. That was a really tight game as well. Always, these two regions, it's just, but hey, Riku, you saw just now the compositions and the draft, and also you were saying about they might actually win 2-0 for 1.
Oh yeah, I predicted 2-0 Cerberus, and I'm happy with that prediction. And yeah, I feel like, you know, one team was really going to struggle with the composition that they had because of the lack of CC. It was a composition basically waiting for Cerberus to come at them, and that's the time that they fight back. They do a counterattack, but unfortunately you do not have that luxury, especially with the scaling that the Corki, the Varus also deals innate like HP damage and as well as the Corki armor damage. That's why you saw, like, even if Kid set up this really cool flank teleport in the middle of that fight, he was getting shredded down immediately.
I feel sorry for that Garen just now, definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
rough, but frankly, one team kind of put themselves in that position. They've been heavily prioritizing Garen throughout this series, throughout this competition in general. I think the WCS Finals play-ins, one team just looked like they really prefer the Garen. It's something that the WRL region has played a lot of, the WCK region has played a lot of. I think it's something that they still value quite heavily. And I know you were mentioning earlier that this is something that this is a one-team kind of composition, double ADC. You steal that away from them, and you make that hurt.
Exactly. I guess the funniest thing would be the fact that the double AD composition that we've been seeing like this season is utility AD carry paired with
like
AD carry. Yeah, exactly, right? But this one is different. This was AD carry and an AD carry.
Oh, there you go. Don't get confused here. Definitely you guys are confused at home, but this is the first match. Just to recap for a bit. This is where we saw the Nasus kind of stack up with the side of Senna. So this we remember, but how Taku just set things up so well for the side of Cerberus Esports, Grandin.
Yeah, I felt like Taku did great in both series. I think he was a pretty pivotal part of that. One of the things that were interesting to see was that Cerberus Esports demonstrated they were able to play the Olaf really well. There are a couple of key ideas into why this is particularly interesting for me, because first off, they're not really playing with a kind of enchanter on the Olaf. That's a very far deviation from a lot of the ideas that have been pushed forward in the narrative so far. It's like, yeah, we want to play Olaf, we need the Yuumi, we need the Lulu, the Karma, something to enable that. They say we don't need that very much at all. You know, all we really need is some form of shielding, something that can make our Olaf have some additional value as he charges in. They find some great value in the Shen.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. It's like they were satisfied with just the Senna, you know, donning Shadow, all the shields, all the heals, and as well as the Shen, just as Grandin mentioned. So they're looking at the Olaf and using it in a, well, not really in
like
a different
soft
manner.
Support,
yeah,
right?
like a soft support, exactly.
But this is where it's a bit devastating for us to see the chase coming up from one team esport when they try to secure one elimination. It's just so hard.
Yeah, I see the reasoning behind the double serial this, right? Because they need some sort of utility to slow them down and make sure the bombs would hit, because they have no hard CC. Yes, they do have the bomb, but of course you want to use your ult as a big disengage, because you know that the rest of Cerberus, especially Olaf and Shen, are going at you. They're going to dive to you. So I think that was one of the main issue that I saw. That's the reason why one team had a very difficult time in this game.
But I have to say they still put up a good fight for the side of one team, esports. But hey, is this like officially for day number 1 of play-in? Cerberus kind of the one that actually winning every single match today, I think?
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
Cerberus won both their games, so 4-0 for today. I think one team went 1-1 and then 0-2.
Oh, you guys who want to change your prediction at home, be sure you change it now, since we saw a bit of a sneak peek into the future when it comes to this slot coming in for the playoff the next few days, because that's where everything gets heated up. Because we do know sometimes they like to hide out their secret strategy at first. You know, there's so many things that they can actually play on. But speaking of which, you guys, tomorrow, we finally get to see SLG as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Very excited to see how they stack up against, since we've seen the rest already. So I'm so excited to see SLG perform.
Are you excited? Come on, Granny, you're gonna be a bit excited about it.
No, so here's the thing, right? Because the nature of the format that we're looking at, there's a lot of tempo that's gained for wins. So I'm thinking right now, with the lead that Cerberus are holding, it does seem pretty good. I'm looking forward to see if they're able to keep that tempo going. SLG coming into the mix, I'm not sure how much of a difference that really makes.
Smash your logic, they say. But hey, since we're gonna talk about later on what's gonna happen tomorrow, you guys have to stay tuned because right now we have a bit of a drink of Coca-Cola and see you guys wildlings in a bit.
Never let me go, never let me go, no go from your love. Never let me go, go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, waiting on this love, 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 this love, this love.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Wow, the day it has been. Oh my god, it feels like so short for me for the entire day because the game has been accelerating. Welcome back, Wildlings. We are back on our panelists here. It's gonna be me too, and also we have Riku and also Grandin, always as good looking, always on the go, get go about their analysis, knowledge and everything. You just ask them away whatever you have in the comment section as well. But hey, we had a really great Coca-Cola break just now. Speaking of which, today we're done for all the series. definitely CES is dominating. For Grandin's first, what do you think of, is there any other team that we can actually see that taking down CES into the play-ins?
Well, looking at how CS are now, I think there is still competition close up the alley. I think that they had good matches today, but I think the opponents are looking pretty good as well.
Who are the opponents that looking good? Which one? Which one?
Okay, well, I mean, it's not really, I wouldn't say like a specific one. I think that any team could have taken games off of CERBERUS, right? So CERBERUS had some good matches today. They played against EVOS to start things off. They played against one team. Arguably, those are the teams that have been rated lower. I think Alos and Obo on a good track today with their predictions. But that being said, we had difficulty in the first place trying to figure out where everything was going because of how close these matches were. I think one team's issue is that they are kind of like a... They get the first game, and then the second game just doesn't seem like that is theirs, right? They have difficulty trying to close out the second. For some reason, once they start having to change like their play style, or once the opponent understands what they initially wanted to go for, they have a much more difficult time.
I have a feeling it's also because that the key champions that allow them to be one team is getting banned, like the Ziggs, like the Varus. I think that's a really big factor on why they're having a hard time. And that's why they have to deviate a little bit on what their usual is, what their usual style is. And I think that's the reason why they're struggling.
They just got themselves a Zig just now. Still didn't manage to actually secure it. Maybe a reason because of no CC, no 100% CC to lock everything down for them to actually do a bit of a damage. But speaking of which, we do know CES right now is dominating, but we do have example here, FLA. We also have EVOS Thailand here, who's actually currently sort of having a lot of draws. So the question is right now for EVOS and also One and FLA, kind of got one draw for 2 series, if I'm not mistaken. So these 3 teams here, do you have any specific that feels like they can actually bump up to at least the second place? Because we do have CS in the first place.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to see. I'm pretty sure just what you mentioned earlier, there are a lot of teams that are still sort of hiding their picks, saving it for playoffs perhaps, and if their backs are against the wall, then that's the time we're going to be seeing some of the things that they've practiced on scrims and stuff like that.
So I'm going to make a quick showing. So look at this right now, right? So you look at FLA. If FLA have got 2 draws and they have 2 points right now, CS have got 2 wins and they have 6 points. That's a difference of 4 points because they've managed to win 2 more games than FLA, right? So for every game that you draw, and this is going to be tough, the competition is pretty tight, you're going to end up only getting a single point for a draw, whereas in a full win, that's 3 points. You can start to see why this tempo really matters, why I think CES having that early win is going to mean so much for them. So SLG joining the competition, it's going to be difficult because they need to start strong. If they don't start strong, what we end up seeing happening is that the rest of the teams are going to start building up a quickly unsurmountable advantage. Thankfully for them, today ended with multiple draws. I think that's like what? We had 2 draws throughout the series. So because of that, it's a little bit closer. There is still some wiggle room.
But hey, CES, if they lost one more series, it's going to be kind of being catch up on the side of FLA, definitely, because it's going to be like 3 plus 2, it's going to be 5 points there. But first game for tomorrow, we have CES versus SLG. Now we got the debut for SLG today, I mean like tomorrow. And also EVOS Thailand versus One Team Esports. Now this one, it's going to be another tight one. We know this one coming. And FLA versus SLG. For the last one, again, SLG will be playing twice tomorrow for the series. Of all the series, I think you guys have to agree the toughest one is going to be EVOS versus One Team. Sorry if I'm wrong, but hey, that's just, I have to say it out loud.
I think this is going to be a clash of like contrasting play styles, right? EVOS wants to play fast, one wants to play slow. So it's going to be very classic. So I'm looking for what happens there.
You're not looking for SLG?
Oh, I'm looking for, of course I am. Especially the FLA one. I want to see what else is in store for them.
Grandin, what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think there's something interesting here. I think the CERBERUS match is going to be the pretty pivotal one. I think that's when we start to establish where SLG are. So SLG are a team that have been pretty dominant in their own region. I think they've kind of stand up above the rest. Unfortunately for them, because we don't have a good track record with the Oceanic regions up to this point, we don't know exactly where they stand. So we have to kind of base them off of their first match, which is against CERBERUS, who are running hot right now, the 2 wins. And if you think about 2 wins, they could lose the next matches. So if you could have 3 draws and you would have 3 points. You could have 2 wins, 1 loss, or you could have 1 win, 2 losses, and you also have 3 points. So think about that. There's so much more value in having just a singular win over any draws.
Yeah, my brain is exploding right now because there's so many lost and wins. Mathematically, I can't even brain it right now, guys. So yeah, that's Einstein for you on our panelist. That's just ask him anything. He can just do the calculation right on the spot. But hey, also, other than that, none of this is happening. Even though we have one more day for play-ins tomorrow to determine actually who will get first, second, and third place. And the third day, we're having the second place versus the third place, yeah? And then they got themselves a 2-slot. But we also have to thank none other than this brought to you by Riot. And also Coca-Cola, always the good drink that we love to refresh ourselves. And definitely we have also Ghosty Gamers and One Esports. But hey, I think, you know what, tomorrow is going to be a very, very long day. Our panelists definitely give a lot of so many insights. You guys want to try back at home. But to all of our fans watching, thank you so much for joining us in the kickoff, our first day ever of the WCS final. Our journey has just begun, and also the path to the greatness, the legendary, the myth, the legend, whatever you want to call it, isn't over yet, because we are just one more step towards the grand final, also into the playoff when we're done with the play-ins. Anything still can happen. We have no clue who's going to take away the throne and who actually will be the champions in South Asia region and get themselves into the Icons Global. But tomorrow will be the day to actually see who's going. So we'll catch you guys all for day number 2 later. Tomorrow, okay? Not later. And on behalf of the panelists and also casters and myself, stay safe, okay? Stay safe, stay healthy, be a good player. Don't troll in a game, but hey, and also good night. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, ripping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. running round, ripping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now.
I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear